Hey, but I gotta eat real quick, okay? I gotta eat real quick. Di- I'm surprised. I'm surprised. Say that again? Wait, say that again? I told you this already. You need to sit. Alright, I'll call you back whenever I'm done eating, okay? I'll get more people on, don't worry. Alright, see ya. Alright. Alright, bye.
for eternal affairs sing to raise our spirits in great despair through the ashes of oblivion. Quick and unseen like the dragons of spring, for we owe no debts and bow to no king. Every war has its cost and we've paid, won by the bond of the body we've made. War with the gun that the battle starts now. As the demons listen, we strike them down, fighting back the rifts of blood. Sent from the sky like an angel in need, give them news to strengthen and words to heed. Heaven's house is set alight, we're knocking on the gates of hell tonight. Broken souls and dragons' bones scattered all the way back home, beating to the sound of flashing steel. When the road heals them, shed the tales and legends told, strengthened by the hymns of old. Withered at this fighting from his throne, so we sing our triumphant song. Play out a spell in your sequence of chords to inspire and sharpen our rusted swords, echoing the whisper of the trees. Creep along a path where 1,000 paths fail, from the thick Western jungle trails. Come from afar to set prisoners free, to dark tangled depths from the open sea. Souls and dragons' bones scattered all the way back home, beating to the sound of flashing steel. When the road heals them, shed the tales and legends told, strengthened by the hymns of old. Withered at this fighting from his throne, so we sing our triumphant song. Chances don't come cheap, so keep alert and on your feet. An ancient spirit's song will heal our wounds, unabashed by our defeat. Spot the bloodstains on these cobble streets, a message to the gods to see us through. Ever heard, yet rarely sung, so raise your voice and praise the sun. Call a new rebirth to keep us strong. Countless souls along the path, lost to fiends and lost to wrath, will return to play our final song. Dragons' bones are going up, snow is falling down. There's a feeling of goodwill around town. It could only mean one thing. McRib is here. People throwing parties, ugly sweaters everywhere. Stockings hung up by the chimney with care. It could only mean one thing. McRib is here.
At participating McDonald's for a limited time.
This is an anthem for the homesick, for the beaten, the lost, the broke, the defeated. A song for the heartsick, for the standbys, living life in the shadow of a goodbye. Do you remember when we learned how to fly? We'd play make-believe, we were young and had time on our side. You're stuck on the ground, got lost, can't be found. Just remember that you're still alive. I'll carry you home.
Listen, you want to skip this ad. I would too. But what if I told you there's a skip ads for everybody?
The lust for eternal affairs seem to raise our spirits in great despair. Through the ashes of oblivion, quick and unseen like the dragons of spring. For we owe no debts and bow to no king. Every war has its costing we've paid, won by the bond of the body we've made. Starts now as the demons listen, we strike them down, fighting back the rifts of blood. Sent from the sky like some angel in need, give them news to strengthen and words to heed. Heaven's bells and set alight, we're knocking on the gates of hell tonight.
Point in general inside the Deathline SMP group chat. Bro, my bad. I was either eating or complaining about there's candy on my roof. Bro.
Bro, I'm trying to click.
Oh, it spawns like. Oh, my bad, Chris.
What? My villagers escaped somehow.
What happened?
My villagers escaped.
By the way, tell Vera I'm not on essentials. My essentials ain't working right now. Why is it like this 3 stack? I'll be back. Hold up. Yeah, 1. I'm gonna count all the waters I find in my room. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh my god, I can't count this. 5. My god. 6. 7.
You know what? I was trying to make a base, but guess what happened? My villagers escaped, my pickaxe broke, I'm dirt poor. Oh, please don't kill me, sir. I just want to grind. That's like mom.
I think so.
A message to the gods to see us through. Get a rarely song to raise your voice and praise the sun. Call a new rebirth to keep
What's so dying?
countless souls along the path, lost to fiends and loads of wrath. We'll return to play our final song.
Look, bro, what hat? No, hat! Huh. I'm back.
I'm luring the villagers with bread. I'm using bread to lure the villagers back into my cave. No, get in there, bro. Get in there, get in the cage. Get in the cage. Yeah! Get in the cage. Get in the cage. Yeah.
Where in the world am I? Yo, mister, click tab and look at my name. Click tab and look at my name. Yup. I look, you forgot I had that. Why does my inventory look like his?
Alright, everybody. I'm going to see you the next time because I'm gonna turn off these string dupers because they might crash the server. Oh, crap. Bro, I can't see.
F Varial. He helped you? W's.
Milo's rewards.
I don't know,
is free.
He
Join for
helped
free
you?
today to unlock member perks from the palm of your hand. With every purchase, all members earn points towards Milo's money. Get free gifts to bring home, member deals to get more projects done, and free standard shipping. Start earning for free with Milo's rewards today.
No, bro, there was never one there.
There was. They just took them all.
Hello.
Oh, I already know who took all the iron. It was freaking Klon. He gave it to Teresa.
You didn't give me an iron.
Help main build spawn. No, that's not main. That's Nosley's. That's Nosley. But yeah, main's part of it. No, not yet. It happens right now. It's happening right now, so I'm gonna do. Yeah, I'm gonna get it now. Well, it's not happening right now, but like, actually, no, it does happen right now. I'm fine. Oh. Oh. Once I get, in case I do get extra hearts from the invite, yeah.
Speaking of time, what are you talking about? This is all of yours.
What did you say, mister? Oh yeah, so it got exploded by a creeper. What? Ooh.
But he's on 3, so he cannot be in the end by at all. That's what I said.
They're gonna add mods to the server.
Can you add that one that Sharpness uploaded, Blood Mark? That one Loki looks fun. That plugin was fun.
Oh.
Actually, no, Blood Marks. Can we do anything that doesn't increase your heart now? Morgan, can we?
I don't know, bro. You don't ask me about that, bro. Because if I'm gonna own a server, bro, it's gonna be feathered. Because I'm not paying for no server.
Oh crap! Not that laggy ass server.
As soon as we got on.
That's not my fault, bro. That's not my fault.
Because last time I was on the server alone, bro, I was on like 13, like 3 ms to 5, 3 to 5, and then whenever like another person got on, man, I went up to 15.
I'm always on 15.
2030. But it said 2030. Wait, where's glass at, bro? I'm trying to buy glass from these vill villagers. No, I'm on a different base.
Wait, does anyone know
Yeah.
where my? Does Maine know my cores on my base or no?
Don't ask me. Probably because he haunted Burial.
Probably because he follows Vario. You made him make up from my base,
Alright, mister.
bro. What do you mean he like basically follows you every time? Because he turns off his outer layer once he's following someone. You know that, bro. He was envisioning he's following you.
Oh my.
We need a favor. We need everyone to log their ass on for the end fight. Yay! All right. I'm done making the underground part of my base. All I need to do now is kilometers is on.
Longer on for the end fight.
Huh?
Only three bets because it's prop 3. Well, that's only one.
Only
That's
3
three.
bed bombs. I had 12 bed bombs on me. I'm gonna skip the end fight. I'm just gonna work on my base and then get.
Like not in chokers. Not like like you don't have to like go on like your e-chest and stuff for like that type of stuff.
Main Pram C is online. Oh crap!
Oh crap. Are we cooked?
Yo, we're cooked. We're not cooked.
Cooked.
We're cooked.
We cooked.
What's good?
What?
I saw the chocolate.
I'm low-key scared.
Not even a hi. It's crazy.
Hi.
Thank you. I admit.
Hi Pyra! I low-key didn't realize how you joined.
Uh,
I missed you.
I haven't seen you since day one, bro. I haven't seen Tara since actual day one of, like, the official day one.
Me, all of us have seen Pyra, but
I've seen him since the first season of
I've been
Deadline. The first season Deadline.
I've been very busy. I swear.
What's school? With school on. That makes sense.
Yeah, I just black bordered Monkey Man at 1 black on BTD6. Whoa.
I heard something. I like water sounds. I'm kind of scared.
Oh, not. Oh. Okay, no. Get it out.
Okay.
No, actually.
What's the IP again?
Oh my. Okay, go to the Discord server.
Wait. I
Go
don't
to
think
the
you should
Discord
log
server.
on. Tyrant, I don't think you should log on right now.
I'll fight him.
Bro, you're not gonna survive, bro. He's
Where's the
actually good now.
IP? Oh, dude. Yeah.
Then why did you delete the server?
I didn't. I just have so many versions of Minecraft. I think I opened the wrong one up.
Oh, it's okay. Go to the server, like the Discord server. Go to announcements, and then it should be there.
You're welcome.
Am I putting in the wrong IP?
What version you on?
1.21.
1.21. Yeah, you're on the.
That's the future updates, bro. What the?
I mean, like, if how much trust you want, Mister?
Oh, okay. I figured it out.
You don't craft hearts because it's not allowed. You gotta if you're under 7, you can craft hearts. If once you're at 7, you cannot craft no more hearts. Because people are at the skill to where they can kill people, bro.
I just have to intimidate them.
Very old Pyra, kill anyone, bro.
Hey, what do you mean, Pyro?
Very
I'm
old.
in here.
I'm just saying. For exaggerate. This is for exaggeration, bro.
Yes,
Kill
yeah, sure.
But here. I want me to be real. I got you, bro. Kill main. Kill me.
Like, bro, try to kill me. You might. Hey, bro.
You said you're not gonna kill like Pyra of them. I was saying exaggeration. Oh, kill Onion. Kill Oni.
Who is Onion?
I meant to say Oni. Yeah, Oni-chan.
He's like
I think like 10, maybe 15. 10 to
He said-
15.
I'm
He
on
said
3
four.
cards.
Yeah,
he
10 to
said-
15. He's nowhere close to being on 20.
He says.
Chrissy, you can talk now. Okay.
Leave actually, bro. Why? Just why?
Stop saying it. Just don't say it around us, please.
Say it anywhere else besides us, bro. Come on.
Yeah, say anyone else besides us. That's all you gotta do.
Bro.
What?
Where's my shovel? Oh, I'm done.
Bro!
What? What?
My aunt, you know how my aunt have like 13,000 water bottles inside my room, right? She just
Why
sent
do
me
you-
a screenshot of her
Why-
having more water bottles. Plus 3 coconut water.
What is green coconut water? What the?
You don't know what coconut water is?
2, 3, 4, 5. And then this is how big the room is gonna be. Anything better than this, I'm gonna just.
Ooh, I got cords.
I'm about to make a room inside of this Discord server called No Brain Rot. I actually swear.
Oh, I love Maine. I love when you see cords.
Oh yeah. I could say
What are
that I
you on
killed one of
about?
them. That was not intentional though. My axe slipped is actually crazy, bro. My finger slipped.
Yeah, guys, I accidentally pawed up and crit someone out 2 times. It's okay.
Help me, please, someone help me. Help me, please.
Get
I'm
a
dead.
nerd emoji for this kid.
I'm dead. Hi, Vitaly, I'm dead. Or hi, your tooth. Yeah, yo tooth. Yo tooth.
Huh?
How do you pronounce your name, bro? Okay,
two,
no.
3,
Tom, how do you remove people
4,
from a Discord server? I
5.
swear.
I don't care. What, Dre?
What did you say?
1, 2, 4,
Oh.
6, 1,
Okay.
2. I don't care.
What? Oh, come on. Why is Klon gotta get on?
He said he's not trying to kill you though.
Yeah, like we're no longer allies.
But he said
Yeah.
he wasn't actively trying to kill you.
I know. We don't
I
talk
think you should
about how
go
I broke
find
it. We don't
Kalon
talk
and
about how I
start
broke the
fighting
allies
him
stuff.
in pufferfish PvP.
Did you do the thing where you what you did to me? You told your teammates to attack this invisible player that was accidentally him.
Here, I'll send you. I will send you. Let me send you a recording real quick.
Yeah.
Okay, not the recording, bro. This guy's gonna mess up so bad. Like, it's not gonna be it's not even gonna be fun.
Why does this guy send me cords that are like 5k blocks away? This guy's wanting
At
me
least
to
we know
traverse
what
the
direction
whole
his
map.
base. At least we know where his base is at. It's 5k blocks away. Thank you for telling us.
Yeah, that really helped you guys.
Alright, Kirby, look at her D. Alright, just look in general. Just look in general. At this point, just look in general. I'm gonna send it there. I'm just gonna send it in general so I can just embarrass myself in front of everyone, bro. I actually swear. Look. So basically, right, this is how I broke my alliance with the deadliest player.
Imagine.
Chrissy, look at the video saying that's how I broke my alliance with him.
Oh my god! I literally guessed it.
So basically, right,
Had to be
Start
him.
killing him. Start killing him.
things didn't go
Bro.
too well.
You just try to blatantly kill him.
No, he was invis.
Stay on him, dude, bro.
Why?
Please.
Why did they just do that?
He was invis, right?
Why
Like
did
he was
they-
like, okay, look, this was the other day. Whenever like there's like a ton of people on, so like he was invis, right?
Start killing him.
In front of like
No problem.
3 other people, and I was trying, and my target was on a certain other player, and guess what happened, bro?
Far away.
I said,
not that far, but I'm
like straight up, my target was on a different player, aka Xenobex, and Xenobex was on.
Had to be
Which
him.
Start killing him.
I was. Well, hush up, Mr. Mason, please. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna mute him real quick so I can actually finish my talking. Okay, basically, right? Xenobex is like immortal. I'm trying to kill him. Guess what happened?
Oh no.
I was attacking Klon, and then mid-fight, while I'm attacking Klon, and he's just like, just trying to dip, Xenobex gets the achievement. Getting an upgrade.
Let's go, getting an upgrade.
And then I stop attacking Klon, and then Klon pops up on me, and things did not go well. I didn't die, though. I am still immortal. I am still immortal. Bro, what happened, bro?
He just
You might
died.
be getting killed.
Who by who?
Yeah, by who?
I don't know. I'm trying to make my baby.
I think Ron should kill you 100%.
I think you should try to kill Kalan.
I'm not gonna try to kill Klon.
Yeah, you should try to kill Ron. It'll go on.
No, I'm talking about you, Tyrant. I'm talking about you. You should try.
Tyrone!
I
Why would
said
you wanna kill me?
Tyrant.
What's up?
Bro, I'm gonna mute you. Why do you sound like that?
I think I'm immortal. I only have 23 deaths. Yeah, that's definitely like a type of immortal thing.
That's exactly what an immortal player would be, but
Yeah,
Yup. He's definitely an immortal.
if he gets 24 deaths, then he's no longer immortal.
Yeah, that's just how
No,
math
he said
works,
he
I
says
guess.
Mike got 20. He said wait, wait, what did you say, Marlon?
If he gets 24 deaths, he'll no longer be
Klon's chasing
immortal.
him right now.
Wait, where did Tyrant go? It's gone?
Yo, Mister. Bro, it
He'll
broke
no
Mr.
longer.
Shield. Mr. Shield, it broke.
Let's go.
Mr. Log, Mr. Log out, log out, log out, Mr. Log out. His pants. He doesn't want his pee-pee walking around.
Sorry, Mr. Mason, but you might be dead.
You
Wait,
have 23 deaths or more.
Though, who's gonna be Clown Pierce's 20th heart though?
I hope it's Mr. Mason.
I hope it's main Pierre.
Yo, Mister, you're good. Yo, Mister.
I hope that isn't. I hope that it's not main.
Nah, that's
because
crazy.
I actually,
Mister, you're good.
Like last night, like it's the last night. If the world
the world is done.
I wanna be.
next to you,
Why did she give him 3 hearts?
if the
Mister,
party
what's going on with you, bro? Burial, I got a deal for you. Burial, I got a deal for you. If you could build me a tower at spawn, I'll pay you anything you want. I'll pay you.
20 million
Like
hearts.
Harvey or Burial, if you guys build me a tower, like both of you guys combined, or either one of you guys,
Okay, I'll build you
I
a
just want-
tower.
I just want a tower.
Yeah.
Just like a tall one.
Okay.
Not to like max height, like just like a 50 block tall tower.
Okay, I can make you a tower.
Can you make sure it's like Blackstone stuff?
Okay, so a Blackstone tower.
My bad, I accidentally deafened. Say it again.
So a Blackstone tower. Will you be willing to sign a contract?
Oh yeah.
That
Like basically like what type of contract? Like I'm gonna pay you like the max if you want hearts, the max hearts I'm gonna pay you is 1. I'm not paying over like
I don't want hearts.
okay.
I'm not a little greedy man. I'm not a little greedy boy.
What do you want then?
I just want a god set. I'm tired of
Oh I got you.
I'm tired of having Prot 2 and Prot 1.
Just get that Pro 3, baby. Okay.
Dude, I'm literally too lazy.
No, not this thing again.
Yeah, I'll build you a 100 block tall Blackstone tower.
Now I'm so tired of freaking
say it again.
what
Say it again, pardon?
100 tall Blackstone tower for god set and tools.
I got you. I'll start working on it right now if you want me to.
Oh yeah, bad.
I got that. Got you.
How much is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Can you do me a
6,
favor though? Could you do me a favor
7,
though?
8,
Depends.
9, 10, 11.
Oh my god,
Yippee.
Drew, shut up.
Could you like make sure that like the tower is like circle? Like I want to be like, at least like a
Oh
15
my
by
god,
15.
it's there.
Can you make it like a 15 by 15 like circular? Not like just square, like circular. 15 by 15.
Bro wants
Sure,
that
man.
Planet
Yeah,
Lord
sure.
tower.
Bet, thank you.
Bro wants Planet Lord's tower.
My god.
No.
I found
You
the
need
real
Woogie's
main
tower?
character.
Oh, I bet what? Oops.
No, I don't want Woogie's tower. Because Claude already made that. And then
Dang, is that a god shovel? Bet. That's mine.
oh
God
my.
pickaxe? That's mine. Obsidian, that's mine. Let's go. Ice bucket challenge.
This is gonna be where the
Ooh,
trading hall
pot.
is. Yay, yippee,
That's
yippee, yay.
mine. I love robbing from my teammates. I love robbing from my teammates.
Who are your teammates?
Uh, uh, uh.
What if I make a big redstone trap
Okay,
at spawn
do you
that breaks
guys
up the
not
whole
like
network?
Maine? Do you guys not like Maine?
He did some bad things to us.
I don't really care about
Okay, guys,
Maine. He
Maine
killed me
is
once,
not
but
my
I got
teammate.
scared.
I swear.
Okay,
Maine
hold
is
on. What
not
did you say,
my
Parliament?
I'm not teamed with Maine.
No, like I don't care about you, Parliament. I'm not gonna kill you. I don't care if like your teammate or nothing. I won't kill you. Don't worry.
I just want to stay at 10 hearts because it looks nice. Man, what are these enchants? What empire? Wait, who started an empire?
Nobody.
Can I how
Of
how
course,
can I
this
join?
guy wants to be the Empire.
NFI, by the way, NFI is being delayed a little bit, I think.
I want to join the empire. That sounds fire.
Oh,
Why does
that's not gonna go
everything
well.
get delayed? The Nether got delayed. Everything got delayed.
Oh, not the.
This guy doesn't even have an anvil. How do you not have an anvil?
Who?
Maine. He doesn't even have an anvil. This guy's actually throwing.
Wait, you at his base?
Yeah. He's my best friend.
No, he's not in BC.
Ooh, secret chest.
He can't hear me. He never said anything to
Oh
me.
my god. What is my teammate? My team is throwing. My team is throwing.
Bro, I'm mining with an efficiency 2 pickaxe.
My team is a bunch
Oh,
of
hell no. I
I'm
thought
going
I
to
was
tell
bad,
you
but this girl's like trash. Girl,
Ooh,
making
I
a
need
trade
that.
call. Yippee. This is
Oh,
gonna take
never mind.
forever. I hate my life.
Mhm.
Man, this is why I took a break from Minecraft.
No, never know. We don't
My
know
bad,
right
my
now.
bad, my bad, my bad, my bad, my bad, my bad.
Man, this is why I took a break from Minecraft, dude.
One person messages me saying, "Are you at Logan's base?"
Bruh. What the heck?
I'm gonna say. I'm just gonna say no.
Are you?
I'm not.
Oh, he just gave me meat gas. Thank you, thank you. Ooh,
One person whispers
potion.
to me, "Good, don't go there."
Oh, so you are still basically kind of ally. Maybe he forgave you.
You think? No, this kid
Oh my
jumped me
god,
right
it flipped
after.
this guy to a zombie.
Maybe he's just getting his get back, you know, like not to do that again.
Get my get back twice.
Are you going to Logan's base? What do you mean you think so?
The zombie sounds like it's like right next to me, but I don't know if it is actually though. Like, where are you, zombie? Oh hell no.
One person whispers to me, "Okay?" Question mark.
Oh come
Main
on,
pair
man.
MC whispers to you, "Can you help us fight Klon?"
Bro.
Ah, bro.
Okay. Oh,
Okay, me and Nate are at Logan's base.
that's insane.
Bro,
Um,
I don't wanna kill no one right now, bro. I'm trying to get
I don't
Pyrolin's
want to fight.
guts
I
up.
don't wanna fight, but Maine's saying that we're probably gonna fight. I don't want to fight.
Remember when we
What is
blew up
part of me was speed? He just part of
our
me was speed.
Tom
Why did he-
Pierce whispers to you, "Could you help me
Speed part of
fight
me.
Maine? I'm getting set up."
say that he
Um,
just asked me to fight you, help him fight you. Imagine how funny that would be. Actually, he kind of just told me to.
Boss, well, let's make it 2v1 by then.
me and Maine are at Logan's base. Please don't come. I don't want to fight.
I'm not going. I'm not
Thank
going at
you.
all.
I just heard that someone was coming here.
Honest.
Oh my god, Maine's ego is getting too big. He's saying that he's better than Klon. Literally every fight I've seen him fight with Klon, he's lost.
No, he's better than Klon now.
Finally.
Yeah, he's no like they're like Maine's low tier 2, Klon's low tier 2 in SMP, and Maine's low tier 2 in UHC. But in the rest of the game modes, Klon's only low tier 2 in 2 game modes. SMP and in no, we're talking about like net SMP. SMP and in yeah, Netbot. And then he's high tier 3 in the rest of the game mode. Same thing with Main. He's low tier 2 in UHC and then high tier 3 in the rest of the game modes that I know of on their main accounts. Main pair messages me saying, "Are we gonna fight Klon?"
Wait, should I make my villagers have a place to sleep, or should I just make them like non-sleepless?
I don't know. I'm not gonna kill Loki. I do want to get my get back on Klon, but at the same time, I do want to get my get back on Main for killing my team. So like, yo, the entire server versus them too. Okay, yeah, I'll do that.
Oh hell no, I'm not fighting them. I'm out of here, bro. Let me make my base in peace.
I'll sacrifice my life for Maine because,
Oh, this is about to be the biggest war ever, bro. Look, click tab, and look. Klon versus Main. So Klon Pierce's team, or like allies versus Main Pierce's
literally,
team.
it's just
Yo,
me and
what's
Maine
gonna
pair.
happen?
It's just me and Maine pair versus Klon and whoever else he brings.
Mr. Mason, I think.
Yeah, but Mr. Mason wouldn't
Mason,
fight
what the hell
back.
is Mr. Mason's gonna do?
Maybe Mr. Mason would help
crap, he's
since
in the
he's
call.
Klon. Maybe he's like,
I forgot Mr. Mason's in the call, guys.
oh. My boots literally don't have protection.
Literally, anyone wanna fight against me? Cause
No.
yeah, I had no gear. I'm poor,
I literally don't have any I have only feather falling 1 on my
bro.
boot.
I had no gear. I'm practically naked.
Don't care. I refuse to fight. This
Yeah,
this
probably
guy's
no
just
fight.
looking into the river like he's the main character. What is this?
At least you got 7 husbands.
I think he's waiting for Klon.
Give your hearts to somebody, maybe. I don't
Who
know.
does Bro think he is?
The main character.
Bro thinks he's the main character.
He thinks that he's the main character. He might be,
This
but not.
guy's gonna start giving a sappy
Crap, I
speech
forgot
like,
about my roof.
ever since I was a small child, I always wished to be a hero, and now I can truly show this. Throughout fighting Klon, I can show everyone that I truly am the immortal player. Oh, it's critting. He didn't like my sappy speech. Oh, he can hear me, my bad. Ever since I was a small child, everyone disrespected me. Oh god. What is he looking? What are you looking at? Literally, what is this? Are you looking into the sunset?
Spawns
Like,
after
this will be my final
you
battle,
leave, I'm pretty
and I
sure.
will fight until
Does
the
it?
oh,
Just
oh,
post the
Claw's here.
log.
What do you mean high Claw Gears? Where? Is my runner distance too low?
My runner distance too low.
Wait. Mm. Does he trust my speech? You know what? The entire server has gone to shambles ever since Spawn is. Oh,
That's fine. Oh,
as I row into shore, I finally see my enemies. I trained for years
Holy
to finally
hell,
murder
it's finally
them.
finished.
Guys, let's all just be friends.
they're not any friends.
Make a house. Oh! Everyone can be an immortal player. There's some carrots. Mr. Mason, are you gonna fight here if a fight happens? Are you gonna join in? Yeah, there's literally nothing here. This is the best group in all of Minecraft history.
I would laugh. I would
Maybe-
laugh so hard if Powerline teamed up with Main Pair and Klon.
Hi, I'm Minecraft, and I'm a crash on all this.
Pee-pee!
Hi, I'm Minecraft. Minecraft follow.
Oh,
Whoa,
he's
it's
just
me,
floating
Minecraft
away.
game.
Water. Very next step. No, why do you think I have lapis? Idiot noob.
Mr. said, where'd Klon go?
Where is she? Where is he?
Oh crap.
If he doesn't think about me on speed.
No way. If the world was
Let's
ending,
end it. I wanna be there.
welcome to you. Help me kill my base.
Bro.
Actually, all I need to do is help me get down the villagers, but do not mind the block because they're gonna fall to the
But
death.
don't not mind the block because they're gonna fall to death because they're gonna die to fun image.
So please don't. Oh crap! I'm gonna need you to. I must have to send you my cord. So hopefully you don't send these to anyone else. What? Bruh.
Oh, hi, Claude.
Player was not found. The frick you mean the player was not found? Oh crap! I messaged him.
Ow. Who cares, bro? As I look at my enemy of all my life. Oh, my bad. You should go back to thinking your dramatic story. My bad. Okay.
I sent you the cord. I don't know why.
Klon Pierce whispers to you, and you're just spamming it. Pull up to Logan's base. We drop main pair.
Say,
no,
nope,
me
I'm
and
gonna
Maine are
help.
getting out of
Say,
here.
no, I'm gonna help Karisu build his base.
Maine, we're getting dropped. Get out. Get out of
Also, they're in the
here.
nether.
You guys didn't see that.
Oh,
You know, I'm helping Karisu build his base.
I just said that. I said I'm gonna help Chris build his base, but let me get another god set first.
Yeah, for me.
Yeah. You're gonna need that god set for the end fight anyway.
Bro,
No, my
that
teeth are actually jittering right now. I'm not good at these situations.
He's like,
My teeth are
Neighbor
jittering together.
protect
My
me, I'm
body is genuinely
scared.
shaking. For no reason. Where is bro going? This guy actually understands it now. What? What? Wait, what? My escape plan actually worked. My bad.
My bad.
You took the water. I'm gonna die. Luckily, I have feather falling wand to protect me. Kaboom.
Luckily, I got
Shika shika
something
boom
one to
boom.
protect
Shika
me.
shika boom boom. Is
Boom,
this
boom,
guy
chicka, chicka, boom,
boxing up?
boom. It's just gun boxing.
Stupid game.
Ooh.
No. We're actually in the end right now. We're killing the end dragon at this moment.
Yeah, you guys definitely got the end achievement, bro.
What? There is no. Why does this guy know the ports of every single biome? How are we in an ice fight? How are we? Where? How? Yeah, this kid just found it.
Ice fights?
This kid just led me to an ice fight. Bruh. People, you suck. Yeah, you suck at this game, bro. Bajoom, get roasted. Man, how you're broke? Get your money up, bro. Oh my bad. I didn't mean it. I was joking.
Oh, my bad. My bad, bro. I was just joking. Yeah, what about it?
Oh, this is good. Why does this just exist? Oh, bruh. At least I have an anvil. Oh yeah, vector. What? Oh yeah, I have a prop rebuild. Let's go. No way. At least I have prop beyond my chest plate.
what base are you at?
I don't know.
What's the biome?
Oh, ice spike.
Ice spikes. What type of base is that? Ice spikes. Who makes a base that ice
Literally do not
spikes?
ask me. I have no idea.
Who the hell will find out? Who would make?
What?
Who the hell would search
Okay, Maine is really weird.
How did Maine even find a base that ice
Don't
spikes?
ask me, bro.
Oh my god.
This kid is cheating. Sorry, I was showing my map book.
Oh my god.
1, 2.
Literally, whenever you look
4,
anywhere,
5,
you look like you're thinking to yourself. This guy doesn't know new tactic.
If the villagers in a minecart, do they take fall damage if villagers in a minecart?
With all my new tech, maybe I could finally be my arch nemesis. Fuck ago. Oh, my bad. I didn't mean it.
Oh fuck.
I'm getting jumped.
Who you can jump by?
I think I won by.
I'm gonna keep going up by 1 every time. What does that mean? Oh, damage. Bro, I don't even know how to do the maze trick, but I found out somehow. Max level equals strength.
Max level or next level?
Next, that says next.
That says max, bro. What you want, bro? That says max.
I think you guys are smart.
Guys, I think I
But
might be.
apparently you're blind, bro. That says
Please, I
max
have 3
level.
golden apples. Please give me more.
No, that says max. It definitely says max.
Hi, if you wanted to know. What do you?
Hold on, do you want a pair of
Chris, are you on stuff pretty soon?
Where are the pants
No,
go?
this girl just went.
Yeah, you want
And then
those
walked
pants.
into
It's
my
way better than
grab
your
apple.
stinky pair of
She
pants.
looked at the screen and she went.
That wasn't a monologue. That wasn't a monologue. That wasn't a
That wasn't a
monologue. That wasn't a monologue.
That wasn't a voice.
What do I
I
hear?
did. You honestly gamer.
Oh yeah, I'm the autistic gamer. We're gonna let him enjoy the video.
Where did he go? Where did he go? He didn't even pick up my pair of pants.
What the hell is
You didn't even
that?
pick up a pair of pants.
He's just gone.
Pants?
Gone like the wind.
Are you part of the no PP pant club?
No
No
PP.
PP pant. Nope.
I'm part of the no PP pants. No pants people party. I'm a part of the no PP people pants.
How? How?
What
You just
happened?
go like the wind.
Run like the wind, bullseye. Kiki, do you love me? Are you riding? So you never ever leave from beside me. Nah.
Be quiet.
Nah.
Like,
Who else think you said Kiki? Who else think you said Kiki? Kiki. I heard Kiki. Do you love me? Are you riding? So you never ever leave from beside me. Cause I want you and I need you.
I jeans.
What? I'm Joe Biden,
Worst voice
and I'm
chat I've ever been
crazy.
in.
Alright,
Oh,
my
that
name
part
is
got
Joe
that part
Biden.
caught me off guard.
Joe Biden. Joe Biden.
Hey, Nightmare.
What's up?
Nightmare, do you have another sword?
I'm making you another god set, bro.
Could you make a god sword? Because I was just
Yeah,
fighting a
a god set
creeper.
equals a sword, axe, pickaxe, and armor.
Yeah, I was just fighting a creeper, and I shielded up before it exploded, and I accidentally pressed Q on my sword, and it exploded. I don't have a sword anymore.
I accidentally pressed Q.
My sword just exploded. Like,
I accidentally pressed Q when I was trying to.
no, I shielded up, and I accidentally pressed Q right before, and then it exploded.
Okay, bro.
I accidentally pressed Q. Well, this is going in the deathline clips, actually.
I didn't even know you could catch a mythical here, but let's try to catch it.
It's gone.
So basically, right, guys, I was fighting a creeper, but then I had the shield, and then I accidentally pressed Q as soon as it exploded. Bro, how do you press Q?
Okay, so basic, Oh, I was trying to press tab to look at the tab list, because I like to check the tab, like, every minute. But then I accidentally fat finger Q.
Hold up, what do you want like your max armor? Only Prot 3 Prot 3 American Day Mending? Or do you want like,
$10,000.
or do you want like, also like Death Shredder, Feather Falling, stuff like that?
Oh yeah, I like the Death Shredder Feather Falling. Makes life easier.
Okay. Aqua Infinity as well, or what? Aqua Infinity as well, or what?
Yeah, I like Aqua Infinity. It's a nice enchant. It makes it better.
Okay, got you. Bro, people call me weird for this.
If I could
But my
jump
sword
from
and axe, you know, I'm just gonna screen share real quick.
why? Why is this kid planting flowers on rooted dirt?
Look at my screen share.
Look at my. Yeah, you should press F3.
No, okay, betcha. Doesn't show up. Ready?
You should
So
press
basically,
F1
right?
and then F3.
I'm about to show you my inventory layout. Okay.
Okay.
Look.
Okay.
What is that? That's goofy.
No, it's not. Bro, this is where I keep my cobwebs. Oh, don't ask about that. I keep my cobwebs right there.
This kid's goofy.
What?
You should give me like half of those gaps.
I got paper hair in there.
No. Where's...
Whoa, you just unenchanted my gear? That's crazy. I'm not building your
Tell
tower
me.
after this.
Why am I flame frag skin? Why is that a flame frag?
Wait, are you on Cold's account?
Oh,
Are you on Cold's? Hold on.
crap. Ammo, bro.
Why are you on Cold's account?
What do you mean cold?
Cold X feed.
Feed? Not feed.
My bad.
What X feed? Feed.
How? Hey, what the cheat?
So fit. What the frick?
Just
So
got a
I don't got.
message. You should
I
answer
don't got
it.
an anvil no more.
That was in the chat.
Wait,
That was in the
wait.
chat.
I just saw someone's name tag. I swear to God.
It might be name pairs.
California girls, they are
Nightmare,
together
nightmare,
now. What's up?
nightmare, nightmare.
What?
I saw the name tag bio of the base. Like,
What base?
inside the base you were just in, like inside the walls, I saw a name tag.
Oh nah. Who's online that knows where the base is? No one, bro. You're actually not. Are you joking or you're real?
No, I'm being for real. I swear, I saw it. I saw the little gray outline inside the deep slate. The little gray rectangle in the deep slate.
Are you sure, bro? I swear. No one's here.
It looked longer than it looks like as long as my name or longer. It was as long as my name or longer.
That might be clumpiest, man.
It was like
Man.
it was in the granite. It was in the granite. I swear to God.
That area? Oh, granite.
Yeah, it was like over there. Yeah, like just in that direction you're facing. I swear to God. I feel like I'm going crazy.
Maybe it's like Mr. Mason. Maybe it was Mr. Mason.
I don't know, but I swear to God I saw something.
Just let this go. Oh, that scared the living shit out of me. What in the world? Oh!
No, it was like right before. It was like right before you went to the water. Go forward. Go forward a bit.
Oh.
Go forward.
Not even.
I'm not really doing anything, so I'm gonna watch the screen share. Touch your kids every night. What you doing with them, my friend?
Oh, frick.
That is not the noise
Okay,
I'm making.
am I actually going crazy right now? I swear I saw something.
Who got alerts on? Oh, I can't even see him. Rip my.
Oh, I swear I'm not trolling.
Okay, no, I saw Mayfair's out of layer. Whenever I clicked on the thing, it showed his out of layer on. No.
No, main and cold are really chill.
I'm cold.
Yeah, main. Yeah, so if you're on Cold's account, wait, you've been playing.
I changed my name to Cold.
Oh, I thought that Cold was a whole different person this entire time. Whoops.
Oh.
Bro!
What?
Oh. I gave you that name, or I suggested that name to you.
Yeah, I know.
It's like, what name?
Well, I swear, if Main is at this base, bro, I'm actually gonna, like, crash out.
You should
I will
press
fight back.
F3. Please. Thank you.
What the?
Hey, what's recording right now? I'm gonna slow back the footage.
Oh, no.
I went back to my recording. I saw.
Bro, your dad is there.
No, wait, I forgot what that means.
Love me like I love you. Wait. They don't love me like I love you. What is that? You mean, are you trying to do this?
What does that mean? No, the little, this.
Oh, you don't know? Oh, I'm not explaining that to you.
What does that mean?
It means you wanna, it means you wanna, that.
No, it doesn't.
It does,
It's
search it
like, it
up.
means like broken love.
No, search it up, it means you wanna, they don't love me like they love you.
No,
I'm on
it
vacation.
means broken love. It means broken love.
I'm on my vacation.
It means broken love.
I'm on vacation. I allegedly accidentally stuffed
Drugs.
pineapple on the. This thing is
What?
not going up.
Where is Maine? I need him to come back to me.
Main's probably at my base, bro. I'm gonna stop screen sharing because Klon's probably at my base. Not Klon, Main.
I need him to come back. I need him to come back. I'm lonely. I'm lonely without him. I feel unprotected. Yeah, because you're broke. Oh. Oh, Maine, oh, Maine, oh, Maine, oh, Maine. If only you could come back to me. It's been so hard. It's been so hard to live without you. Oh, Maine,
what do you
oh,
want?
Maine, oh, Maine, oh, Maine, oh, come back to me. Oh, come back. Oh, come back to me, please.
We touch kids every night. What the fuck?
Oh, I can't defend myself against the strong old monsters. But all I can do is try to go and die to sleep. But I can't go to sleep because the
I mean, what do you
barbarians will
want?
go and bite me to my demise. So I need you to be here.
No, I hate
For
whoever just left. I actually do hate
me.
whoever just left.
Ooh, Maine, I need you tonight. Tonight I need you.
If the world was empty, I wanna be
Wow,
next
interrupting my
to
song is crazy.
you. No, because the song's playing in the background.
Yeah, you should listen to my song. No,
Hush
it's
up.
actually oh man.
No, about rolling down in the deep.
Frosty's continents with last
Yeah.
hesitation.
You murdered 1,000 kids and you thought it was funny?
Yeah, I'm gonna start saying words so that you get banned off of your streaming website.
You and I start to say goodbye, and I don't know what it all means. But since I survived, I realized wherever you go, that's where I follow. Nobody's promised tomorrow, so I'm gonna love you every night like it's the last time. Like it's the last time. If
If the party was over. yourself because the song turned off. Who muted that song?
In our time on earth was through. I wanna hold you.
I did it, man. Oh, shoot. Oh, shoot. Oh, shoot.
Ain't no way we're timing it perfectly, dude.
I don't even wanna do this
There's no
anymore.
more.
'Cause you already know what you mean to me.
There's
The only war worth fighting for. Wherever you
you
go,
guys where I go.
nobody's promised
Promise
tomorrow.
tomorrow.
So
So I'm a ready
It's the
like the
last
last night.
night. But it's the
Like
last
the last
night.
night.
It's the
The world
world was
ends
ending.
and
I
I
wanna
wanna
be
be
there
next
to
to
you.
you. The party was over and our time on earth was through. I wanna hold you just for a while and die with a smile. Yep.
be next to you.
I think that's it. Okay.
Right next to you. Yes, to you. Right next to you.
That was my season.
God damn it, bro. Why? Just say I want
Bruh.
fun.
If the party
It's
was
over
over,
and our
come on
time
out.
was through. Hold you
Just
for a
for
while
and
and die with a smile.
Just stay on one spot, bro, please.
Ooh, we all got that too.
Bruh.
Ain't no way, bruh. We got that. Yep. Let me get a song. Let me get a song on. Let me get a song on then. I'm fun of this song. Ooh, I know a good song. I know a good song.
What's up, guys, there's a whole
This
karaoke
is this
night.
song. This is song. This song. Oh, that's not it. That just eat them ball. Damn it. That's not it. Oops.
What do you mean that's not a thing?
The lyrics says eat them balls. Dang it. Oopsies.
The mole. I love the mole.
What's a good? What's a good? Okay, name some songs. Here, I'll name a song. Do you guys know all that? Do you guys know all I want for Christmas is you?
Yeah, that's a go.
I bet that.
I just find
Yeah. All I want.
There is just one thing
Thing I
I
need, and I don't want a lot for Christmas.
Bruh.
No, 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 bro. No. You don't know it, bro. You actually don't know it. You know what? No. It goes like No, it goes like this.
Don't want no Christmas. Just one thing I need. I don't care about the Christmas. I just want you for my own.
More than you could ever know.
Make my wish
Come
for Christmas. Is you.
on Christmas. There is the one thing I need, and I'm going on. Hello.
Please stop.
That was not how you spell karaoke.
Karaoke. Sorry, I just have to ask my advisor to see if I should come to this. Maybe you're gonna bait him to spawn. You're not gonna kill him. He ain't not responding to my messages anymore.
Baby.
Please respond to my messages, babe. Okay, so my best friend is going to spawn, so I'm going to spawn.
Almost come true. Baby, all I want for Christmas.
Please stop. Mr. Mason, if you sing one Red Rat song here, I'm jumping.
Baby.
I don't wanna talk to Christmas. There's no way you're gonna die to baby magma cubes.
What song next?
We should actually save it for karaoke night.
Okay. Who here is close to spawn?
I'm like all the way at the world border. I think I might need a TP.
Gosh dang.
I know, I'm sorry. I can't walk 5K. There's another portal near me.
Yeah, you're getting some. Hello everybody, welcome back to my another YouTube channel. Bro, I don't sound big.
For
Why are we all in various
perfect.
Get me away. Get me
Man,
away
I
from
did
these
not
guys.
give my consent to TP, but no, this is actually much easier
Is
than
my
me
house
walking.
fixed? Oh my god, this house sucks. Is my house fixed? Oh my god, who fixed my
Wait, is
house?
it?
I
Wait.
love whoever fixed my house. Whoever fixed my house is an actual god gamer.
Oh, Mina's? Mina's a god gamer, bro. Mina's a. Clone Pierce! Clone Pierce! Clone Pierce!
Where's Maine? Where's
Oh,
Maine?
bro.
Where's Maine? Where's Maine?
Bro, hi, Chris, I see you. Bro, Chris, hit me again. Watch
I
what's
see
gonna
him, I
happen, I
see him, I
swear.
see him. My friend.
Alright, I'm dead. I'm gonna by 2 people. Yo, chill.
Like I said.
Bro. Murder, murder. Maine, there's been murder, there's been murderer. As I look down on the crowd, I'm not meant for this party, but the party's meant.
Barista!
I'm
Oh,
not meant for this party. They're not ready for me.
hold up. Lifesteal.
I watch
Looks
over
horrible.
every
Chris's fan.
single player. They are all my prey. I will destroy them all tonight. Yeah, they just don't know.
Oh, drop it!
Is that how you feel right now, man?
Man, the next time I'm getting gear, I'm dropping these.
Dropping who, bruh? How you use the soda question? God Pierce! Claude Pierce! Yo, guys, I found my goat. Claude Pierce. I don't want to test damage though. Sure.
I stay away
Half
from
a heart.
the crowds. I didn't get to finish it this time.
Why are you shooting at me, bro?
I go into the crowds to pretend I'm Julie. Ow. Nice going. He was trying to murder me and he accidentally
Who
murdered
got the
an
heart? Who
innocent
got the
man.
heart? Because Maine didn't. He's already
Yeah,
on
an
20.
innocent woman.
I don't have it.
Guys, I know for a fact Maine and Clump can't hear me, so I'm fine. Oh, I got a void trap set up for them.
Come on, no.
I actually meant to kill her. She'll
Wait,
never know.
Get the,
I'm
get the stupid
You know.
picture.
really not. Oh, no, he left.
No!
He left too. Oh, he left too.
The frick happened.
Everyone's
You're not-
account just got hacked.
How?
Everyone just got hacked. Please get
I
out of
got
my
kicked.
house.
Wait, Sandra,
I
kill
got
me
timed out. I got timed out.
Sandra, kill me real quick. Kill me.
Oh my god, this kid. Who just shot me?
I get my heart.
Yeah,
From the
It looks
base.
like I'm back. Bruh. A deer?
I got timed out.
Bruh, this is bad deer. I don't even want it. I was gonna try to rob someone, but I stay away from big crowds. It's kind of like I'm the alpha of the pack. I'm gonna die. Wait, wait. They don't know my true identity.
I can't punch
I
cold.
hide
I'm secretly actually the alpha of all
This guy
the
killed me when I tried to
pack
punch
in the United States. The whole
Gonna get
school
kicked
just
again.
doesn't know yet. When I show my
He's
holy
gonna get kicked
logarithm,
again.
no,
Are you
I
serious?
really
I'm dead.
understand.
I'm gonna burn to death.
Get in the water!
Oh. Why are there so many signs over here? Look how these
Come on,
goopies
3
are.
hearts, bro. Chill out.
This is stop. Please build spawn with me. No taste river.
I got nothing on me. Hey, mister! Oh. Andre just spotted me. Yo, that's a W's in the
Nobody
chat, bro.
signed up for the Empire. That's crazy.
Hey! Oh, crap. I got no gaps on me, too. That's the
I'm about
thing,
to
I
see
got
a
no
fight
gaps
go
on me.
on. Yeah, yippee.
I got no gaps on me.
I stare at my arch nemesis. This is my arch nemesis. Oh my god.
Like that. Vera said, I'll save you. Vera said, I'll save you. Doink. Vera said, I'll save you.
We stare. Hold on.
I'm not about to see a fight go down. Let's go. W's in the chat.
We stare.
I'm
Ready for battle.
Bro, I got no
Press
gaps on me. I got no pots on me.
Fight to
Clown
the
Pierce is
death.
potting me up. That wasn't my fault.
The winner of this battle will come out with the other person's skull. Oh,
Oh,
another man also joins the fight. He really somehow likes to fight.
oh, yo, it's a face off. It's a face off. Pirates
As I
of
look
North
at my
away.
arch nemesis, I see true fear on his
Mister!
eyes. It's like I truly am more powerful than
What the
I
hell?
truly am more powerful than him. I truly am the one who rules over the server.
Oh no.
I truly am
Oh.
the other one. Oh, that's tough.
Free stuff. Oh my gosh. Oh my
Mister, you
gosh.
blew up spawn, mister.
Mm.
Okay,
Oh my
I
God.
didn't
What the
steal all
fuck?
that. Furry went through. Furry took it all.
No,
Furry
actually, no,
took
Loki.
it
No. Actually, Loki, though. I Loki want to see Clown in the main fight, but I want to see the fight right now.
He took your heart, by
all.
the way.
No wait, guys. Wait, come down into my house. We're gonna have a fight club. Fight club in my house. No wait, fight club in my basement. Fight club in my basement.
Oh hell no.
We let them here. Let me probably
No. Fight club in the basement.
look. Probably me
Basement.
and you set this up. Me and you set this up. Probably set this up. Yeah, me
Hold
and you
up.
set this up. Me and you set this up. Break the string to break. We don't. No one uses this no more. We let.
Wait,
Oh, Clownfierce messaged me. Clownfierce messaged me if a fight goes down, help me because I'm gonna lose.
Wait, can I have the materials of the thingy? No.
Fight club. Get down. Fight club.
Oh, I
Everyone
want to
be
see this
naked.
bad.
Everyone be naked.
Why?
Naked fist fight.
No.
Naked fist fight.
No, like an actual fight.
Look,
No,
it's the viewing stand. It's the viewing stands. Look.
I'll be at the viewing stand. Oh, wait, let me go on the viewing stand.
Get in the viewing stand. Get in the viewing stands.
Yippee.
Get in the viewing stands. Get in. Get in the viewing
Oh, here
stands.
comes Clown in Maine. Oh, here comes Clown in Maine.
Mr. Mason. Get in.
I swear, Varial, can I not just watch this in peace?
Varial. Get in the viewing station. Get in the viewing wheel station.
One
I'm going to
Pierce
quick
just
drop you,
messaged
Ariel.
me. One
Oh.
Pierce just messaged me. Get Pyra and run.
Yo, no.
Sorry, not Clown. Maine. Alright, well. He says JK. He says,
Yo, Mr. Mason, get in the viewing stands.
you know, I'm gonna get in the viewing session as well. You know, I'm not trying to. Oh, wait.
The
Yo, I
viewing
want to see
stands.
someone versus Clown.
Arrows. Oh, that's Turtle Master arrows. What the hell? What have Turtle Master arrows? What
Oh,
the
that's
heck?
actually good, bro.
They're only for 2 seconds. That ain't gonna do anything. Wait, that can be used to slow people down. Hold up. This is a W in the chat.
No, like it can actually be used to heal you too.
Bro, get out of my face, Mason. I don't want to fight. please.
Get in, Colin.
I'm just a boy with no gear. Please, bro. Please. Oh, you want your arrows back? My bad. I don't have that. I think Maine or someone took it. I don't have it. Oh, Pyram. Pyra has it, I think. He
No,
also
I don't
wants
have it.
to.
Kurisu has it, I swear to God.
Bro, I can screen share. I will literally screen share. I don't have it. No, I'm not screen sharing. I don't know. What the hell?
Me
Alright.
versus me. Yes. Mr.
Yeah.
Mason, get out. Mr. Mason, get out.
Mister, Clown will fight you up. Clown will fight you up. Clown will fight you up. Clown will fight you up.
Get out. Get out.
Me?
You're fighting
Sorry,
him.
but you're gonna have to fight him.
Oh no. Me versus Vero.
Oh, okay, give her gear. Oh yeah. Actually, no, Loki, give her gear. Vero, I can spare. I can give you hearts. You're gonna need to give them back. Okay. You're gonna need to give them back. Okay. Here, take some food. Alright, everyone, come here. We gotta share. We gotta share. Mister, you give her a gear because she's gonna give it back. Because I don't trust me being naked. You could trust. You don't care about being naked. Withdraw. Like to withdraw.
Don't worry, I can find it
Wait, it's gonna be like a
Vero,
boxing
Vero,
ring.
take 8 hearts. Take 8 hearts. Give me 8 back after the fight. Okay. Look at them. Bruh.
Stop building this stupid ass weird thingy.
Shut up. It's a
Stupid.
boxing ring. It's a boxing ring.
Oh, we're not trying to box. We're trying to.
Shut up.
Yeah, we're trying to. No, let him just fight. No, actually, no. Let him just fight out here.
Boxing ring. Okay. I literally
Let him
have
fight out here.
I literally have
Give
my
give
shovel.
Krisu gear. No, Loki, give Krisu gear and then let him fight. Krisu, I'm gonna give you 8 hearts. You're gonna spare them. You're gonna give them after, okay?
Fight. He said burial.
No, look at that.
Oh.
Do you wanna do it? You wanna do it? No, look,
Mine's
I'll actually
hard.
give you hearts. I'll actually give you hearts. I thought you just gotta give them back, okay?
Okay.
No, like Loki, you actually need to give them back. I'm being for real.
I
How much
am.
are you want? How much are you want?
I don't 8 right now.
8. You know, I'll give you this.
I
5.
give one of burial's hearts.
Hey, hey. Where's my god set?
Don't give me
Please,
gear
please.
set.
I still need to finish it. I don't got an anvil. No, Krisu, here, Krisu. Give me my armor back at the end. Fight him.
Oh, it's
If you have a sword,
No.
take that. Take that. And yeah,
Yeah, I'm just gonna make a little box for
I don't
me.
trust myself. I don't trust myself out there. So if you die, I'm just gonna snoop in and get my gear back and stuff. Which
It's not
100%
gonna
you're gonna do. 100% you're gonna die. Yeah. Oh, how about shield?
shield.
Take a shield. Take a shield. Oh, he potted up. Get ready.
Oh, I don't
Krisu,
have
get ready.
shield. I don't have gaps.
I gave you food. Vero, actually, don't punch me. Please, don't punch me. Please.
Oh,
I swear, I will create out this big axe.
Man, I'm gonna turn around. Guys, don't hit me on accident.
it looks like they're fighting.
I'm good.
Oh, dang. Let me get out and stoop my gear back up, you know,
take
bro?
it.
Like, actually? Like, you know I gotta stoop my gear back up. You know this is all mine. Where'd my pants go? Oh, there's my pants. I'm not trying to be pantsless. My heart. Now, Karisu, where you at for my extra hearts?
I'm at my base. I know what was to TP me back. Guys.
If I see
I
you,
need
I'm
my
gonna
hearts
start.
back.
Oh, there we go.
The frick? Oh,
Last
we'll give my hearts back.
withdrawal.
5.
Do you like my build? Do you like my build?
Yeah. Give me 5 back, Karisu. 5.
X. Do you
Wait,
like my
does
build?
Mainbird give me my heart back or no?
X.
I think
Do you like
so.
my build? Do you like my build?
Who's gonna fight next?
Do you like my build?
Oh, yeah, main has all these guys.
I think he likes my build. I think you should fight him.
No! Good.
I think you should fight him.
No, I'm good.
Nah, fight him. Fight him.
I think you
fight
should. I
him.
think you should fight him.
I have a stone sword. Remember what happened to my last sword? Oh yeah, Maine, did you hear what happened to my sword? Okay, so I was fighting a creeper, and then I shielded up, and I had my sword out, and then when the right before the creeper exploded, I accidentally fat fingered Q, so then I dropped my sword into the creeper explosion.
What is up, guys? It's Socks. For one, and today I bring you guys a special video. This video was inspired by Luke the Notable as he did 100 days in hardcore survival Minecraft. I decided to take it to the next level of difficulty by doing it with every single mod possible. If you don't know what I'm talking about, I do suggest to watch the video. I downloaded every single mod because this is the same mod pack. Any more mods would make my PC explode. This was a very hard video to record because not only did I end up dying several times, in general this mod pack is harder than RLcraft. Before I show you my successful run, I've now set up a stream schedule and we will be fighting the modded Ender Dragon as well as the modded Wither today on Twitch. But don't worry, I will now be streaming regularly, so don't panic if you can't make it because I'll keep every stream as entertaining as possible. Here's a quick speed run of all my deaths before we actually get to the successful run. Did I mention that I had 450 mods installed? I crashed more times than I actually died. On my first attempt, I actually died on the first night. I was trying to get the sheep to make a bed, but this weird mob was protecting them. I thought of a masterful plan where I would hit him through my window. Are you hunting? No one, because you're dead, boy. Ah! This did not go as planned. On attempt number 2, I actually found a portal gun in some mysterious chest. We just got a portal gun. My Twitch followers saw this as a window of opportunity. They told me to portal gun to the moon. And of course I believe them because this is modded Minecraft. I can't play my reaction because silly me, I use copyrighted music. But yeah, I didn't know what else I was thinking. On attempt number 3, I actually got all the way to day 7. Me being me, I try to keep my stream exciting by surviving the night in another dimension. Take a guess on what happened. Killed by a legendary iron sniper. Now you guys know what we're getting into. If you guys want to see me record for another 100 days, this video has to hit 100,000 likes. It's only a high number because it only took 2 whole weeks to record. Here we go, boys. This is day 1 of hardcore modded Minecraft. Haha. Please, Minecraft gods, be in my favor. And that's why we're starting on day 6 because I did nothing but mine for 5 whole days. Already dying several times, I couldn't take any more risks. But I was nowhere close to even crafting anything good. Having my house connected to my mineshaft kept everything nice and simple. Day 7 came and I already equipped myself with better armor than diamond. Feeling proud of myself, I decided to take the risk and start expanding my base. Seeing the daylight for the first time in 7 days made me realize actually how many dangers were around me. Learning from my past experiences, I learned a way to get infinite wood. Food sources and building materials were no longer a problem. Boom. How is that not the most satisfying thing you ever seen in your life? The next day passed and this is the day I realized there was no way I was gonna survive 100 days. It was only day 8 and I was scared of every single moving object around me. Ah, oh my god, that frog just did like a jump scare. Putting my fear aside, I wanted to check out this castle that I thought could be a potential base. There was also a lot of enemies in that base, so FBI open up! Got ready to feel a whole world of pain. Mr. Archer man. Ah! They weren't tough, but they were many. Before I was able to finish them all off, the night fell and I quickly ran home. Nice. Oh, what? Monsters nearby. There was some sort of weird dog outside of my house. It wouldn't let me sleep, so I had to make a bed way up high. On the next day, I came back to finish what I started, but then I realized there was actually a bigger castle next door. To make peace with my neighbors, I decided to eliminate them all. Feel my wrath! Ah! Why are you running? Why are you running? After making peace with all the Minecraft steves, I decided why not move here instead? And then there was a sign from our Minecraft gods. This is my base. This is the coolest thing I've ever seen in my entire life. With a whole 10 days passed already, I knew I had to get settled in my new base. I also planted cactuses all around my castle because I thought it looked really cool. I made a quick cobblestone path that allowed me to move back and forth from my old to new base. This made transporting items much easier. A new day was here and I was really pumped to move everything. I had to take a different route because there was a mafia of bees outside my house. After breaking into my own home, I was successfully able to transport all my items. The next day, I got more prickly things to surround my castle. Little did I realize these cactuses are actually one of the reasons I'm still alive 100 days later. And we finally were able to mark this as home. I spent the whole day of day 13 looking through new and cool items that I could craft. I came to a conclusion that I couldn't stream anymore because I knew that my Twitch chat would just try to get me killed. Finishing off day 13, I watched my gate open and close a couple times and learned that you can ride ostriches at remarkable speeds. When I came home to sleep, I sadly learned that mobs can spawn inside the base. Scorpion looking boy. Ah! I protected Karen the ostrich and went to bed. I woke up to the weirdest looking cat I've ever seen that is immune to sword damage. How is that even fair? I decided to make turrets inside my base to protect myself from these intruders. I made a level 1 turret that shoots wooden blocks. I'm so proud of myself. Oh, you gonna die today, boy. Boom! It took 6 minutes to kill that weird cat. Wanting to sleep for the night, Minecraft was like, psych, you thought, and it was a blood moon. My cactuses turned out to be extremely effective. You must be asking yourself, why does that matter? There are mobs in this mob pack that break through blocks, including the creepers. Oh god, they broke many holes into my base. Not able to sleep during a blood moon, I started to mine. After surviving probably the hardest day of Minecraft history, I decided I really needed to upgrade my defenses. That's right, it's time to make a moat. They won't be able to reach my base if they fall into a pit. I spent all day on this, and even continued in the morning. But finally, it was finished. Should we test out the moat? Good job, Socks for 1. I spent the rest of the day getting wood because what's wrong with having too much wood? Day 17 was all about improving my home base. The turrets were weak, but what if I had multiple? Haha! We got a security system now. Look at that. And then I crafted way too many torches just so I could place that one torch. The next day I wanted to put my torches to use, so let's make a mine shaft. I had to make a lot of extra chests because my inventory kept on being filled with random ores. So yeah. Just mining. Day 19 was extremely unproductive. I spent most of the day looking at the thousands and thousands of recipes there were just for different types of wood. And out of all those recipes, I decided just to make the classic wooden stairs for my mine shaft. I have no idea why the scorpions sound like frogs. The big day 20 was here and it was time to do some more mining. Emeralds were extremely useful because I could actually make armor out of it. I found like this end spooky stuff that still really scares me and I usually stay away from it. I ended up filling 6 more double chests of random ores that I didn't even know if they were good or not. Most of them were useless because I didn't understand how to use them. I literally spent the next 2 days looking at the millions of items that I could make. The only thing I could make was a slightly better chest that turns out to be actually worse. I ended up watching popular MMOs just to learn some of these mods. I mean, practically I was already a master. It was day 23 and I was tired of sitting around, so let's go on an adventure. I had my super golden apples that I needed to use right away because these bees on drugs kept on attacking me. I had to fight mob after mob after mob. Eventually I was able to break through to a sand village where I could probably get some good loot. I found some really cool portraits of like creepers and pigmen and it was the coolest thing ever. And then I took everything else that seemed valuable. I don't know what this was, but I think it was some weapon for the villagers to end all of humanity, but that's just my best guess. Luckily I came home before it got too dark. And this brick right here is immune to all ranged weapons, so my turrets didn't do anything to him. Day 24 went by in a flash. I made a lot of home improvements, including making all my turrets match. I ended up raiding up a lot more castles because they were really fun. Poor AI being bullied by Socks for 1. The best part is all this loot, but I only understood about 20% of it. Yeah, that was pretty much it. From my last raid, I got somewhere where I could summon a pet wolf. Little did I realize that my turret saw everything as an enemy. No! Before I could change the settings, it was too late. No! It was all good though. I had another one. We had the best time together. We killed cows together, attacked some angry squids. I mean, completely avoid them. And then we went back home safe and sound. Day 26. Ah! There's a bee in the base! Dog, run away! No! Yeah, day 26 was really sad, so here's some really cool spider pigs that I found. It was a new day, but I was still upset from the day before. I tried new crafting recipes, but it didn't really work out the way I planned. My spirits lifted when I found more castles to raid because, yeah, who doesn't like raiding castles? I went out quite far this time, but luckily I made it home before it got too dark. I love turrets. Day 28, I realized that I'm missing most of the basic material. I started building cages so I could force the cows to breed and then kill them later. And of course, I needed to make a wheat farm in order to get wheat. This was very calming, especially after all the crazy things that happened recently. At this moment, I wasn't able to plant the seeds, but my future self, haha, knows that I need cropping sticks. The next day, I learned that you need cropping sticks in order to plant your stuff. I don't know what my ostrich is doing, but I thought it was really funny. And boom, look at that beauty, baby. And that giant wasp made me realize that I'm actually completely vulnerable out here. I decided to make more turrets and put them outside because that's so cool. This would have been a good idea if I didn't have level 1 turrets. And I almost died again because that giant wasp was like, what up? I'm gonna follow you. How am I still alive? It was day 30 and it was time to make my turrets ready for war. They fired wood planks, so I got as many wood planks as I possibly could. And this is when I realized my mistake. Turrets will fire at any enemy target, including the ones that I can't harm. You see that weird dog with the double swords above it? Yeah, that means I'm not high level enough to attack it. Does this dinosaur thing really think it could get past my It went through the blocks! Close gate! Oh, he's in the base! I had to lead him like 100 blocks away from my base so he wouldn't follow me anymore. That was a stressful day.
Whoa!
Day 31, I decided to take my mind off my base and go on exploring. Not only did I encounter another castle, I encountered the king of all castles. I mean, seriously, this place was huge. There were so many archers that I even popped a super golden apple before I went in. While dealing with the rest of the ground forces, I nearly died because I didn't realize my health was so low. If I didn't have super golden apples, I would have already been dead. There was plenty of loot and even cows. And this castle had a working drawbridge. I basically fell in love. And I slept like a king. Day 32, I had to check the surroundings. Honestly, I think it was just still really funny that I could ride an ostrich. I got a lot of cool loot, including an ender sword that seemed really cool. I found an army of girlfriends, so I made sure to mark that for later. I found a gangbang of different castles, but that was basically it. Haha, I have a castle and they don't. It was a new day and I spent most of the day traveling all the way back to my base. These meanie iron golems made me realize how useless these turrets were because they were anti-ranged. Just look how cool my base looks. Oh, someone just died. I decided to remove all my turrets and now I have too much wood. I guess you could say I was gonna wake up with morning wood. Day 34 and 35 were all about making my base bigger and better. I basically had infinite wood, so I just kept on putting more and more layers. Just placing blocks took up the entire day. And the day after that, I had a little bit of stone bricks, so I was like, hey, let's do a little bit of mix and match. And voila, welcome to my whole new floor to my amazing castle. It looks kind of weird from the outside, but then again, it was pretty epic and practical. The next day was a very scary day. At first, I was just doing normal Minecraft things, and that's when I saw it. That thing. And for some reason, there was an unusual amount of mobs outside, including the mafia bees right outside my base. That thing was in front of my base, so I looked at him and it yeeted me backwards. And I stared at it all day because I was scared it would teleport into my base or something, so yeah, no. Day 37, I had to travel a little bit just to get dirt. Just dirt, could you believe that? Socks War, maybe it's because you're surrounded by an entire desert, but I put the dirt to good use as I made a wheat farm on the new layer on my base. Wheat farms actually take a long time to make, especially when they're pretty big. And I did a little patchwork as well, but yeah, the sun was shining again and it was time to make everything look pretty. And then I realized, what was the point of having a wheat farm if I didn't have any cows? This was by far the hardest thing I've ever done in Minecraft history. Sometimes the cow doesn't even respond that you have wheat and then he just stands there. And then I had to forget about the cow because then I had another thing that got inside my base that I couldn't attack because I wasn't high level enough. I had to do some like insane matrix maneuvers to try to get him out. But yeah, it was a pretty emotional day. Day 39 was a little bit of a roller coaster, but I did get that one cow into my little pen and I set up all my turrets around my base so I had a really good security system. And I made sure to make them not attack neutral targets so they wouldn't kill any more dogs. I had to travel a little bit to get some more cows, but the sun was falling, so it was becoming a little bit dangerous. I found a nice group of cows, but it became dark, so I retreated back to another castle. There was no bed in this castle, so I kind of just like looked around. It was day 40, and it was also the day I nearly died. It was so hard to get the cows to reach my base because I constantly had to fight in mobs, and sometimes they would just lose interest. So I decided to go back to my base in order to like refresh the cows. On my way back, the craziest thing happened. You see that thing? I don't know, it was on like super sonic speeds. I nearly died. It was moving faster than I was. I did some like building block defenses. I don't even know. I nearly died. It was my heart. I was screaming. I was basically dead. I was so shocked by what just happened. I literally rewatched what just happened because if that were to happen again and I didn't have my super golden apples, I would have been dead. I had an idea where I would attack the cows so they would be angry at me and chase me, but they still moved super slow. Getting a ramp ready to bring him across and then what? Wait. He's moving so fast now. He's moving faster than me. What? I didn't want to kill him because then I would lose him, but I had to pop another super golden apple. Why are they moving super fast now? Like, what is going on with this game, man? What kind of mod is this? Sadly, I had to kill him because then I would have died. I had enough Minecraft for today. Day 41 was a lot better. The cows were actually happy to see me and they followed me. This was the happiest day of my life. I actually had 2 cows. Oh, well, 3 including the baby. I didn't have much time for the rest of the day, so I just started mining. I mined for a little too long because it looks like a lot of things spawned in my base and they were really creepy and yeah. I didn't want to take any risks, so I popped another super golden apple and fought these like weird beast looking boys. It was day 42 and I wanted to take things a little slower, especially with the water. wasp right outside my door. I expanded my farm to have sugar cane as well, for paper of course. And I organized my chest as best as I could, but then again, I didn't really understand half of it. The next day I noticed that my armor and my pickaxes were starting to break, so I had to get more of that material. And why not get some obsidian while we're already down here? I mean, I haven't gone to the nether yet. And with all the new material, I was able to craft myself a full set of new armor and some new pickaxes. It was a new day and a big day. It was the day we would go to the nether. I took it really slow because I had no idea what was awaiting for me. I saw everything as a high threat because I had no idea how strong they were. My only objective though was to get glowstone because that's how I was able to go to another dimension. I looked around a little bit, but everything looked really scary and I did not like scary things. Yeah, nope, I was out of there. Before the day ended, I decided to build another portal that leads to basically Minecraft heaven. But with 450 mods, it's still extremely dangerous, so I was like, nah. Day 45 went by in a flash. I basically did all the household chores, you know, like cleaning up and organizing, wheat farming, sugar caning. It was a nice day. Day 46 is the day I was like, you know what? I'm growing a pear. I'm going to this other dimension. I mean, it's gonna be totally fine. Like, what could possibly harm it? Wow, this place is beautiful. Look, the cows have wings. This place is, what are those? They got laser beams, laser rifles. We're out of here. No, 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 nope, 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 no, 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 no. I ended up spending the rest of the day just looking at recipes that I couldn't make for some reason. But haha, future self knows it's because I needed research points. Did I fail to mention that I actually did this for 2 whole days? Honestly, it's pretty interesting seeing how many different crafting tables there actually are. And guess what? I counted. There was 137 different crafting tables I could make. It was day 48 and it was time to do some wizardy stuff. Since I had obsidian now, I could actually make an enchantment table. But of course, modded Minecraft makes everything super interesting these days, doesn't it? Of course, I chose that I was a female and in fact that I also like females. This part, in fact, it scared me and I didn't choose any option. Instead, it gave me a magical orb and you know me, let's just use it and I'm now in a different dimension. Great. From the minimap, it looks like I was still home, but I wasn't able to break out of anything. I went through the same options again, but it told me something was gonna happen. So I got out of there, and I knew that I had to put the enchantment table somewhere far away from my base so it doesn't, like, blow it up or something. I placed the enchantment table outside. I went through the exact same process, but this time I just chose that I live alone. Oh god, we're traveling again. Wait. What? It built a house? For one person, this is amazing. It built an entire house next to my castle. Now that is what I call epic. Day 49 was all about repairs. I got some more cactuses because now I had 2 bases to protect. And I also filled up my old wheat farm because now I'm expanding my bases. And for some reason, that enchantment table blew up an entire section out of my base. And I couldn't even place blocks either. I kind of just like right-clicked and it appeared. So I knew I just had to relog. After relogging, everything was back to normal and it was also nighttime. We were halfway finished with our challenge and it was time to get serious. I wanted something cool to connect my 2 new bases together so they were united. I ended up just using stone walls because they actually look really good. But then I just had to wait for my furnaces to turn all my cobblestone into stone. Everything feels so slow when you're waiting for something. Wanting to switch to my shovel, I accidentally hit my pickaxe that destroyed my gate, my beautiful gate. I was so traumatized by this that I relogged quickly because I thought it was some visual bug, but no, it was gone forever. This is so sad. Can we hit 17 slabs? And I spent the rest of the day clearing up a path to unite our 2 new bases. It was a nice new day where bees weren't even attacking me, and all I did was place slabs. You gotta admit, that looks really good. I was quite motivated at this point that I was halfway there and almost halfway done with my path. Last but not least, I had to place the walls around, and oh god, that's a bee. We are running away. We are going. We can't close the gate. Oh god. Out of anger, I looked up how to make the most powerful sword in the game, but turns out I'm way too poor. Day 52, I did some home improvements, including clearing out my inventory. I still had the enchantment table, so I was wondering if I could actually make another structure out of it, but it was just a regular enchantment table now. What am I supposed to do with an enchantment table that's actually supposed to do what it was supposed to do? But then I remember I still had these orbs. Haha, oh god, we're going back to another dimension. This time I chose that I was married because I wanted a different building. Oh no. What have I just done? I had a wife and her name was Lori, and we had a much bigger house right next to my castle. I was basically making a whole village at this point. Poor Karen the ostrich was getting in my way, so I had to put her out of her misery. Yeah, I don't know why the ostriches sound like cats, but this mafia bee came back and now he was in his territory, so I couldn't do anything anymore. I just had to watch him from inside my base. Day 53 was here and haha, I still had one of those mystical orbs. This time I chose the final option of living in a village, and oh boy, did I not expect this. I mean, what else should I have expected? I literally got an entire village, like a really good looking one with actual guards. I didn't expect it to be so big. It actually took out a portion of my base, and no, my cows were free. Luckily, with all this new space, I was able to trap them in someone's backyard. Just when things were getting good, the weird dog found me and he started chasing me, and I was hoping the guards would protect me, but even they couldn't do anything about him. I had to run for my life. I made a path to go from the village to my castle so I could get in and out really quickly. It worked out pretty well. Sadly, my Minecraft's wife's base also got destroyed in the crossfire. I was hoping she was gonna leave, but she forced me to repair her house. I was too lazy to repair it fully, so I kind of just improvised. Wow, the bee is so scary, man. Since I destroyed a quarter of my base in the last day, I had to do some infrastructure. That included taking out an entire wheat farm, and also demolishing most of my expansion, and even a little bit more. Luckily, from all my past mining sessions, I had plenty of materials to keep on making pickaxes. And honestly, the castle was really turning into a home now. Day 55, I started putting up some finishing touches on my base, and even finished out my path. And look who's back, the spider pig boy. But this time I'm gonna fight him, and oh my god, he has some kung fu moves, man. And this is why you gotta build a wall so these hammerhead looking, two-eyed looking boys can't reach me. Haha. Look at him try. When I went to the village, I tried flirting with one of the Minecraft guards, but she didn't like me very much. So I started to think what grave I should put her in. I forgot about the past and I started expanding the village's path to my castle's path. I continued this the next day and oh my gosh, am I green or what? I am so good at this. I was so happy with my design, I made this path all around the village. And of course, getting wood was never a problem. I wanted to go on an adventure soon, so I spent the next 3 days gearing up, mining up. No, seriously, I mined for like 3 whole days. I even found a little bit of titanium, which is actually really good. But turns out I needed a whole lot more of that in order to make anything good. Even though I was mining so much, I never got the ores that I wanted to make the cool and epic armor, or even weapons. There was just so many mods that the ores were basically infinite. Oh, my game crashed again. It was day 60 and we weren't gonna mess around with cows or sugarcane or wheat anymore. It was time to go on an adventure. I hopped onto my ostrich and went as far as I possibly could in 1 day. And of course I brought my bed with me so I didn't have to survive the horrors of the night. On the next day I found like this weird kind of grave thing, but I didn't find anything too special or actually any loot at all. But I did come across this huge mansion that was massive. I tried to get in, but all those weird dogs were tracking me down like little hunters, man. They wouldn't stop. Oh my god, it was also the rhinoceros. I snuck through the side door, maybe I could see if there was any treasure loot, and oh, he was waiting for me. Now this was more like it was some sort of cave slash dungeon, and I could actually kill the stuff it was spawning. There was like this cool upgraded zombie that like deflected my attacks, but he was pretty easy. The loot was but then again, I didn't really understand any of it. I ventured off with my ostrich when we came across this giant pyramid. Before I would go in, I wanted to sleep for the night, but it turned out to be a blood moon. I stayed in this wooden tower that I made really quickly and waited the night. The blood moon passed and it was time to raid the temple. Other than the cave spiders nearly giving me a heart attack, it had the worst loot I've ever seen. Seriously? Leather armor? What is this? I wanted to raid this castle, but for some reason there was like a huge amount of mobs all around it, probably still from the blood moon. I ran out of there as soon as I could. Luckily we found another mega castle and these people really wanted me dead because they jumped out of their castle just to deal with me. There were so many of them that I couldn't even get close to them. I used high level Fortnite skills of blocking them off and then taking them off one by one. Yeah, it was pretty intense. I also got to sleep like a king. Day 63, I got to loot the entire castle. The amount of loot was unreal. I also took their redstone lamps because I felt like that could be important for my base. Would you look at that? There was a neighboring castle, aka more loot from me. The next day I started to go home because I actually had too much loot in my inventory. But sadly my ostrich died to one of these weird scorpion things, so I had to go all the way back on foot. I came across some scary looking fucking cult. They were probably worshipping some anime god. Honestly, they didn't seem that tough, so I came up and started hitting one, but then they started shooting fireballs, and I was like, nah, I'm not about that. Luckily, I was able to escape through a forest. I made sure to kill all the cows because I needed the leather to make a lot of bookshelves. I slept the night in the forest. Day 65 was inside the forest, and I found a lot of weird things. I saw something extra green on my mini-map, and it looked like it was an island. A floating island, in fact. There was a boss called King Slime all the way up here. And, oh, there he goes. At first, I didn't think that was the boss. It was just some sort of minion that he summoned, so I kept on building to the island. There was no boss slime up here, but there was some pretty cool grass that I took. I slept all the way up here because I knew I had a big boss fight tomorrow. And there he was, the big, mighty King Slime. And, he's already dead. I killed all the children. I was finally closing home, but I made sure to destroy all the grass because I needed more wheat seeds. But of course, since there was 100,000 mods installed, I got everything except wheat seeds. And would you look at that? I have every single seed in existence, but I don't have my Minecraft bed. I had to hide myself in a hole just like it was day one. Do you hear that? Mobs break blocks. See that crafting bench I placed? It was broken. That means some mob broke it. But I survived the night, so that's all that matters. Did I tell you guys that I found a portal gun and it is freaking epic? Looting up has never been easier. And there was still a castle on my way, so, you know, I couldn't help myself. Who doesn't like slaughtering thousands of different AIs? And the final boat ride to go all the way home. We were so close. We made it, boys, safe and sound. Here's just a little tour of my little base. I think it's honestly really impressive how far we came in just 66 Minecraft days, or whatever days we are, but we really achieved a lot, and it looks really good, especially since half this stuff was just made by random mobs. But you know, it's pretty cool. I spent the next 3 days researching important stuff that I needed. I had so many items these days, I didn't even know what to do with all of it. It took me forever just to empty out all my backpacks and put the items in the correct chests. I watched a tutorial after a tutorial on YouTube on how to make a cool item storage system, but having so many mods made things so complicated. I couldn't understand why I couldn't craft the things it was telling me to craft. Thanks to some tutorials, I learned that I actually needed a research station, and I had to research these new and amazing crafting techniques. A lot of these researches required a lot of materials for me to gather. It was day 71 and I learned that I needed a lot of paper and a lot of leather. On top of that, I also needed a lot of string, which I didn't have because spiders don't really spawn in this mod pack. I summoned these pet sheep, but I didn't even know that their wool could be turned into string. But since they were pet sheep, they actually kept on teleporting to me and it looked pretty funny. But don't worry, I learned that I can make them stay still. I spent the rest of the day getting the necessary supplies in order to feed my research station. It was a new day and I had no idea I could actually just put the wool in the inventory and it could be turned into string. I spent so much time looking on how to make a crusher or a smelter in order to turn the wool into string. I feel like such a fool right now. The funny part is that I ended up crafting a thing called the pulverizer, but I didn't even have the energy to power it. Poor Saucer One spent 2 whole Minecraft days learning how to power his pulverizer, but little did he realize he was nowhere near having the proper resources in order to do that. I did end up making this cool water staff, but I didn't even know how to use that, so rip. It was day 75 and I still needed a lot more leather, so I kept on making my cow supply larger and larger. On top of that, I needed some certain research points in order to upgrade my stuff, but I didn't even know what kind of minerals because there was 7 different types of the same mineral but from different mod packs, so you could understand my frustration. You see that orange? Yeah, that's 3 different types of copper. Oh no, 4 different types of copper but different mod packs. And silly me, I'll spend the rest of the day looking on how to make string, but all I needed to do was put the wool in the crafting table. Why do I do this to myself? The next day I was like, you know what, forget the string, let's go find some string. I looted as many castles as I could find until I found string. I found this really weird structure and it looked like a trap, and yeah, I was right. But look at that, is that nuclear TNT? For me? Day 77 was about the same situation. I looted up a lot more castles, but still, no string. I went to that weird mansion again, and I took all their cobwebs, because I thought the cobwebs could be turned into string. It wasn't enough, though. I also took these mini head chests, because I thought they were really cool. As soon as I woke up, I placed my heads around my base, because they look really nice. But I had a mission, and that mission was to find string as much as I possibly could. I went back to that mega castle, and oh my goodness, did I forgot about a lot of loot. And guess what? They had a lot of string string as well. I was so happy, man. And I was even thinking of making this my main base again because it had a gate. And finally, since I had string, I was able to research some stuff and eventually get my super big warehouse storage system. Day 79, I decided to make this big new castle my new base. So all I had to do was link the two bases using my portal gun. Sadly, I nearly died again because that weird cat thing was moving like literally the speed of light, so I had to use my portal gun to get out. That was also my last super golden apple, so I didn't move from my bedroom till the next day. Luckily, the next day I was able to link my two bases together using the portal system, but I spent the entire day giving the research tab all the materials it needed so I could make my giant storage system in my new base. I'm putting the next 11 days in a giant time lapse. The reason being is that I just stayed at home gathering materials for my research station. I needed to grind this out because I wanted this giant storage system so I could have all my items in one big chest. You know how useful that is, especially when you have millions of items and you don't even know what half the stuff is? There was this part where I had to light up bedrock with flint and steel so I could get some sort of mineral? I really don't know. But I also found a secret room in my new base which had a ton of loot and these super sexy sunglasses. I also fished in my sugarcane farm because it was too dangerous to fish anywhere else. It was day 93 and I was on the final stage of research. It was quite expensive, but I had so many ores these days, it was not a problem. And there we have it. I was able to craft the super bench. I could finally make my giant storage system. The portal gun made it extremely easy for me to travel between the two bases. I placed down my warehouse control box, which is basically a giant warehouse, but I didn't understand it, so I left it for the next day. The next day was a productive day as I started clearing out the room for my storage system. Since this was in the new big castle, I had plenty of room to work with. As you can see, I'm placing giant chests that connect to the control block, and I'm able to search up any item in this giant center. Not only did I have thousands of open slots now, I could literally look up any item that I needed. Turns out it was a blood moon, so I was able to finish my storage room. I wanted to see if my old base was doing okay during the blood moon since there was no gate, and oh, I'm out of there. I'm not dealing with that boy. Day 95 to 97 were all about making my new base home. I first replaced the levers to buttons so I could easily open up my gate and drawbridge. I also made a secret room so if any dangers were to come my way, I was able to quickly get out of there. The hardest part was taking all my old items and putting it in my new storage system. Even though it could basically hold infinite items, I wanted to separate the blocks from, let's say, the food. This took like a really long time. And after 3 whole Minecraft days, I nearly had everything from my old base into my new storage system. And everything was so organized. I could literally look up anything that I needed. Turns out I still needed one more entire day because there was like 20 double chests I had to go through. It was the big day 99 and I didn't want to do any more storage system and I wanted to go outside. Just to be clear, I didn't want to take any risks though because I was on day 99. Just imagine dying right now. I just cleared out some castles because those were really fun to kill and loot. Honestly, I thought I was going to be fighting the Ender Dragon or something, but that's way too much of a risk. It was the big day 100 and I'll be honest, I achieved so much and so little at the same time. There was no way I was going to die in this day, so I just spent this time looking at this really cool village that I found. I really didn't do much. I kind of looked at these guys and see what they could trade and anything, but they were kind of ripping me off. I should have done like a house tour or something, but you know, it felt good. I survived 100 days in this modded survival experience, and honestly, it was really tough and really fun at the same time. If you made it all the way to the end, congratulations, because you deserve a gold star. We had many near-death experience and died several times, so it was so good to actually complete 100 days. If you guys want, I'll do another 100 days or even stream this live on my Twitch, or even both. But thank you for watching, and have a nice day. What is up, guys? My name is Sucks41 and we will be surviving another 100 days in the largest mod pack possible in hardcore. I really want to make this even a 1,000-day series, so please leave a like on this video if you want to see another 100 days. We barely scratched the surface of all the possibilities that we could do. And if you're new here, this video was inspired by Luke the Notable, but it's kind of cool that we have our own thing going now. Also, shout out to my merch. It's only going to be there for a limited time, and if you tweet me showing me that you bought my merch, I will follow you. Please buy it. Last but not least, please follow my Twitter. I will follow every third person. Oh, and if you haven't watched the first 100 days, watch that first, because then this video wouldn't make any sense to you. So yeah, it's day 101 and we're back at our new base that we stole from someone else. I thought it would be smart to put on a resource pack to make things actually look good. Oh wow, everything looks like mumbo jumbo now. Our first day back in a blood moon was already rising, so I used this time to actually think what I was gonna do for this 100 days. Wow, we used to live here. Oh! Hi, Spider Pig. The next day, I knew exactly what I wanted to do. I had so much loot from the last 100 days, but now I actually understand what they do. I wanted to start this 100 days strong, so I decided to make a portal. With the power of popular MMOs, it turns out I could make this. Whatever this scary portal looks like. I guess just YOLO gamer swag, right? Aha, you think darkness is your strength? I was born in it, molded by it, and we were given some mysterious key. Spiders! I just realized it's really dark in there and I had no torches. And we're going back in with torches. Each room was filled with different types of mobs. After killing those mobs, you could get a key that allows you to open another room. There was a lot of loot as well. Every room seemed to follow the exact same pattern. It seemed almost endless. Oh, this room has ores? Don't mind if I do. Oh, they explode! Next room, please. Oh, what is that? Not wanted to deal with whatever that was, so I just took all the loot and left. But this time it said frick you and spawned me 100 blocks away from my base. Day 103, I had to take all my loot and put it on my storage system. This warehouse chest is honestly a lifesaver. I could search for any item that I needed by just typing, and it stored so many items. I ain't afraid of no bookshelves. Let's go. It wanted me to complete like some sort of maze, but I just broke through everything and took all the loot. Every room after that was just the same. I was a bit jealous that these zombies had better looking swords than I did. I also found a skeleton with a dispenser on his head. What? Like seriously, bro, what is this? And then we finally made it, the actual boss room. I used these rooms as an advantage because I had a bow that had infinity, so I could shoot him all day. Haha, poor Wither couldn't even get through. Oh, now's not the time, Windows support. Poor little Wither was too fat to get through the doors. It didn't even drop a nether star, so I was pretty upset when I went to bed. The next day, I transferred all the loot from my backpack into the storage system. Bro, what is that weird thing? No, I'm talking about me. Why do I look like this? Bro, look at my head. Look at that, dude. I also decided not to waste my levels because lapis doesn't work in this mod pack. I had a lot of different ores and I did some research here and there to see what was important and not. Most of it was pretty useless. I wanted to travel just a little bit more before we started working on our base. Karen the ostrich was still alive, so I think it was time to get some more loot. We came across a couple castles as usual, and this time I had no trouble looting it all up. I came across something really interesting called the Thunder Staff. Oh, I gotta try this out. Goodbye, Mr. Wasp. Oh, rip tree. Oh, you like this house? Ha ha, no house no more. I came across baby dragons. Is that even possible? I quickly made a portal back to my base because I learned that you needed beef in order to tame them. Hey, now we had pet dragons that pooped out coal. They were also actually pretty strong too, so they made clearing mobs so much easier. And would you look at that, a village means free loot. I came across the funniest thing, Kendrick the child. I forced the child to follow me and fight against his will. It was another blood moon, but honestly with the dragon's help, not even skeletons with blasters could stop us. It was day 108 and it was time to continue our travels. There were a lot of chests in the open, so my inventory was filling up pretty quickly. Oh, another house. Damage, damage, damage! Destroy it all! No, Karen! We lost Karen, so I took out my rage on the fisherman. Oh, Kendrick the child is on fire now. Everyone in my party eventually died from my own hands. Oh, you guys are Cyclopses? Meet my lightning staff. Your point is now invalid. For the night set, I just made a quick stop by a trading village. Hoping for some good loot, I just met some demon cows instead. The next day was here, and look what we came across. These trees used to be the fright of my life, but now I am stronger than ever. I destroyed their entire house. Ha ha! I only had 2 more shots of my lightning staff, so might as well use it on whatever these guys are doing. Ooh. They weren't very happy about it, so they started burning down the entire forest. Smokey would not be very happy right now. I didn't realize how amazing Karen the ostrich was, because now going across these mountains, I really wish I had her. It was day 110 and almost every single backpack was full of loot. Honestly, the cats in this game are really, really weird. I didn't like the whole swamp biome kind of thing, so I just traveled the ocean. I got attacked by something and they almost killed me, and I have no idea what it was. When I finally crashed on land, some demon chickens were waiting for me. Honestly, there's nothing normal about this game anymore. I found a different looking castle. Before I raided it, I slept for the night. It was a new day and it was raiding time. I was basically a master at killing these guys. The inside was a lot more different. There was a lot more chests, but not as good as loot. I didn't have any more room in my inventory or backpack, so I just set up a portal going back home. And that's when I found it, their secret lair. There was some sort of password protection on it, so I made sure there was no lava beneath, but it only looked like more chests. Even though it was nighttime and I could just break in, I wanted to figure out the passcode, which I did. The other door had 2 levers, one that opened the door and the other opened the lava pit. Making sure there was no way I would fall into the lava, I placed blocks in there. There was so much loot in all these chests. If it wasn't for the portal gun and backpack, there would be no way I could take all of this. Look at all that loot. After moving all the loot from this castle to my castle, I just had to make sure if there was any more secret rooms. There wasn't. Did I tell you guys I got an assault rifle? Yeah, I wasted all the ammo in them on these Yetis, but it was totally worth it. The next day I explored the rest of the snow biome because I wanted to see if there was anything else that was crazy. I found this weird hole in the ground with these weird creatures, and no, I wasn't gonna touch that. I was ready to pack up and go home, but there was a village that was burning. Austin the guard, how are you asking me it's good to see me when your whole village is on fire? I got out of there before the night because it looks like there was another blood moon. There was an angry neighbor outside my castle shooting arrows. I tried to see what it was, but I couldn't see it. In the morning, I decided I was done exploring for a little bit and it was time to do some home improvements. I first filled in my storage room with redstone lamps because I thought they would look really cool. I wanted to get as much birch wood as possible because I thought stone bricks and birch went really good together. I chopped down as many trees as I could before the night fell. I tried to make some cool design out of stairs and slabs, but it didn't really work out so well. I even fixed it up and it still looked pretty bad. I kept things simple by putting the birch wood with the stone slabs, and wow, that actually looks really good. The sides were filled with stone bricks, but I didn't really feel that. Bro, look at this Minecraft noob, doesn't even know how to make an item frame. The next day I finished up my storage system by labeling them using item frames rather than signs. I was thinking why I didn't make this actually at eye level. I had to destroy all the chests behind the control blocks so I can move the entire storage room up a block. This took forever because there were so many items I had to put back into the storage system. Bruh. Day 116 was here and I was nearly complete with my entire storage system. I made a really cool design using the stone slabs around the wooden planks that was actually pretty impressive. And ta-da, our finished storage system. And then I spent the rest of the day getting some research points because now I actually understand what they do. The next day I saw that I actually had a ton of music discs. This made researching a lot more dramatic. I was screenshotting important recipes on a Google browser so I wouldn't forget them. So you're probably wondering what I was researching. Boom, tree farm, and I still have no idea how it works. After reading some more wiki pages, I learned that I needed workers in order to power these stations. But before I did that, I found a good place to place my tree farm. It was day 118 and it was time to make some slaves. I mean workers, but I don't pay them. Minecraft didn't like this, so it crashed my game. And voila, our first worker, but he seemed to be hungry and he didn't do anything.
Yeah, we'll let that. Okay. So we can turn that off.
So it turns out they need something called the town hall where I have to put in food because they won't work without food. I finally made it, but it became nighttime. And the next day, boom, I put in the town hall and all I had to do was put food inside. And then you have to give them the tool of what you want. So I want a lumberjack, so I gave him an axe. Look at him go. He's actually planting the saplings. That's incredible. Go, new master, go. So if my research was correct, he's going to plant the saplings here and anything in this area. He'll cut, destroy, replant. It's just fully automated. I don't even have to pay him. As you guys saw, I could change his name, but it turns out I could also change his skin, but that didn't work out so well. What happened? Look at his head. He's so deformed. New master, no. The next 5 days took way too much to do so little. I didn't only want a tree farm, but I wanted a wheat farm and a sugarcane farm and basically every farm ever. I had to change how all my original farms look so they would fit in the automation zone. The automation zone is that kind of white box it creates, and that's why my cow farm didn't work. My cage was just too big. I ended up having 3 workers up here, 1 for each of the farms. So yeah, my old base is now like a farming area for all these workers. On day 126, I wanted to spend some more time in my old base because I wanted to see how efficient these workers were. I have to be honest, sometimes they acted really weird and kind of wandered off on their own. Like, what is this guy doing? But with all the glitches and bugs away, it seems to be working pretty well. The day after, I learned if I'm not loaded in the chunks near the workers, they won't work. After doing some research and crafting, I learned there's something called a chunk loader, which basically loads that chunk. That little green box I made is called a chunk loader that loads like a 16 by 16 area or something. I was 100% sure I was doing this wrong. I guess we'll just find out. If I'm not there and they're getting materials, then it's working. Day 128 was a big day because I wanted to research a worker that could mine blocks. The only problem is that the research required iron and I didn't have any iron left. I found a couple pieces here and there, but it was nowhere near enough yet. Luckily, there was a lot of chests I didn't loot in that weird cave dimension or whatever. The next day I still didn't have enough iron, so I had to do a little bit of off-camera mining. Haha. And for some reason this is also the first time I was mining diamonds? I would spend the entire day, but now I had enough iron in order to get my mining research done. The next day I learned that I had enough iron, but now I had to make Minecraft rails. However, in modded Minecraft, you can't just make rails. Of course, it has to be overly complicated. I had to make this thing called like a rolling machine, and I didn't know how to work it. Look at this thing. It needed like power and heat, and you have to cool it down with water. Why is this so complicated? But after a lot of trial and error, the machine was actually heating up. All that hard work was actually paying off. It's working! I used this rolling machine to make side rails, and those side rails would become normal rails. Yeah, it was way overcomplicated. Well, that was taking forever. I had to also make regular rails, and of course, those were also overcomplicated. Long story short, I needed clay, but that was kind of a problem when thousands of mobs spawned in the water. So I just left tomorrow's problem to tomorrow's me. Today was a big day, and that was to get clay, aka Mission Impossible, because everything wanted to kill me, and I actually nearly died. But I finally found a good spot to get clay. I got as much clay as I possibly could before the night fell, because I never wanted to do this again. You're probably asking, why do you need this clay? Well, I need to turn the clay into bricks, and the bricks will turn into this like mega furnace, and that mega furnace will make what I need to make the rails. Yeah, overcomplicated. Before I went to bed, I cleared up some room for the furnace. I turned the clay into this coke oven brick, and if I put this in a 3x3 area, it would make this furnace. Well, would you look at that? It worked. You guys want to know something funny? That everything I just did was completely useless, because then I learned I could make the quarry without actually doing anything what I just did. I was kind of relieved because there were still a lot more steps I had to do for this mining research or whatever. It was day 133, and it was time to start off with the mining workers. I had to make another of these home stations, and I realized I might not have enough food. Nothing to worry about now, and now we have our first miner, and we're gonna name him Your Mum. Your Mum's actually going to the working station. Yay! Look at them go. Your mom and your dad's now mining away. We will skip to the next day, and they sort of ran into a problem. They just dug themselves into a hole, and now they can't get out. And you know my chunk loader in the other castle, it didn't seem to be working because the loot wasn't that great. The next day I was able to get the miners out, but this time they didn't fall in, so that was great. I also noticed that they didn't mine like important blocks, so I had to upgrade their system to diamond. And even better news, I was actually even able to finish the mining research, but future me knows I didn't do anything with it. I spent the next 2 days doing a lot of makeovers. I first upgraded my store system with a lot more slots, so now it can hold even more items. I destroyed a lot of the interior of the castle because I wanted to have room for the stuff I wanted to put in. This included the king's chambers and even that little secret room I showed you last episode. During all this time, look how deep the hole is. The only problem is that I didn't see your dad anywhere. He probably left long a time ago when he said he was going to go to the ice cream shop, but he never came back. I even made more mine areas because I really wanted the whole underground to be completely empty. It was day 138, and look how many workers I made. With so many miners, they were able to dig the hole so fast, but they kept on filling up these chests, so I had to quickly empty them every time. Also, there were still chests under the base, so I had to quickly get all the loot from there before the miners destroyed everything. The next day was more of the same. The first hole was basically already completed. The best part of all of this is that whatever they mine, I get to keep. They even found me a Harry Potter broom that I could actually fly. It crashed my game really quickly. I finished up the day by learning that I could actually make those cool looking gates that I fell in love with at the beginning of this game. Day 140, baby, was all about these gates. If I did my research correctly, I was able to build these gates wherever and whenever. And I should be able to open them by just right clicking, and what the? That gate looks weird. Of course, I make my gate non-symmetrical. Oh, that hurts. Forgetting about the other gate, I had to destroy this drawbridge because technically it wasn't mine. And what I mean by that, if the drawbridge is mine, I can just open it by right clicking it. Now this is honestly an epic gamer moment. The next day was pretty lame because I was just messing with my drawbridge when the snake attacked me in my own moat. I kind of forgot that I was in hardcore, meaning if I die, I lose everything. I did some research on some armor I could make, but I wasn't there yet. I didn't have the material. The next day I found out that I forgot about my workers. And wow, did they dig a lot of holes, but a lot of them got stuck. They mined so much stuff, I had to transfer all of that into my storage system. One of the holes were complete, so I wanted to block it off, but lag almost killed me and I almost fell into the lava, and now I was stuck with the miners. I am a soulless creature, so I left them to die as I made my escape. You might be asking, why are you building giant holes right under your base? Well, I want to have a multi-level base under my castle, so everything I need is in this certain area. Trust me, it's gonna look amazing, so you better hit that like button so we can get another 100 days after this as well. On day 143, I learned that I could make an elevator using wool and ender pearls. The sad news is that I didn't even have enough ender pearls to make one. I wanted some elevator slash teleporter so I could get up and down really quickly because now we have giant holes in our base. I decided that we're just gonna go with the classic stairs, so we started clearing out a huge area in the back, so that's where the stairs would be. Day 144.
Weird. Someone's trying to log into my Cash App. I wouldn't worry about it. I'm sure it's nothing serious. Like identity theft. Just give me those numbers on your phone.
With Cash App, you'll be alerted if someone tries to log into your account. Because if it's weird for real, it's weird for real.
And I thought of the craziest thing ever. You know how hundreds of mobs were always spawning in the water? Well, I thought it was a great idea if we went to the nether and got lava buckets so we could actually patch all the water up. This was the dumbest thing I'd done in the series yet, because not only do the pigmen have assault rifles that I had to deal with, you know how actually dangerous this was? I could have died any time here. And when I actually got the lava buckets on land, it was so laggy anyway, I could barely move. There were so many mobs there. Good job, Socks for One. This would only take 5.6 years of non-stop lag. The next day I came back to my senses and started working on my base again. I had to move everything from the middle of the base to the side of the base because I was clearing out the entire middle, including the workers, but luckily I could just pick them up and then place them down like blocks. I started working on this giant doorway, so every time I came back home to my base through the portals, it would actually be a cool entrance. However, Minecraft didn't really like my style so much because they crashed my game again. I didn't even like what I built, so I destroyed it again.
Triggers me quite a lot. It's the use of glowstone.
The next day I felt ready and refreshed, and I knew exactly how I wanted this to look. I actually wanted the storage system to be seen and used the slabs to complement that. If you ignore the left side, the right side is the coolest looking storage system ever. I really didn't like this orange, so I destroyed it immediately. And I forgot to tell you guys, the mining upgrade was actually useful because I could increase the size of where they could mine, so that was amazing. Day 147 is a little embarrassing, but I'm still really proud of myself. Like I said, using these portals are usually the way I enter my base, so I had to make a really cool entrance every time I come into the base. I didn't even finish it, but this is all I did the entire day. I tried to make some like cool design and then it would turn into like this cave thing, but you know how hard it is to do this? Honestly, I should have just put these 2 days together. It took me the entire next day just to finish this cool arch kind of thing. I put the next 5 days in a speed lapse because I did a lot of breaking and building, just, you know, the usual Minecraft things. Firstly, I created a copy of the arch on the other side because eventually I wanted to put a roof over it. You remember that snow castle we raided earlier? That place had a ton of vines and even the mossy stone bricks. I put them on my base so I would have a lot more when they started growing, and then I could put them all around my base to create this kind of mossy green environment kind of thing. I even spent a lot of time expanding my lava army because it's actually kind of working. You see, there's no mobs spawning. It was day 155 and it was time to check on my miner's progress. Your mom was still alive, so that was great news. The whole strip was almost completely mined out, and over here is where we're gonna put the giant staircase that will allow me to go from level to level. I can already imagine multiple different levels holding different sort of things, and even use the caves to get to one place to another. We had another blood moon, meaning I couldn't sleep, so I actually started working on the staircase. But something really weird was happening. There was like a force pulling me in like some sort of black hole, and I could barely move. I found the weirdest looking thing. It was like pulling me in, and I got like a little too close, and now I couldn't even move. I literally couldn't get out of this situation. I literally spent the entire night like this because I was contacting people on Discord. How do I get out of this? I didn't want my whole thing to end like this. I tried attacking it, pickaxing, nothing worked, and even the wiki said I need some sort of complex machine because it is an actual black hole. It's crazy to me that I would have to end this series because I was stuck on a black hole and I couldn't escape at all. But turns out I could have just used half slabs. If I didn't have half slabs in my inventory, I would have been stuck there forever. I made sure I would go nowhere near that again, so I made a barrier about 10 blocks up. And since I still had time of the day, I started making the staircase that would lead me all the way up. It was day 157, and even though the miners mined out a lot, I still needed them to mine out this whole left chunk so I could continue the staircase. I decided since I had so much resources, why not just make a ton of miners? But then I also realized most of them would just die anyway, so I just spawned 2. I changed my mind the next day and I spawned all of them. They were mining so fast I had to keep on clearing out their chests. I didn't do much this day either. I kind of left it all to the AIs. I guess I was just becoming old and lazy because I just started planting slime trees. You heard me, there's trees that grow and give you slime balls. Then I spent the rest of the day looking at these awesome pickaxes that I could craft, but I needed materials from the nether. And that's why the next day I decided I have to go to the nether. But this time I also tested if I had a good ranged weapon. And could you believe that bird I just killed gave me rubies? All I was thinking at this moment was please don't die. I got a nice warm greeting of assault rifles to my face. I killed so many of the assault rifle pigmen that they gave me their assault rifle and I used that against them. Honestly, it wasn't enough though. They just kept on spawning and spawning like infinite pressure. I dug myself into safety and I was out of there. It was day 161 and look, my slime trees actually grew. I checked on my miners' progress and wow, they mined out the entire lane. We had a lot more room to start working on an underground base, but we needed a lot more mining done. I decided to get every single best ore from my chest and see the best possible thing I could make right now. You remember that bird that dropped those 2 rubies? Well, a ruby sword does 21 attack damage. I checked every ore to see how strong they were, and it turns out this emerald triangle looking thing, it was so strong. The whole set was over 30 protection. That's as if I was having 3 sets of diamond armor on. I put it for safekeeping because I didn't want to use it till I enchanted it. Talking about enchantments, the next day I set up my enchantment table all over again. And since lapis enchanting doesn't exist, I couldn't waste any levels. Meaning whenever I'm 30, I have to enchant a piece of armor. I spent the rest of the day working on my staircase because the miners already cleared out the entire section. It's gonna be a long process, but it's gonna be totally worth it. And that's what I did the whole next day. Look at that bird thing. I got stuck in the black hole. Now I can't leave. Ah! And just a couple more blocks and bam, that is the whole right side completed. The next day I just had to keep up the grind. I had to do the entire left side now. This took longer because I had to do a little bit more clearing. I worked through the entire night, but it was totally worth it because we were nearly there. Just a couple staircases here and there, and oh my goodness, does that look amazing. I was so pumped for this day. Look how big my slime farm has grown. Instantly satisfied. I cleaned up my stairs a little bit, and don't laugh at me, but it kind of took me the entire rest of the day just to make this gate. The worst part about it, I didn't even like it. Day 166 is actually the day I almost died. I mean, it was actually the day after it, but this kind of led up to it. It was a blood moon this night, meaning I couldn't sleep, so I just did some home improvements. The only problem is that mobs can spawn anywhere, and this Enderman came out of nowhere, and he had a giant freaking sword! I closed myself up for the rest of the night. Nope. And this is the worst part. In the morning, the mobs don't despawn, and they kill all my workers. On top of that, those weird cats kept on spawning that don't take any melee damage, so all I could do was run away. I tried to break through the top, but of course, look at that dude. He was waiting for me. I tried to do some weird block kung fu action, but it just made things worse. Luckily, they stayed down there, so I was able to get my bow and end all their careers. Day 168, I knew I need some security, so I took all the turrets from my old base into my new base, and I put them all around. I charged these babies up, and if you haven't noticed, I did spawn the miners back in, but I forgot to record it, so oof. Day 169. I wanted to go on an adventure because I needed a lot more XP and I didn't know how else to get it. It was a pretty good idea, but most of the mobs were too scary to fight. But I did find a couple of these coin things, so that was pretty cool. And whatever that thing was, I guess. I did come across this giant mansion though that looked amazing. There wasn't any loot inside though, except for this weird Herobrine summoning center. I'll give you the highlights of the next 5 days because I was kind of going all over the place and I didn't really know what I was doing. I found this cool meta shack with decent loot, but nothing too special. My main goal was to find a mob spawner because I wanted to get as much XP as possible. I went through many caves, but this one was definitely the most promising. I fought some pretty funky mobs, so that was a pretty good start. Now here's where I spent the most time. I found a mine shaft, but there was so much oil going around, like I couldn't really do anything. Instead of going around like a normal person, of course, I went right through it. I thought the spawners would be like hidden behind the oil, but no. And look at this dude that I found. There was a clown, an actual clown. How is that even possible? It should have gave me much more XP. After searching cave after cave, I finally found a spawner, but it was a cave spider spawner. Are you serious? No, I didn't want to deal with that at all, so I just took the XP. It was day 176 and I returned from my travels. During those 5 days, I forgot that there was actually spawners right outside my castles. Yeah, you remember these scorpions that sound like frogs? Well, yeah, they actually have spawners. In my eyes, this was the perfect place to make an XP farm because it was already already in a box. The next day, I already started putting this to work, baby. I was gonna make a scorpion blender. I was already starting to develop some sort of kill zone, but I didn't know exactly what to do. It was kind of annoying because the scorpions kept on spawning outside their box. Or should I say frogs, whatever. They wouldn't stop spawning outside. I started putting in the final part so the water would go over and push all the scorpion looking boys into the kill center. I let it open and it seemed to be kind of working. I mean, they were dying before they were even reaching the end. It was good until I saw the rats were still going through and the scorpions kept on spawning outside. I spent the entire next day boxing it all up so nothing would spawn on the outside. Nobody was gonna leave my spawn chamber. This took longer than usual because they kept on spawning even though I was trying to not make them spawn. And I sealed it all off by putting half slabs on the top so nothing would spawn on the top. Day 179 is a day to remember. Even after my amazing fortification, they kept on spawning on the outside. And for no reason at all, silverfish started spawning and destroyed all the stone bricks, which made all the scorpions go loose. I quickly tried to change it to wood and it seemed to work for a little bit. But these weird dogs, man, I don't even know. Look, they're spawning on the outside. I was so done at this point. The next day, I completely gave up on that operation and I started brand new on oh, what is that guy doing? How is that guy in the overworld? While I waited for the Emperor Scorpion to despawn, like I said, we needed more XP in order to upgrade our amazing green armor. There was another froggy scorpion spawner on the other side of my castle, but this time I made sure to take all precautions. I made the concealment out of wood and I made sure there would be no way they would be able to spawn from the top. Little scorpion boys didn't know who they were messing with. And before I went to bed, I made sure to clear all the miners' chests because they mine indefinitely. I will summarize the next 5 days because I had to make the XP farm all over again. The other spawner was a test round and now I won't make any mistakes. But even after all of this, I still didn't know the best way in order to get XP from them. I started with one where I would attack them from above, but they didn't even come near. Even a fence gate didn't work so well because they were still able to attack me through it. I even tried like an onslaught mode where I would just kill them instantly when they came by, but that just seemed too manual. I eventually sticked with the fence one for now and even set up a hopper system to pick up all the items. This was the best I could do for right now and at least it gave me XP. Day 187, I just did a little home improvements to make the XP farm look a little better. I don't know how these rascals kept on spawning on the outside. Maybe it was just natural spawning. On top of that, I actually found a better way to do this where I would actually attack them from under. I did accidentally break a block and they were set loose for a while and I started screaming. The next day, I did set up my enchantment table so I wasn't wasting any levels. I only had a couple more pieces to enchant anyway. I even blocked off a huge portion of the spawner so they wouldn't even spawn anywhere near me. I also wanted to change the position of the chests and hoppers, but that was a little difficult. I spent this entire day eating grilled cheese and hacking at scorpions. The next morning, I learned that the miners are actually loaded in when I'm doing the XP farm, so they were mining like crazy. There was a lot of blocks I had to transfer to my storage system. I also checked up on my other farms, but I accidentally punched a cow, so that didn't end up very good. And I spent the rest of the day smacking some scorpions, and even all night. It was day 190 and my full enchanted set was almost ready. Turns out I could make something called an advanced enchantment table that would allow me to repair my armor using XP. This would be an absolute lifesaver because then I could repair my armor without using the same material. I could just use XP. I accidentally punched the cows again and I almost died. I'm pretty sure I'm part of the Matrix or something because if I wasn't, I would have been dead already. Today was a really big day because today is the day I fully finished my armor. And also turns out those scorpions give titanium and uranium, so that would be really good for the next 100 days. Our final piece is finally being enchanted. It is the ruby sword. It will become the ultimate devastation weapon. We are fully equipped and it's time to kick some butt. I knew exactly what kind of boss fight I wanted to go through, so I got fully equipped. These next 7 days, we were gonna go through the ultimate challenge. We were gonna fight the biggest and baddest bosses for what I could find in this heaven portal. And something did catch my eye. It was this weird looking brick structure kind of thing. You are attempting the Slider's Labyrinth on your own. This dungeon is a very dangerous place and you can lose all your items as a result. Are you prepared to enter these depths? Now that's what I'm talking about, baby. I spent an entire real day in these labyrinths, so that's why I'm assuming it's about 7 Minecraft days. Bro, I fought against these mean iron golem looking boys that did some weird drug motion thing. Oh, it was totally worth it though. There was chests. Ah! What was that? I probably fought 100 of these iron golem boys and then there was these jumping, bouncing boys that I don't even know, man. This place was crazy. And I thought it couldn't get any worse. There was this giant spinning fan looking boy. He was trying to cool me down and then he started breaking apart. I think I was killing him. I don't even know. This dude was freaky and I wanted him out of my sights. And then there was another boss. He was a giant box, but he didn't really do much. So I didn't even Yeah, and then I spent another 3 hours fighting these dudes that put me on some sort of drug, and my whole field of view is like, whoa, why are there so many of them here? Like, I literally can't even focus. And then we found it, the big boss room, and what? One more key? What do you mean key? I haven't gotten any keys. And I figured out these guys aren't bosses, they're like mini bosses, and they're the key fragments. This was it, the big day 200, where we're gonna fight the big bad baddie. I would just like to thank anyone for coming this far in this video, and you deserve not 1, but 2 gold stars. This guy's kind of scary. He's just like a giant box kind of thing. I have no idea what to expect. And he can only be hurt by pickaxes. Oh my god. Okay, he's a moving box. This cardboard box guy kept on knocking me around like some sort of plastic bag, man. He has no manners. He almost killed me too. He knocked me into the wall and I started suffocating. Like, what? I was actually dying. Could you believe if I died right now on day 200? But luckily I got out using my amazing magic broom. I was honestly hoping for some super secret ability, but he was literally just a giant box. Hey, we did it! Thank you guys so much for watching me survive 200 days of hardcore. If you made it this far, you deserve not 1, but 2 gold stars. If you haven't already, please follow my Twitter so you can keep up to date with awesome, funny moments and whatever. Yeah, just follow my Twitter right now. What is up, guys? Socks for One here. We are back with surviving 300 days in the largest mod pack possible in hardcore. However, I have some important news I need to tell you before the video starts. I ended up dying in these 100 days, but I still finished it. If you guys want me just to continue this series as a normal series, like no hardcore, just normal, please hit that like button so I know that you guys really want this series, because personally, I've never enjoyed Minecraft so much in my life right now. As you guys know, this mod pack has almost 450 mods, which means multiple planets, so many different biomes, even rubber duckies that turn into demons. As you can see, we barely scratched the surface. Like, this could literally go on forever. On the other hand, I know some of you will say, oh, you died in hardcore, it's over now. Most of this video is recorded on Twitch, and I'll be streaming this mod pack all the time then, so you can also come there and tell me your opinion on this series. Also, when this video comes down, I'm releasing my own Minecraft server to all my Twitch Prime subs. Yay! Just remember to join my Discord so we can give you the IP. But in the end of the day, I hope you guys enjoy the video. It is day 201 and we are back in our fabulous castle. Today we kind of just looked around and got our memories back on what we actually did. A lot of you guys asked before, why are you making the miners dig giant holes in your castle? The plan is we're gonna have a multi-level underground area for each of the different mods. That way we can have everything organized and separated, and it's gonna look really good. It was the next day and it was time to get to work. I had a vision to connect all my arches together like this giant overhead cave thing. In order to do this, I had to do a lot of castle maintenance and a lot of random block building. I don't know, like some sort of artistic feel to it. Now, what happens when you start watching Grian tutorial after Grian tutorial? You start making art. Haha, look at that portal room. Day 203, we had to put some finishing touches and some adjustments. As you guys know, portal guns is my main way of transportation, so I want this to look like my main entrance. That's why it frustrated me how there was the whole left side was uneven to the right side. I allowed my brain to breathe for a bit because that was way advanced building that I'm usually capable of. I just kept an eye on my miners' progress because I love to see them dig giant holes in the ground. The next day, my Twitch chat made me realize how much smarter they are than me. As you guys know, anything in this white block's outline gets mined out. So simply putting the mining quarry 1 block down so it doesn't mine the top layer so there isn't a giant hazard in the ground. Something so simple will save these miners' life because I lost so many souls the last 100 days for falling down these holes. After patching everything up, I started extending my portal room because I didn't like the design of the room. Because I was making the room bigger, I had to make a temporary wall so no mobs would come attack me. Yeah, it still needs some work. The next morning, I continue my progress of making a circle behind so it's more like a cave looking structure. The only problem is that, do you even understand how hard it is to make a circle in Minecraft? It's impossible. Finally figuring it out, I was able to fill in a floor, and that's all I did. It was day 206 and it was time to build some walls. And you know what comes after building a wall? A roof. Just kidding, I didn't have time to build a roof, just the walls. It was the next day and it was time to make this cave ceiling. Honestly, it was pretty complicated because it was like a circle shape and you have to make it like cavey and stuff. That's all I did for the day, and there was still this really weird, ugly left side castle that needs to be removed. Day 208, and I really didn't want to work on no cave portal room anymore. Right now, I was debating with my Twitch chat, what do you guys want to see me build? Beanos. They told me to build Beanos. It took me a while to understand this because it was Bean and Thanos combined. Welp, it was the next day and it was time to start getting materials for Beanos. One of those being red roses because you need red dye to combine with the blue dye to make purple dye. It actually took me a long time to find all those red roses because I needed quite a lot of purple dye. 10 days in and we had enough material to start building Beanos. Mods make things more complicated, so I had to make something called a paintbrush in order to turn the wood into a purple color. Little did I realize that I only needed one paintbrush, not 200. After spending careful minutes analyzing every single detail of this beautiful creature, I came to a conclusion this will be the biggest Minecraft project in Minecraft history. I started building his layers because we all know that Thanoses that are beans all have layers. Wait, no, those are onions. He was getting quite tall, so I made sure to build a staircase so I could get up and down. And even though it was nighttime, I really wanted to get him done right here and now because I was already up here. That quickly came to a halt because the scorpions that sound like frogs were attacking my miners. No! Even though I made turrets in order to protect the miners, it takes them like 4.5 years to kill anything. Day 211 and I was putting in the final blocks to finally complete Beanos. All he needed now was a mouth. Art, I say, art. Get Picasso out of here. Whatever, Mona Lisa, anything art related, get it out of my face. This is the top of the topness, man. Me and my Twitch chat were both so amazed of what we just created, so we kind of just danced around for the rest of the day. It was day 212 and I now had the willpower to finish off my cave. It was nearly completed except for this giant hole in the side of the base. I just continued my random block pattern to create this, you know, ruin feel. And I really just continued this the next day too. The only difference is that I was running out of the moss stone and it was actually really expensive because I didn't have any seeds to craft it. Day 214 and most of the cave was complete. Now we were just doing like the extra decoration stuff. I'll be honest, I didn't really know what I was doing. I was just kind of placing random blocks and all. And the ceiling was such a headache because you had to do like an arch kind of thing with half slabs and blocks and all. Yeah. And after a hard day's work, it was basically complete. I mean, ignore the giant dirt pillars, but oh my god, it looks good. The next morning, I was so ready to take down these dirt pillars to see how it looked. I just had to do a little more cleanup, like taking out some of the vines and even some light sources. Wow, it was a bit dark, but Grian would be so proud right now. Okay, yeah, I'm sorry. I actually spent one more day on this and a little bit more the next day. I can finally say that our portal room is basically done. Now we just have to add portals. It was day 218 and I didn't want to do anything about my base and I wanted to go on an adventure. Also, here's one of the workers like whacking at my storage system. I have no idea what he was actually doing, but yeah, I thought it was interesting. It took me a while to get my inventory in check, but the portal guns allowing me to go back to my base anytime makes things a lot easier. And then we sailed for the rest of the day. The next morning I came across a village and, you know, I just did my trusty thing by eliminating them all. Someone in Twitch chat told me these blocks are important. They're part of a mod called Tinker's Mod and I can make cool things. I even came across a section in the village where had different books for different mods. I took them all for safekeeping. Look at this book. It's like Harry Potter and stuff. It's called Thaumcraft. The next day was more the same. I lowered the population of the village. I came across the coolest things like trains and stuff. I could make a train station back at home. It took me a while to figure out how to collect them. I just was afraid to break them. A villager finally caught on that I was limiting his entire village, so he went on like auto dispenser mode, man. He was going arrow after arrow. Shortly after ending his life, I just continued my adventure outside the village. I found this chest kind of out in the open, but it looked super suspicious. There was like 4 pillars around it. I mean, this is a TNT giant bomb if you ask me, but turns out the loot was just terrible. I just kept traveling in one direction and I didn't find anything too crazy except for this really nice looking forest. Who knew a sunset would look so good in Minecraft? I continued my adventure first thing in the morning. Still nothing too interesting except for like this cool lake in this weird biome. I also mined up this dark wood oakland trees because they look really cool. Day 222 started with a bang with this sheep attacking me. Like I didn't even punch it or anything. It was literally a horror movie because the Darklands make everything super dark every 10 seconds. And then it turned even more demonic. Luckily, the village police was here to save me. Their aim was so good they could even kill him in the dark. You see that guy just standing on top of that house? Well, that's a ninja and he trades ninja stars for copper coins. I quickly portal gun back to my base to get all my copper coins because they were ninja freaking stars, man. But as soon as I returned, he was already gone. This is so sad. Can we kill the entire village? These door animations is another reason why Minecraft is better than real life. The next day I wanted to leave the village and cross the sea, but that was definitely not going to be an option. Do you see how many mobs are spawning? So I traveled by foot and I came across this cool haystack thing, but the man couldn't offer me anything. After burning down yet another house, I released my rage on these tree people. They might have bullied me in the beginning, but times have changed. I also came across like this cool industrial house. I'm pretty sure we came across a couple already, but they look pretty darn cool. Day 224 and I was done traveling. It was time to empty all my backpacks that were filled to the brim with loot. This also means that we gotta start working on our base, and luckily we had so much room to work with. The only problem with all the workers is that they constantly eat all my food, so I always have a food problem. Day 225 and it was time to start learning about mods. This mod in particular was called Thaumcraft, and it was basically the Harry Potter of all the mods. I actually spent several days on this mod because everything is overly complicated. But to sum it up to you, anything that looks like a small dagger or gemstone is part of this mod. Now that I had the basic knowledge about Harry Potter Minecraft, the first thing I had to do was build a wand. And of course I gotta try it out, and boom baby, maximum damage. Yeah, I know, this is actually not how you're supposed to use it, but I thought it was pretty funny. In order to do cool spells and stuff, I have to make a research station which allows me to research these new spells. Look how wizardy this crafting table looks. It was day 229, and if I read another wizard book, I would blow out my brains. Instead, I kept my adventure going by slaughtering lots of sheep because I still had a food problem. I even found Thanos sugarcane. I thought this adventure couldn't get any better, but then I found a giant temple. I thought castles were cool. This was a flippin' temple. The entire interior was a giant maze filled with different sort of traps and mob spawners. There was even the worst mob of all, cave spiders. Just when I thought things wouldn't get any more interesting, a blood moon was rising. I stayed inside the temple even though this would be extremely dangerous, but then the weirdest thing happened. It was like something was hunting me, dude. I portaled out of there faster than my dad left me. But my curiosity made me just go back in, so we explored the rest of this cave while in a blood moon. I think hate is a really strong word, but I hate cave spiders. I spent the entire night searching through this temple, and you would think that the loot would be really good, but no, it was actually terrible. The morning rises, and it was time to continue our adventures on. I found that cult again that had like those demonic guys, you know, praying or whatever, but this time I had good armor and good weapons. The only problem is that they don't really drop anything. They only drop this banner, so I just took that. Oh, by the way, this is actually a portal to go to the Thaumcraft like dimension. You know, the Harry Potter and stuff? Maybe we can go there if you hit that like button so we can continue this series, please. I found a rubber ducky spawner and I kind of just didn't know what to do with them, so I kind of killed them all. This was a terrible idea because then they started attacking me and they turned into demons and they kept on attacking me. I portaled out of there because they just kept on spawning on me and they kept on attacking me. You remember those night guys that we just killed? Well, it turns out they do drop their armors and we can put that on our workers, so now they look hilarious. Look at Dave, you can't even see his eyes. We made Yo Mama look like some CIA agent and then Swagger Souls with his helmet. I was really happy of our last day adventure, so I just kept going this day as well. This weird dog with wings used to scare us, but now we are ultimate Super Saiyans and we crush them. Wow, this looks super suspicious again. I bet you that's just some sort of nuclear bomb. It was actually just some decent loot. Here is me killing Minecraft girlfriends. We did find a village though before the night fell. And the next day we just raided this village and abducted a child. The Iron Golem seemed mad that I took the children. I had to remove all witnesses. After taking everything valuable from the village, I found another castle. You guys should just call me king of all castles now. Look at all these arrows in me. Oh yeah, so many of you guys asked what mod this is. This one's called Ancient Warfare, and that's also the same one with all the workers that I have in my base. I was just about to finish up my day and portal back home when this cactus turned into some creature. I never fought a spiky cucumber before, so this was definitely an experience for me. It was day 234, and I can finally say we're gonna start working on our base. Did you know if you put rotten flesh in a furnace, you get leather? Anyway, this floor is split. On the right side is gonna be Harry Potter stuff, and on the left side is gonna be dinosaur stuff. Yeah, you heard me, dinosaurs. The first step in order to make dinosaurs is making something called a culture vat, which turns DNA into the actual dinosaurs. I also spent the next 2 days getting the right materials in order to do this, and I needed a glass that was strong enough to hold in the dinosaurs. These two blocks go really well together, and they create like this dinosaur feel. While all that time passed, I did make my first dinosaur, a Triceratops, but I couldn't spawn it because I didn't have a cage to put him in. Day 237, I just mined all day, and I mined all night. Just when I was about to go to bed, some weird mob mob thing, I've never seen this before. It was like making zombie noises, but it was no zombie. I felt kind of bad for it, but it was kind of leaving this trail behind it, so I had to kill it. The next day, I did some research, and turns out that was actually a failed dinosaur. What it means is that the culture vat, the thing that makes the dinosaurs, it can actually fail, and then it creates that thing, which is basically called the Failusaurus. Yeah, I just mined and placed blocks all day. Luckily, from all my knowledge learning, I learned I needed to make a glass that was strong enough to hold in the dinosaurs. In order to make it, you needed a lot of sand and then combine it with quartz. That would create dense sand, and then you would furnace it up like regular glass, and boom, reinforced glass. The next day, while I waited for all this glass to smelt, I noticed that I had a severe food problem. So I started working on the cow farm on the lowest level, and I wanted to make it as dark and gloomy as possible. The old black color didn't look good though, so I kind of mixed it up a little bit. One of my Twitch chat members made a good suggestion, making the floor lava so the cows know the end is near. The cage itself was nearly complete. I just needed a roof and then started to get some lava. This is gonna seriously look good. I needed to make a path between my cow farm and all the way beneath my base, because that's where all the lava was. But I also had multiple buckets. This is me grabbing too many buckets of lava and then some actually going into the lava. After filling it all up, all I had to do was place in glass, and I used that reinforced glass because it actually looked really good. You're probably asking, how am I gonna get so many cows in here? Portal gun. It was day 241 and it was a big day. We had to get all our cows into this cow farm. I shot the other side of the portal in my original cow farm and just let all the cows go through. And then I killed all the remaining cows. I didn't want to spoil actually how many cows went through that portal, so I kind of clipped it a little bit. On top of that, the portal gun I used in order to move the cows was the same portal gun I used to go between my two bases. That meant I had to run all the way back to my original base because I didn't want to go through the same portal where all my cows were going through. The trip was definitely worth it because this point of view of our base was totally worth it. Oh my goodness. It was the next day, and you're probably asking, why are there so many cows escaping? Well, that's not true. There's actually so many cows in there that it looks like they're breaking out. The next step was actually setting up Swagger Souls as the person who's gonna breed the cows and also kill them. And after doing almost a whole day of AFK farming, you can see it's actually really efficient. The day after, I started setting up some room for some furnaces because I had a lot of food, but it was all raw. And of course, I needed a lot of chests open. What the Swagger Souls? You're opening up the door! He's letting all the cows out! I forgot that these workers can open and close doors, and now he has released an army of cows on me, and they're attacking me for some reason. So now that Swagger Souls has turned against me, I had to go and craft a piston so I could push the glass back in. There were so many cows down here, I couldn't just place the block, and I couldn't even use the piston because there were so many. After spending an entire day's work, I was finally able to push in the glass block to push them all in. Look at this evil bastard's face. It was his plan all along. Before I went to bed, I decided to take all my old farms from my old base and then take them so I can put them in my new base. The next day, I started placing in my other farms because I wanted a little bit of everything. Yeah, so not really anything special, just normal farm stuff. The first order of day 245 was actually to kill off some cows because it was actually causing too much lag. I lost a lot of food and XP there, which was kind of sad. And then I just finished up all the rest of my farms. We also learned how to make a giant furnace. This mod was called Tinker's Mod, and it required all those black blocks, so good thing I didn't make my cow farm out of it. But I had nowhere near enough, so I had to actually get clay, which was kind of a problem because there were so many mobs in the water. But I was finally able to do it. The next day, I had to smelt this clay mixture, which would turn into this black stuff, and that black stuff would help us make us this furnace. Even with 10 furnaces, it takes forever to smelt so many items, so it almost took the entire day. And boom, after a whole day of smelting and furnacing and crafting, we got a lot of these black blocks. I learned from my days of research before, it's basically just a 3x3 area that creates this mega furnace. The left block was actually the control block, and this is where you actually put in the ores, and then the middle one was the energy source. After putting in the lava, I also threw in a couple pieces of tin, and it was actually smelting it. When it was done, there was actually melted ore in the middle of the 3x3 area, which was super cool. The only problem was that I didn't have an exit source yet, so I couldn't collect it. The next day, I learned I needed a faucet which drained the melted ore into a casket, and then I can collect the ore then. This was super cool to do the first time, and it looked so sick. I was confused at first because I couldn't collect it, but turns out I didn't give enough material, so it couldn't form into a block. I know that now, but during the time of the recording, I didn't know that, so I was really mad at my Twitch chat. Day 249, and it was time to go back working on my furnace, and oh my god, there's a giant hole in my base. So it turns out there was a water source nearby, because when my miners keep on digging, they don't care about anything, so they just put a giant hole in my base. It took me the entire day to patch this up because it's so hard to move in water. The big day 250, we spent upgrading our furnace and cleaning it up a little bit. The taller it is, the more spots of ores you can put in. And yeah, it's basically finished. And oh yeah, all my workers somehow died. I don't understand where the workers keep going. I mean, yeah, they work for free, but why do they have to keep dying? It's been a long time coming, but what I have here, I crafted a priest, and basically the priest should resurrect everyone that has died. I just realized this means everyone who's died, even in the previous 200 days. Oh my goodness, they're all back. Ricardo, your mom, your dad, even Code Socks for one. I also put a priest downstairs to resurrect both Swagger souls, but the only downside is that they lose their armor, so oof. The next day, I just had to get some chores out of the way, like I had to pack up some of the workers because I had too many of them. I also had to recraft a lot of tools because when they die, they still lose it. I also noticed that all the mining is basically done inside my base, but I couldn't put them outside because then they would just die from random mobs. Day 252, I realized I never tried out the smeltery, so I put in a lot of iron ore. The pros of this furnace, it actually gives about 40% more in return, which is actually pretty awesome. I was a little bit worried that it was red, but then it turned into a white block and then I could just grab it. The only problem it has is that it can only smelt ores, not cook raw food, so that means food's gonna be a problem again. The next morning I realized I was kind of tired of all this base stuff, so let's go on another adventure. I killed a lot of rubber duckies, took down a ghost house, and you already know, a couple of castles. And then I just went back home. I realized the next day we worked so hard on this portal room, but we don't actually have any portals in it. Because of some Minecraft mods, you can actually make this any size and any shape that you want to, so I'm gonna make it look really good. I want the nether portal to look like it's merged into the wall so it fits the rest of the room. And boom, it was basically done. We just had to wait for the vines to grow and maybe place a couple more stairs and slabs. The next portal I had in mind was actually the Aether portal, what led to the Minecraft heavens, but I didn't have enough glowstone. I tried to make it the best as I could, but I really had to go into the nether in order to get more glowstone. Oh, you guys thought we were gonna go to the nether today? No way. We're gonna make a portal gun thing. A what, you must say? Some of you guys already know what I'm building, but the others are up for a surprise. Just a couple more blocks, and our first test subject, a mushroom. He's going through the portals up and down. Just when I thought I couldn't get any better, he died. And test subject 2 died as well. The next day, I was still having a problem of my workers keep on dying. Even though the priest was resurrecting them, they kept on losing their items. So I closed them from the outside world as much as possible. I put cobblestone everywhere. There was no way they could escape anywhere. The next 3 days were actually pretty boring, so I'll just kind of speed run it. I was basically getting as many resources as I can from my workers and helping them out. I also did a lot of researching, like being able to upgrade my turrets in my base, but I'm still nowhere near being able to craft those things. Day 261, and I finally grew a pair. That's right, I'm going right back to the nether to get some glowstone, but I made a base around my nether portal as soon as I came across. I made a small but protective area just so I wouldn't be attacked by pigmen with assault rifles right now. Well, I had to leave the cave anyway because I have to go get materials. Getting glowstone is so scary. You're so far up, and one machine gun bullet, and boom, you're dead. I popped a super golden apple here because I didn't even know what these guys were. They were like weird looking lava boys. Everything was really creepy to me. I finally got enough glowstone and I was out of there. And look who was waiting for me on the other side. It was Naruto, 9 Wings. I don't know. I don't watch anime, but I know that character, whatever. For some reason, when I mined this nether quartz, it just went back into a block even though I wasn't using my silk touch. I think that must be a 1.7.10 thing. And now that I had the glowstone, I could actually finish up my Aether portal. And let me say, this looks really, really good. Day 263 is the day I learned how to use modern day weaponry. I was built for this. I literally had an entire inventory just for bullets and magazines. The only problem was that I didn't know how to make bullets or magazines. Twitch chat and I did a little bit of research on the guns that we couldn't make, but we did learn how to make bullets. We needed a lot of lead to make a lot of bullets, so our new furnace actually came to be useful. Just when I was about to go to bed, I saw a miner was slain by an emperor scorpion. How could that be possible? Oh my goodness, there's an emperor scorpion inside my bed! I let my workers fight for themselves because I was out of there. I was not gonna fight that thing. I tried to use my submachine gun on it, but it turns out it's immune to range damage, so I just used the portal gun to get out. Next day, the Emperor Scorpion was gone, but he eliminated everyone, so I just had to summon another priest who summoned everyone back, and I had to give everyone their armor back. I went back to my furnace, and I got as much lead as I could, because now I just wanted to make bullets. I made a lot of bullets, so the next step was just to make a lot of magazines. It was a blood moon this night, and it was also a lightning storm, so this was the first time I could actually charge up my lightning staff. The storm continued throughout the entire next day. You know when it's like raining out and it's cloudy, and then you feel really tired and unproductive? Well, that was kind of how today was. The next 7 days were really valuable to me, but pretty boring to watch. I finished up a path going around my mega furnace so I could quickly get all the loot. I also set up turrets to protect my miners because scorpions still spawn and kill them. I still needed to box in my miners every time I left so they wouldn't escape. I really need a good way to travel in and out. During this time, I was mostly mining, but I learned how to mine properly. There's an item in ore spawn that destroys a huge chunk of area, but only destroys the stone, so all the ores remain remain. This made mining for ores extremely easy. Here's some mining satisfaction for you. Day 274 is the most hurtful day in Minecraft history. Most of the day I was mining out and even building my cage for my dinosaurs. I was doing a lot of mining, so I dreamed of having an amazing pickaxe like this. I mined all the way till the night came, which was also a blood moon. And what came from the blood moon was thousands of mobs that were spawning inside my base, slaughtering all my workers. But they just kept on spawning, and I had no idea where they were coming from. But I found the problem. There was a giant hole in my base that allowed mobs from the outside of my castle to just walk right in. This was difficult because a lot of mobs have their own type of weapon. Just when I thought I was in the clear, all it took was one bullet and the knockback knocking me off my pillar and falling in the giant hole I created. I did die, but personally, I felt like I needed to survive another 25 days, so I had a whole 100 days. The only problem is that didn't you just die? Didn't you have to delete your world? Well, since this mod pack crashes so often because there's so many mods, the server automatically saves the backups once in every couple hours. And when I say a couple hours, that's about 10 days. So during these 10 days, I basically made things as safe as possible and restored everything that I lost. It was day 286, and the first step was to get as much XP as possible so I could repair all my armor. Since I never die, it's good to keep my armor in check so that doesn't break during battle. I did this all night as well, but it was definitely worth it at the end because now we had a full set of armor that wasn't broken. The next day I realized we still have a serious food problem, especially if we're going to be feeding dinosaurs soon. I had a great idea by making an AFK fishing farm. That way I could get a lot of food and as well as getting enchanted books. Though I didn't know what version to make because all the 1.7.10 ones were kind of broken. And I couldn't even make the 1.14 ones because it was 1.7.10. I tried multiple different farm designs, but none of them worked. The next morning it clicked to me. This is modded Minecraft. Why am I making an AFK fish farm when I can have these workers fish for me? And just like that, I decided to make a couple fish farms. This would be so much easier because all I have to do is give them a water area in order for them to fish in. After moving some water around, I had 2 AFK fish farms. It was finally time to focus on the dinosaurs. I wasted a lot of my reinforced glass on random stuff, so I had to make a lot more again. Since I had to wait for that to finish, I checked up on my AFK fish farms and those were actually working. On top of that, I started smelting a lot of copper in my large furnace because I thought copper would be a nice looking block that would go good with my dinosaur theme. This furnace thing is the most satisfying thing ever. Not only did we get so much copper, it's just so cool to look at. The next day, it was time to put all these blocks into action and start building our cage for our dinosaurs. I ended up not using any of the copper blocks because they actually looked really bad. Instead, I stuck with the reinforced glass and the same blocks that I used for the floor and stuff. Before I was able to finish, a blood moon was rising, so I couldn't make the same mistake as before. I camped on top of the tower on my other base and stayed in like a 1x1 area. I didn't move for the entire night. We were on the big day 290 and I was nearly done with my cage. Honestly, I don't know how I feel about it. It kind of looks like an oof. After changing up some blocks, I still didn't like it, but who cares? It was time to spawn some dinosaurs. But before I could do that, it looks like my workers were being killed again by scorpions. All of them ended up hiding up in this corner and they weren't working, so that was a problem. I realized there weren't actually turrets down there because when I died, I forgot to replace those. The next day, of course, the first step was to set up some turrets. Back to the dinosaurs, I needed a path so I could quickly give all the dinosaurs food inside their feeder whenever they needed, because if I didn't give them food, then they would turn against me and kill me. The feeder is split into 2. Food for the herbivores and food for the carnivores. Sadly, the carnivores didn't take fish as a food source, so now I had so much fish and I didn't know what to do with it. I guess I'll have to give the dinosaurs beef and then I'm gonna have to eat the fish myself. Haha, today's the day we're gonna be spawning some dinosaurs, and I was slightly disappointed that it just spawned an egg and not an actual dinosaur. I was able to spawn this little tiny bird though, which was pretty cool, and for some reason all my workers were being killed again. Since I just had to wait for the dinosaurs to hatch or grow, I decided to give all my workers full sets of armor because I was done with all of them dying. Now they look like ultimate warriors. Since we were nearing the end of the 100 days, it was time to finish it off with an amazing boss battle. I started building the portal to the Twilight Dimension because I knew there was some serious bad bosses in there. I had to get a lot more flowers though, but luckily I had bone meal. The portal itself was finished, but I just wanted to do a little more decoration before I went in. My whole portal room was seriously coming together now. The next 5 days would be extremely dramatic, so it was crucial that I was prepared physically and mentally, and my inventory was in check. I guess here's one step for mankind. Right off the bat, I knew this was a good spawn because I saw this giant amazing tower right next to me. There was a lot of this like green particle stuff, and if you got too close, you couldn't actually break any blocks, so you couldn't break in. My IQ though is over 9,000, so I decided to build up and then just jump in. I knew this was gonna be difficult because there was already a flying book attacking me. The closer I got inside, I realized that they don't take any melee damage, so that meant I had to use only my submachine gun. Let me rephrase that statement. I'm definitely not complaining. I love using my submachine gun. The mobs wouldn't stop spawning though, so I was spraying and spraying. The zombie effects when you kill them was insane. Like, it was like their whole body parts were blown up. The whole place was kind of like a maze. There was a lot of dead ends like these libraries. Oh, and if you're worried that I was gonna run out of ammo, I have so much ammo. I'm like the Terminator, baby. After countless room searching, I realized all I had to do was go up and there was the Lich King thingy. Bro, I was freaking the freak out, man. He wasn't even taking damage. He was summoning like minions and stuff. I was spraying him and spraying him down and down. He wasn't taking any damage, and I was taking damage though. Eventually, I realized these tiny little shields he has on him protects him from all this stuff. And finally, when I knocked down his last shield, he was all open business, baby. I sprayed him down. I held left click and there was a lot of lag, and then he just died. That was actually a really dramatic fight, but it was not over yet. I still had to escape. I couldn't just break out. I had to find like some sort of exit, and I didn't know where that was. As you guys know, my IQ is over 9,000, so I just took a couple ladders and bada beam, bada boom, I was outside. I still had a little bit of time left, so I kind of continued on this adventure because there was a lot of cool things around here. I found this really cool like mushroom village. I don't know, there wasn't anything like super scary in it, but it looked really cool. With only a couple minutes remaining, I did come across the snake pit. Congratulations, you made it to day 300. If you made it this far, you don't deserve not 1, not 2, but 3 gold stars. But seriously guys, I really want to continue this series, and I know you guys want it too, so please hit that like button so we can continue this. If you haven't already, I am streaming on Twitch right now, and all my Prime subs will get a Minecraft server. Just remember to join my Discord in order to get the IP. Oh, my game crashed. You guys know the drill. Smash like for 500 days in modded Minecraft. If you're new to the series, I highly suggest to watch the previous episodes so this video makes a lot more sense to you. Link to the playlist in the description below. As you guys know, this is my hardcore modded series, and this 100 days is probably the most craziest yet.
What?
2 crucial announcements before the video starts. This video was recorded on Twitch, and we're having a huge stream on December 7th at 11 a.m. EST. Seriously, be there. We're going to the moon!
Hey guys, what's up?
What's up, Blaza? Have you heard of a mobile game called Raid Shadow Legends?
Raid Shadow Legends? Of course I have heard of Raid Shadow Legends.
It is the #1 game, top 3 on the Google Play Store, and it's free!
No way!
Raid Shadow Legends! Thank you, Raid Shadow Legends, for sponsoring this video. I know you guys have heard about this game, and there's a big reason why. I mean, just look at these graphics. It's better than most PC games these days. This game has already gotten 15 million downloads in the last 6 months. Soxer1, you got me interested. What's this game about? Raid is a turn-based RPG done right. There's over 400 champions for you to collect and personally customize, including orcs, undead, knights, elves, and even more. There's 16 new champions added every month. Personally, this is my favorite champion because he's got the double axes and is able to brute force through anything. You can take those champions and fight through dungeons and even other players. That's right, you can even assemble a team and then even join a clan. You can join the Sox4One army by just simply looking me up. There's also progress missions, which is an easy way to get rewards for each mission. And the best part is that once you complete these missions, you get one of the best legendaries in the game, the Arbiter. The game is growing so fast. Look at this new roadmap they just added. Go to the video description, click on the special links, and you'll get 50,000 silver and a free champion as part of the new player program to start your journey. Good luck, and I'll see you guys there. It is day 301, and we are back where we started. Actually, just cleaning up the mess from the last 100 days. Like taking down this glass tube, which meant to be a cool little fun ride for all my cows. And I realized that I haven't spawned any dinosaurs yet except for this tiny bird. That will change the next day after I make myself a throne room. And I made sure to fill up these holes because what kind of Minecraft noob would die from fall damage? I finished up my throne room slash sleeping room, but to be honest, I didn't like the design that much. Even it being under the almighty Beanos and having some cool path going up to it, it wasn't fulfilling my dreams. It was day 303 and it was time to do some Jurassic Park stuff. The first step was actually getting these eggs to hatch because they wouldn't spawn inside my cage. I did my parental duty and I put them in a cage anyway. The goal was to portal gun them back into the cage because I knew they needed more open space in order to hatch. While I waited for that to happen, I named my sheep Jeb with a capital J. And of course I named my chicken Blob because I'm pretty sure he's actually a demon. And my plan worked. I had 2 dinosaurs inside a cage. And now I was gonna send them to a smaller cage where I can laugh at them behind a glass screen. No way, I actually have dinosaurs in my dinosaur cage. Oh my god, look, they're sleeping. They're so cute. Well, the next day I thought it was only fair to make more dinosaurs now because I wanted them to fight each other's to the death so only the strongest would survive. I'm kidding, I meant they would survive in peace and harmony. And yeah, I spent the rest of the day just making more dinosaurs. Oh, and if you haven't forgotten, my workers' fish farms worked out perfectly because now I had food to feed them. Right in the morning, I learned that the fish farm doesn't give like enchanted books or anything, but instead it gives these loot chests. And what is that? Blob, please protect me. Blob tried his best defending me, but sadly that mob had those double swords, meaning I couldn't attack it. As I found out recently, these crates usually give good loot, but sometimes they spawn mobs. Beat him up, Blob, beat him up, beat him up. Before I went to bed, I made sure to check up on my dinosaurs, and oh my goodness, they grow up so fast. Look at them. Or maybe they didn't grow up? No, I don't think so. Day 306, I realized I actually have to finish making this cage bigger if I wanted to add more dinosaurs. I started with a giant outline of the cage itself, and then also filled in the floor. I was, though, running out of reinforced glass, aka glass that dinosaurs couldn't break out of, and I also worked all through the night in order to finish up the cage. And I did that all next day, too. And boom, baby, the cage was nearly complete. I just needed to fill it with glass. I made a Dinopedia today, which basically told me that both of these guys are grass-eating Pokemon, which is actually kind of upsetting because I wanted them to be giant T-Rexes. But yeah, I spent the entire day repairing my armor with XP because I had to go to the Nether. It was day 309, and you're asking, why are you going to the Nether, Sasha 1? Isn't it dangerous? It did not matter as long as I had Blob the chicken to protect me. But seriously, I actually needed a lot of Nether quartz in order to finish my reinforced glass for my giant dinosaur cage. You know what else is really funny? That I spent 4 whole days in the Nether because you want to know why? The quartz explodes when you mine it. The pigmen have machine guns. Oh, you thought exploding ores wasn't bad enough? What about deformed cats that literally teleport themselves to you and then blind you? Or just have the entire mafia of demons and pigmen? I was literally getting everything except for quartz. I probably took over 100 souls at this point. I was fending for my life at this moment. There were so many mafia boys. They kept on knocking me back and back. I tried to build, but no, they yeeted me off the cliff. I paused immediately because I thought I was dead. But as you guys know, I'm basically the strongest person alive, so I got out of there without even a scratch. Also, because of that moment, I may or may not be permanently scarred for the rest of my life. It was day 314 and I was back at my base. I spent most of the day actually getting sand because now I had the nether quartz to mix with the sand in order to get the reinforced glass. And while the glass was smelting, I finished up the dino cage. Oh my goodness, look how cute the dinos look when they sleep. Day 315, I noticed how amazing my storage system looks, but the entire rest of the base, not so much. I started planning how I wanted to extend this cave all over to the rest of my base, and I got to work. I also removed everything on the floor that I didn't need anymore. That also included my miner stations because I actually didn't need them here in my base anymore. The next day, I continued my beautiful green-like covering decoration or whatever. Oh, and I didn't forget about the dinosaur. It just takes forever for the reinforced glass to actually smelt. And this is how much I completed today. And of course, it was a blood moon, so I had to work throughout the night. At first, it wasn't bad, and then Minecraft was like, I'm gonna yeet and delete you, so I was out of there. The next day was a lot more calm, so I could actually finish my cave. This side was basically complete, but it did not have the same feel as my original portal room. And Lord have mercy, these dinosaurs are massive. Day 318 was here, and I guess it was time to put my workers to work. I was gonna put them all outside to start working on a moat because I didn't want them inside anymore. How are the workers gonna protect themselves if they're outside? Well, good thing that you asked, because I'm gonna make a worker that has a sword. I needed a bit more iron, but luckily I had this mega furnace that gave me a lot more iron. Boop, boop. What are these dinosaurs doing? Oh, we shouldn't even look. Look away! And now I have enough material to craft some swordsmen. Good thing that we made those fighter workers, because now we can deal with the scorpion problem downstairs. And of course a guard on top, and yes, style is very important. Oh, now he's perfect. I also had to destroy the miners' quarry because they actually found a water spot, which is not good because the last thing we wanted was things to actually spawn in there. Day 320, and it was time to finish up the dinosaur cage. I finished putting the glass on the big cage, so now it was just time to release them, and oh my goodness, why are you mad? I got out by the skin between my teeth. I mean, why are you mad? Sure, I'm putting you in a cage, but there's no need to be angry at me. It got kind of difficult to move outside the cage because his head was so big and long, it was like blocking my sense of direction. But like, hey, the other dinosaur hasn't moved out from the smaller cage, but at least the bigger cage is working. I guess that's a success, right? Ah, he's out of the cage! How is this possible? There was glass, there was, ah! How am I alive? How did he get out of the cage? I specifically made reinforced glass that is stronger than regular glass, so he wouldn't be able to get out of the cage. Well, I left tomorrow's problems to tomorrow me. My goal was to slowly push him over there. He's chasing me again. Well, at least he's outside the base now and he's not chasing me. Oh, great. Both of the dinosaurs are outside the cage that I specifically made for dinosaurs. When in need, always ask your Twitch chat because there's something called a Safari Night that's basically a Pokeball. So I played copyrighted music here, so it kind of went like, I wanna be the very best, like no one ever was. Dun dun dun. Yeah, that was it. And I spent the entire next day taking out the smaller cage, and I double layered all the sidewalls to make sure there was no way they could get through. And for the moment of the truth, we were gonna spawn the dinosaurs back in, run away, and hopefully it works. All right, he hasn't broken through the cage and tried to rip off my head, so I would say the cage is now successful. Day 323, and now that we have a working cage, it was time to spawn in some more dinosaurs. This one was supposedly a water dinosaur, and hey, look, it's so cute. Ah! It killed me instantly. Luckily, I did a pro gamer move and restored my last session. The only problem is that you lose several days of work, so yeah, my dinosaurs were still in the small cage. I'll speedrun the next 6 days because I was just recovering what I lost, but I did make some changes. I ended up fully recovering the dinosaur cage and even added this cool redstone light thing that went all the way down. Wait, what? That took you a whole 6 days? Well, it's because this glass is as hard as obsidian. My first day back to reality, I noticed that I didn't actually have a doorway to get to my workers. I did a lot of research on what kind of doors I can make because there were hundreds to choose from. After doing some epic modded smelting and a little bit of modded crafting, we were able to make this magic door. What? It has no door animation? Not even the double doors have cool animation. Do you see the difference between these two doors? Look how amazing that door is on the left. Look at that animation though. At least it wasn't a complete waste because we learned how to make these magic blocks that look really cool. The next day I decided maybe we should just do something classic. But then it hit me, why didn't I just make another castle gate? We just simply right click and boom, castle gate. Now that is an entrance. Day 333, the first thing was actually making a bigger entrance because the bigger the better. That looks pretty cool. The only problem with my giant entrance now that it was too close to my furnace, so I had to move everything over to the left a bit. It ended up actually looking pretty good. My dinosaurs were really getting big at this point, which was kind of a problem because that means I had to feed them more. On top of that, his giant head kept on blocking the feeding system. So I guess I just had to tame them, right? But that means I have to whip them, and I was way too scared to get close. Eventually, I grew a pair and I walked right in. But I was way too scared to whip them, especially this close to them. At least food wouldn't be a problem because they're both vegetarians. Someone put this on a top 10 list. This is the most satisfying thing in Minecraft. New day, new me. I was gonna whip them up till they obeyed. I was whipping the souls out of these dinosaurs. One of them was fighting me back and oh, what? I tamed one. I guess some dinosaurs don't like whipping because they started attacking me. The long necky dinosaur died? What? No! My chat made me realize it was actually the other dinosaur that killed the long neck because he was protecting me because I tamed him. The next day I decided not to worry about the dinosaurs because I had one tamed now. I decided to check up on my workers who were making the moat outside and of course they were stuck. After rescuing them, I thought I would whip them back into shape, but sadly the whip was ineffective. Looking around my base, I didn't know exactly what to do. I mean, the cave was basically done. I mean, we had to add portals and then of course we had the great Beanos protecting us. Then it hit me. I needed an elevator to get up and down my floors really quickly. Today was elevator day. We just needed a little bit of ender pearls and a little bit of wool and boom, we had an elevator. I didn't know where to put it though, and on top of that, I didn't know how it worked. I mean, it was just a box. How is this supposed to be an elevator? After a lot of trial and error, I actually did it. I went from one floor to another by just jumping. This was actually mind-blowing to me. I could go up and down as fast as lightning. Like, look at me. This is me trying to break my game by going up and down as fast as I could. Now that I knew how it worked, it was time to make it look pretty. The next day, I just started to make my elevator room look nicer. My game did crash for some reason, so I did try to download more RAM online, but it turns out that's not actually a thing. I just made a temporary room where I could just walk up to the wall, teleport down, and when I'm done, I could just teleport back up. And I spent the rest of the day making some more dinosaurs. I realized I was still missing one elevator block all the way at the bottom for my workers, but now it's done, and look, I can go all the way up and down. Speaking about my workers, they caught a lot of these cages that sometimes spawn mobs. The usual mobs are no problem, except when it's that dragon thing what I can't even attack. But yeah, look at me go up and down. Look how cool it is. It is day 339 and it's time to go on an adventure. The first step was actually making something called duct tape that you can repair your armor with. My armor breaks really easily and I never had enough XP to repair it in time. After several attempts on trying to use the duct tape, I simply just had to right click it and it worked. It was really cheap, so I could easily repair all my armor. I emptied out all my backpacks and I prepared myself for tomorrow. I'm back in the Twilight Dimension and it is time to destroy whatever cool bosses I can find. I spent about 5 Minecraft days in here and I retraced my steps to go even further beyond than I did last time. While going through the mushroom forest, there was an especially big mushroom. I'm talking like mushroom times 10 on drugs. It took a long time to get to the top, but I was hoping it was gonna be worth it with a big boss fight. There isn't anything up here. At least getting down wasn't a problem. After moving in one direction, I did come across another castle. The best part, it didn't have any of those green particles, so I could break right in. There were so many mobs and so many flying books, like stop spawning. The fact that I could break things now, I took all those bookshelves. Those books were mine. Guys, I'm not joking. I seriously took every single bookshelf, like in every single move. There was probably maybe 600 bookshelves. I came across the boss room and I knew exactly what to expect this time. I beat him up so bad, I sent him back to his mommy. He's gonna cry a little bit. You gonna cry, little Lich King? You gonna cry, little boy? One taps. Oh my goodness, look, it's Technoblade. It was really easy to get out because I could just break out, and I continued my adventure in one direction. I probably walked like 5,000 miles at this point. And what is this? We came across something interesting. It looks like some sort of maze. I despise mazes. I was ready to build across of it and just take all the loot, but my Twitch chat convinced me that I should go through it like a man. This is epic. Let me take you. The maze itself was actually pretty easy. There was just spider spawners all over the place. But it was definitely worth it because we got melon seeds. After completing the maze, I did come across a new biome. It looked like some sort of swamp. There were clouds of bugs, and oh my goodness, what is that? That is like a skeleton on a cow. Oh my god, he's moving so fast. Stay back. I went into the swamp anyway, and now I can't see anything, and my hunger's going down super fast. It's all red. It's scary. Make it stop, please. I saw those green barrier blocks again, so that means I can't be in here until I do something else. Right next to the swamp, there was another snake pit, so, you know, let's just kill another green thingy. Boom, gun sound effects. Boom, boom, boom. And it's dead, and it also crashed my PC. LOL. It was day 346, and all I had to do was make some flex tape and repair my armor, and also get some food. This time in the forest, I decided to go in a completely opposite direction. What is that? I know this is a snow biome, but what is that? Oh my god, look at his face. Oh, he's grabbed me. I used one of my pokeballs to capture one for myself. I'm pretty sure I just found another boss area, but I really couldn't see anything, especially with all these green particles. I needed to find out why I was doing this. After doing some research, I learned that you had to kill the bosses in progression in order to kill another boss. I spent the entire next day just learning what I actually had to do. If my research was correct, I literally just had to pick up this staff again, and oh, look, all the bugs are gone. That staff was from the Lich King, who I had to kill before I'm able to progress into the swamp. We were trying to find a giant hill, but instead we found like this fiery forest. Oh my gosh, that looks scary. I'm definitely going in there. Oh my god, I'm on fire! I had to kill a certain boss before I was able to enter into the fiery forest. The boss is supposed to be in a swamp inside a hill, but all I did was find mazes and more swamp. And would you look at that? We found it. We found the hill. This was a dramatic moment because I was searching for hours for this, and look, it's right in front of me. Inside the hill, there was some sort of underground layer, but hopefully it wasn't a maze. I mean, anything but a maze. No, it's a giant maze! The maze itself was actually not that complicated. Ah, what is that? It's a cow! What is this maze? There's literally humans with cow heads and axes. This is not okay. I came across my first chest and I was so excited. And what is that? I heard a pressure plate. What? It was a trap. It blew up everything. I lied about the maze not being complicated. It was never ending. I found another chest thing and I was being very cautious. And oh my god, it's gonna blow up again. This is so sad. Can we hit 15 likes on this video? There were a ton of these cowboys. I mean, they wouldn't stop spawning. Well, duh, sucks for one. There was actually a spawner. I found another chest and I made sure not to activate the tripwire, and I just activated it. Why am I so bad at this? But luck was still on my side because I found another hole that went deeper. This lower level was even harder. There were like creatures that I can't even explain. Like, what are those? At least the chests down here weren't hooked up with any TNT. I found one mean mushroom. I mean, he didn't actually move much and he hit me twice, but like, at least he looked cool. Wait, what? He was actually the boss of this place? Looking at my achievement tab, it looks like he was, and now the next step was to fight whatever that thing was. I decided to check if there was any more loot. Oh my god, there's bugs. There's giant bugs. Yep, I was done with that place. No more. I decided to go back to the fiery area because I'm assuming maybe this is actually the next place I can go to. I was right, but then again, I was also super scared because this place looked like a place out of my nightmares. I guess that this giant mountain thing was holding a boss, and oh, Hydra! Hydra! What? Are you serious right now? You expect me to fight this thing? Oh, look at that. It doesn't even take range damage. That's fantastic. Sorry for interrupting. I'm having a 20% off discount on all my merch. This includes socks. Just use code SOCKS for one when purchasing from the link below. It has 3 heads and they fire fireballs. After a lot of mental preparation, I just decided to YOLO it. I felt like he would just stomp me if I went near him, so I kind of just ran around in circles. I fought dinosaurs. I mean, come on, how hard is this 3-headed dragon? I mean, you can't even hit me right now. I was joking about that. This is supposed to be 10 times harder. Is this cheating? Is this considered hacking? And he's dead. Well, that was way less dramatic than it should have been. I portaled back home and realized, wow, we actually really need like a headroom to show all our trophies off. Day 354 and we were back in our base and I had to take the time to empty all of my backpacks and stuff. From our last couple fights, I felt really confident that we could take on more, so I decided to just go back. The only problem is that no matter how far I searched, I just couldn't find anything. I even made a Twilight map that should show all the locations of the bosses, but it didn't work. I guess we should start working on a trophy room anyway. Next day, and I decided I wanted to make this room big, so we had to start with a lot of clearing. I tried using this new magic block that we made recently, but it didn't seem right. I did know that I wanted some sort of glass floor and then some sort of liquid beneath that to have like an extra cool effect. So I just started clearing out all the old stuff. I continued the exact same thing the next day, but I debated what kind of liquid do I actually want under the glass. My first thought was a pool of blood that required a lot of rotten flesh. Sadly, I had nowhere near enough. While I was thinking what I was actually gonna put in here, I had to clear out a little bit more. During a blood moon, I used a liquid called oil. It looked really cool, but it moved really slowly. I wanted to work through the night, but these mobs kept on attacking me. I also tried this magic glass, but honestly, that didn't look so good on top of it. The next morning, I awoke to a giant leak in my base. The oil was going all the way to the bottom layer. I had to do an emergency patch job. After trying it with glass as well, I decided I didn't like this color at all, and I was gonna switch to lava. Day 357, and I can already say this looks 10 times better. Getting lots of it wasn't a problem either because I had lots of lava underneath my base. It still takes a long time though. Since I was able to repair my armor using flex tape, I could use my XP now to enchant my items. And I used my pickaxe / shovel to get a lot of sand because we were gonna make a lot of glass. And boom, you put the sand in this modded furnace and it will give us modded glass. While I waited for my glass, it turns out I can move blocks with my portal gun. Like, how cool is this? Before I went AFK, someone told me in chat that I could make a redstone modded timer thing that would help the production of the glass. It's a block that sends out a signal every second. Putting the redstone clock on top of the faucets allow the glass to just keep being made. The next 3 days were Project Beanos. Oh, before we go into that, look how awesome this glass looks. See how it syncs all together? It looks so good. Back to Project Beanos. The goal was to be able to see Beanos when we were inside the throne room. So we had to clear out basically this entire side of the castle. It was a lot of blocks. I just realized this would be a very awkward way of looking at Beanos. Then a genius idea occurred to me. Why don't we make his butt his face? Some say my IQ even rivals the great Einstein himself. Well, let's see how he looks first try, and oh my god, he's hideous. Attempt number 2. And wow, he actually looks pretty Beanos-like. I mean, he's upside down, but yeah. I tried to fix him, but I think I just made it worse. No. I left it up to my Twitch chat to decide which of these faces they want. And voila, the butt of Beanos' face is now shining down to us at the throne room. Day 362, and I still had to finish the actual hallway to the room. I found this really cool block that was a mixture of netherrack and stone brick and created like this reddish epicness. Yeah, it really matched the lava really well. It's definitely not there yet, but it's looking pretty good. I continued the next day making this sort of cave pattern look to fit the rest of the base. I had to take a lot of trips to go get lava, and I needed a lot more netherrack. Okay, I have this huge problem and I don't know how to fix it. So my nether portal returning from the nether doesn't get me back to my base. It keeps on making a new portal outside my old base. But these little problems aren't gonna slow me down from finishing my throne room. It's really coming together now, yay! I spent the next 3 days just getting lava to fill this place up because I had to fill in every single block. How many nether portals are gonna be created? There's like 15 here already. Just go portal me back to my base. Day 368, we had lava, we had glass, we had blocks. This place was really coming together now. I didn't know what blocks to mix it with, so I just continued with the same block. It still looks a little bit off right now, but the idea behind it looks really good. And boom, Beanos as well. And I used the rest of the day to get more netherrack because I decided that I wanted some nether brick. How many portals? Day 369. I thought it was a good idea to merge my cave with my actual trophy room. Just kidding, I actually spent 5 days on this because I wanted to extend the entire cave over everything. Making a cave-like structure ceiling is harder than you think. At this point, I really didn't know what I was doing. I was kind of just placing in random blocks. Anyway, just take out this block and hey, that looks pretty good. The only problem is that the only way to see Beanos is to go outside. See how everything was merging together? The only thing I was missing now were vines. Speaking of vines, I always wanted this type because it was literally gold. Oh, and if you were curious, gas are not very effective against military-graded weapons. And we grabbed a lot of netherrack since we were here. The next day, I was just putting up some finishing touches with which mostly included putting up some lights. Pretty boring, right? But it was definitely worth it because now my whole base looked pretty well lit. Day 376, and I really didn't like the white outline these glass blocks gave. I had an idea by extending each glass block by 2 and then covering up the outline so then you wouldn't see anything. This was definitely worth it because now it looks like there's nothing there. Doing it on the other side though was much tougher because I had to work around a lot of things. And might as well do it for the trophy room as well because that would look so good. It was time to finish Project Beano, so I spent the next 5 days getting as much netherrack as possible because I needed a lot of nether brick and a ton of this netherrack / stone brick. The block that I've been using the most though was this hellish brick, and I filled the entire throne room with it. Netherrack plus fire plus nether brick equals instant fear to anyone that walks into this room. Oh, and I'm sorry, I had to mute these clips because I was actually watching Rick and Morty on my desktop. The room was basically complete and I couldn't be more happier with it. The entrance though, honestly, this was probably my best design. If you were wondering why I was so happy with it, this was actually my old design. It looks so bad. I wanted to have my bed here. That way when I went to bed, I saw the great Lord Beanos, but honestly, I don't think the bed fits. Well, at least I can put the trophies on the wall so the room is actually doing what it was designed for. And I'm sorry, bed, you gotta go. It ruins the feel. Day 383, I literally had to break all my chests around my base and then move it all into my storage system. I played the series for well over a couple hundred days, and this noise still scares me every single night. It sends chills down my spine. For the next couple days before we go on our big adventure, I thought it would be cool if we look up some modded stuff. Did you know there was over hundreds of different things I could do with an ink sac? I was also low on materials, so I spent the time keeping up with my workers and making sure they were all well fed. I also dug out a big section of our base, which will be very important for our next series if you guys want that. Oh, and you see this crafting recipe? I learned how to make a sawed-off shotgun. Like, this is straight out of Doom. This is insane. It's day 390, and we're definitely gonna try out how strong this shotgun is. It's really weak. It took me 3 minutes to kill a whale, but it's extremely effective against girlfriends. This was the first time I was ever excited for a blood moon because that means there was gonna be so many mobs. Oh, skeleton, you're shooting me? Boom, baby! Even my sheep fought by my side. It was all well and good, especially since I didn't really take any damage. But the problem was there were so many enemy mobs spawning, like I couldn't do anything except for like being shot. These guys had chainsaws. I want a chainsaw. How could they have chainsaws? I think I just had enough, but there was an emperor scorpion like right outside my gate, so I couldn't even go home. We were getting near the end and I didn't want to start any big projects. I wanted a red liquid to be dripping down from my throne room, but I didn't have enough rotten flesh. I looked up something called a bottler that should turn condensed blood into buckets of blood. But of course, the machine needed power to work. I didn't know where to put this machine, so I started clearing out some area near my workers. I tried hooking up the machine to a power source using wires, and I failed miserably. For now, I just lightened up Beano's face, and oh my goodness, he actually looks really bad. Oh no. It was day 395, and it was time to fight some big bad bosses in the Twilight Dimension. This achievement tab is really useful for letting me what I'm supposed to do next. So according to that, after beating the Hydra, I have to find some dark forest or something. The only problem was that no matter how far I went, I really didn't find anything. And the Twilight map that is supposed to show all the bosses' locations didn't work, so I just had to keep moving in one direction. Hope was almost lost, but then we came across rain in the Twilight Dimension, and it hurts me? The rain was annoying, but it wasn't actually doing any damage to me. Not even to my armor. However, there was a giant cloud in the sky, so I'm assuming that's where all the rain was coming from. What is going on? What is that thing? That kind of looks like me, and is that a giant castle? What is going on? My heart was pounding at this moment, and I made sure to be very careful so the rain wouldn't like knock me off or something. I don't know. I can confirm that is me, and he's wearing armor now. Like, what is he trying to fight me? And why is he so big? This place is huge. I had no idea how strong I was, so I made an escape route just in case. How is that me, but giant version? This is mind-blowing. Maybe he's friendly. Oh, no, he's walking towards me, menace like, oh God. I'm sorry, I don't want to kill myself. Oh, there's another. He has friends. He has friends. There's three. There's three. What is this game? There's a fourth one, and they drop giant swords. This isn't crazy. Oh my God. I'm sorry, Soxerwood. I don't want to do this. You look so perfect standing there. I'm sorry. I have a giant pickaxe. Your argument is now invalid. This is so cool. And we're just getting started. There's a giant castle. Not even giant. It's massive. It was really hard to get in here because there was like thorns everywhere and everything was like extra big. I'm assuming this is like a giant's world. The rain stopped damaging me though for some reason, so that's pretty cool. I think this was the entrance and it it did the coolest thing. It like vanished and then it like reappeared. Oh my gosh, this is the coolest door ever. I wasn't even trying to open the door at first. I was trying to eat my steak. It was a lot of the same rooms and the mobs inside were just those tiny little goblins. Our objective was trying to find the big bad boss, but breaking these blocks were hard because they were literally stronger than obsidian. According to the minimap, that's the center of the castle and the biggest area, so I guess we just go across? This is definitely a trap. There's like some sort of sign and barriers. Like, what is this? This is, I'm dead. I'm dead. Final boss here, you win? What do you mean? There was no boss here. I realized since I'm doing this all out of order, then maybe no bosses spawn? I didn't lose hope yet because there were still layers beneath and there was some new mobs spawning. This dude's literally a maze. I hate mazes. Epic door entrance, weird mobs inside. The mobs were really weak, but at least the doors were really cool. Wait, what? I can actually mine the doors and take them home with me? That's amazing. This felt like it would turn into a maze because it looked like it was just tunneling into another room. Oh my goodness, this already looks super trippy. The place looked really cool, but it was the same boxes over and over, and these vegetarians wouldn't stop attacking me. I'm serious, they must be vegetarians because they actually threw seeds at me. The vegetarians were really weak, but they wouldn't stop spawning. There were so many of them, like they wouldn't stop. One of these rooms would eventually have a staircase beneath, but there were so many of them that I had to check all of them. I finally found the staircase and I quickly portaled back home to prepare for a big battle. It was the big day 400 and I was ready to fight whatever was down there. I couldn't see anything except for a lot of blazes though. I didn't know how to get down, so I just jumped and it worked. I was so pumped. I killed all the blazes because I assumed after eliminating them all, the big boss would spawn. Oh, never mind. It's just another sign. Man, I should have completed the other challenges. Well, it's definitely something to do for the next series, so make sure to hit that like button. Good job on finishing the video. You earned yourself 4 gold stars. I've been really enjoying making these sort of videos, and I also appreciate your support on them. Remember to be on my Twitch channel December 7th at 11 a.m. EST. We'll be flying to the moon. Also, I'm having a 20% off discount on all my merch. This includes socks. Just use code SOCKS41 when purchasing from the link below. You guys know the drill. Smash like for 600 days. Welcome to the largest Minecraft mod pack possible. A video series inspired by the amazing Luke the Notable. I guess this is my first face reveal. I mean, many of you have already seen my face, but I would just like to start off. Thank you guys for such a fantastic year. We started with, I don't know, 10,000 subscribers at the beginning of the year, maybe even less, and now we have 700,000. I just want to thank each and one of you guys for just being so amazing, so supportive on every single video, and I'm glad that you guys have been on this journey with me because it's been a lot of fun. I just want to let you guys know 3 things that will be happening. A Minecraft server will be happening in about 2 weeks, but it's going to be a much different Minecraft server than your usual Minecraft server. It's gonna be actually insane. The second thing is that I have a second channel and you need to subscribe right now. And the third thing is that please support my second channel. Yeah, I know I already said that, but if we hit 69,000 subscribers on my second channel, I will play scary horror games and I will cry for you. Oh, and if you haven't seen the first 400 days, you probably want to watch that. The link for the playlist is down below because then this video wouldn't make any sense to you. I streamed the first 5 days because it was a special event and we were going to the moon. I made a little runway going all the way to Beanos, and this is where we would launch our rocket ship to the moon. The only problem is that Beanos wasn't as friendly as we thought. While we were getting preparations for liftoff, turns out we actually didn't have the necessary equipment. That equipment being thermal padding, and we needed it so we wouldn't freeze on the moon. So all we had to do was get some wool so we could craft up this padding. But before we were able to, we got some message from Beanos.
I promise you won't even spend an entire day on the moon. I will end you.
That was very heartwarming from him, and it just encouraged me to go to the moon more. But then he tried to give us a hug, and I felt kind of uncomfortable. No. Okay, are we safe? Oh. Luckily, we survived. There were no sheep in the overworld, so I had to resort to killing sheep in other dimensions. Multiple dimensions. And just like that, we were ready to go to the moon. We put in the electricity, we put in the gas, it was time to fly. It's happening, boys. It's happening. Ah! Bye, Beanos, I'm coming to slay you. We're leaving everything. And bada beam, bada boom, we were in space. And since we were in space now, you know what that means. We got our own space station. Hey, we got a space station now? We had some uninvited guests though. I have no idea how Shrek got on my spaceship, but he broke down my door. Nonetheless, it was time to see what was on the moon. Slow and steady. As soon as I landed, I had to deal with skull troopers with helmets. I ran away as fast as I could and I came across this bottomless pit. I thought I was saved, but it turns out this pit turned out to be another maze. You know it's bad when creepers are living on the moon with a helmet and a jetpack. And then we found it. The boss room. It's the battle boss. What is this? Evolved skeleton boss. Yo! Hey! Oh, he's grabbed me! Ah! I got an assault rifle. I'm not afraid to use it. And just like that, he died. We grabbed the treasure and we got out of there. But when I got back on my ship, there was something wrong.
The emergency destruct system is now
What is going on?
activated.
What is going on? Beanos has infiltrated my ship and it was going to explode. Ah! He nearly killed me as well. I tried to prevent the spaceship from exploding, but it was too late. And now the video begins. It is day 406 and somehow we're returning back to Earth. Everything looks crazy from up here. Oh! Beanos is corrupted and evil. Well, this just proves that every bad thing that's happened to us is his fault. I spent the rest of the day cleaning up my base from the mess I made before I left. And of course, storing all the new valuables I got from going to the moon. The next day, I realized I wanted this castle to be multi-level, so I started working on the second floor, not including the basement, of course. And of course, this took a lot of time because there's a lot of square feet to cover. A lot of square feet. Day 408, I realized I actually ran out of stone slabs. And I didn't want to wait a long time to smelt my cobblestone, so I decided to make the obsidian level furnace. The obsidian furnace is a way upgraded regular furnace, which makes smelting 10 times faster. This was a gold furnace, and look how much faster it was already. And voila, obsidian furnace. I cleared some room in the back of my storage system and added a little bit of area. I set up a double chest into the obsidian furnace, and oh my god, look how fast it is. It's like ka-chow fast. The next morning, it nearly had 2 stacks of stone in less than a minute. And I was able to finish up my top floor. And just a couple more pieces, and voila, the whole place is complete. I mean, yeah, it's just stone slabs, but at least it's complete. I still had time, so I thought it would be cool to have a giant door made out of those blocks I got from the Twilight Dimension. What do you mean special blocks? Just look at this. If you right click, whoa, they just disappear, and then after a short time, they come back. I was missing a couple blocks, but I would fix that later. Day 410, I finished up the big door, and honestly, the door animation is completely sick. Don't get me wrong, I could look at that all day. It just didn't look really good. I think it was because the room wasn't finished, but I knew I had to at least take out this space room that went to the evil Beanos. This was something I made quickly before I flew to the moon, and honestly, it didn't look that good. And I also spent all night taking it out. I didn't give up on the door. Yeah, I decided to put a giant frame around it. That didn't look good, so I also tried these pink glass, but honestly, it just didn't work. I just gave up on this project for a bit and I put everything in a chest. I went down to my underground layers and wow, does this place really need a makeover. It is a mess. And you guys probably noticed all my workers died too. The next day, one of my plans for this base was to have a liquid coming down from the top of my base that went through and in between my staircase. My plan was to use this red coloring, but that was made out of rotten flesh and I had nowhere near enough. I looked through the liquid tab for a while and there was a lot of cool colors. I mean, basically any color. The only color I could make a lot of was this light blue color that came from molten glass. It looked pretty good from what I was seeing. I just had to wait overnight, so I had buckets of it. Day 412, I had to line up a 4x4 space that went all the way down so the liquid could flow down nice and easy. At this moment, I had no idea if this lined up or not. I also made this layer that would hold the liquid all the way above my base, so it would fall all the way to the bottom of my base. And the next day, I started pouring in the light blue, and it looked really bluish, and it lights me on fire! I forgot that it's melted glass, so it is as hot as lava. This was also the moment of truth, because now that I poured in the liquid, it's gonna start falling down all the way to my bottom of my base, and it looks like I calculated everything right. Nice! It's going all the way to the bottom. It's looking good, and yes, I think that's a success. No, 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 no. What is this? It's going over the stairs. No, 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 no. How? My game crashed. When I came back online, I took out the blue juice, and honestly, I don't even think I liked it that much anyway. Workers aren't the way to go. Maybe we need to go into automation. I love that word, automation. But basically, all these farms that I have on this bottom floor, they also work with electricity. The only problem is that I don't understand anything about like modded electricity and transferring energy and all that pizzazz. I had this transfer node hook up to my generator, which actually worked, but it was way too expensive, like the actual pipes. I tried some other cheaper solutions, but they did not work. I also spent the next day researching and learning, but they are all fails. And all these tests came with a price because I needed a lot of redstone for the pipes. Day 415 was the moment of truth where we learned how to make make these red pipes. They were cheap and they transferred energy from my generators to my farms easily. I started clearing out some area in the back because that's where I was gonna put all my generators for the power. And after doing some research, I learned I could make this fancy smancy thing that turns any block into power. The next day I started crafting up these fancy smancy machines, and I'm not joking, any sort of block you put into the machine, like dirt, grass, whatever, it turns it into power. It was great. I put all my trash items like cobblestone in there and shaboom, it was making power. And then I would connect the pipes to the generator, which would hook up to all my farms so they would all have power. And the best part, these pipes were underground so you wouldn't see any of them. Day 417, all my farms were hooked up, and this system allowed me to have even more farms in the future. But with all these farms hooked up, I actually didn't have enough power, so I had to make even more generators. I ended up making 4 of these block eaters for energy, and I filled them all with cobblestone. The energy pipes were really easy to get because all I needed was glass and redstone, and with my new obsidian furnace, everything was so easy. I just want to let you guys know I cut about 90% of the crashes, and I have an RTX 2080. There's too many mods in this mod pack. The next day, my block eating generators was just eat through the blocks too fast, so I needed to pipe in items from like a triple chest, double chest, whatever, so items would never run out. I ended up using wooden hoppers. Please no bully, I really don't have any iron. I towered these hoppers all the way to the top of my base, and then I just hooked up double chest and filled them with cobblestone. That way I could easily fill up these generators with thousands of blocks without leaving the comfort of my home. The next day I just went mining and got some of the basic materials, especially like iron and redstone. The same thing the day after. On day 420, man, I was just growing my plants. Yo. But seriously, the reason I needed all these resources because I used them all in the pipes and the machines and all that stuff. I had to make an alloy smelter that allowed me to create pipes, and those pipes extract resources from my farms. And oh, who thought it was a good idea for Emperor Scorpions to spawn in the main base? And I can just connect it using my power down below. And these plants that I've been growing on top, they're called ender lilies, and they eventually grow up to be ender pearls. Day 421, I learned that these lilies only grow during the dark, so I had to give them some cover, but then I realized I only did them for 1 because I'm too lazy. Why do you need the ender pearls, you ask? Well, if you combine the ender pearls with the iron ingot, it makes a green little bar. I needed a lot of these tiny green bars because those green bars would turn into pipes that would take out the items from my farms. The next day was a big day because now we were actually gonna have the resources to make these pipes. I just needed a lot of sand. And then I had to do a lot of fancy crafting. And just like that, we made the green pipes, also known as the item conduit pipe. Since I made the pipes the previous day, now it's time to make a ton of farms. You know what the best part of having this all being automated and all machinery? Now I don't have to share all my food to the workers, so all the food is for me. Oh, and for some reason, I got an ultimate axe, which is one of the most powerful axes in the game, and I have no idea how I got it. Day 424, now that I made about 30 more farms, I had to have room for it, so I started making my basement multiple levels. I had room for 3 floors. I had to clear it up a little bit, but it was ready for the farms. With all this room, I could make an entire side just for wheat and another side just for trees. The next day, I realized I'm gonna have a problem soon, a problem in power. I haven't even hooked up my new farms, and these generators already went through 60,000 pieces of cobblestone. I ran out of cobblestone. You never run out of cobblestone. On top of that, I had to switch to dirt, and I don't have that much dirt. I had to find a new power source soon. But for now, I just started clearing out the areas where the pipes would transfer the energy. Day 426, my disappointment is immeasurable, and my day is ruined. I forgot trees need at least 6 blocks high in order to grow. Well, problems for another time. I started hoeing up my wheat farm, placing these cropping sticks so the plants can grow, and all my wheat farms are ready. The next day, I knew I wanted to go exploring again, so I just made a couple more of these red pipes. I just hooked them up to some machines so something would be done while I was gone on my little vacation. Also, we still have this one dinosaur. I don't know what to do with him, so please leave a comment down below because, I don't know, he kind of just sits here all day. I really wanted to explore, but I wanted some sort of flight system, so I made this glider, and it actually worked really well. I could glide around. Now that we can glide, I thought it was a really good idea to go to the Aether dimension. For the next 3 days, I spent my time flying around in the Aether dimension. I found this really weird structure before, but I never went to it because I couldn't just like build across. I had to fly, but now I could, so haha. Inside were a lot of mobs waiting for me, but nothing too crazy except for the dudes with blasters. And sadly, there was no loot. I decided to build as high as I can so I could fly as far as I wanted. It would have been that simple if I didn't keep on getting knocked off by these flying beans that like blow out of their mouths and they keep on knocking me down. I decided to show them a little bit of American-made weaponry. I finally had some peace, so I could build all the way up. But you know what stopped me this time? My game crashed. And when I came back, these flying muffins were waiting for me again. I came across this tiny island, but the only thing in it was flowers. Just flowers. I checked underneath. Don't worry, there was nothing. So I just kept on flying until I found something interesting. I found this maze thing that I completed in the first 200 days or 100 days. I don't know, but I did it already. There was also a bridge in the middle of nowhere. It was just there. A bridge was here. I don't know what it was purpose. It was just a bridge. And that's all I found after searching for thousands of blocks. So yeah. Day 431, I just came back to my base to regroup, but I wasn't satisfied with my last adventure. I decided I was going to go to the ant dimension or the termite dimension because I heard both of those places have really good loot. What I didn't know, if I were to go to the termite dimension, I would actually lose all my items. So that's for sure something we could do for our 600-day series. I got all my equipment ready and it was time to go to the ant dimension. The next day it was time to travel. I made sure to capture one ready and I also right-clicked on one to travel. I spawned in the middle of stone. Wow, more dinosaurs all over again. Look at this dude. Look at his face. Look how long it is. I knew that these temples were where all the loot was, but I didn't know what this one was. It had like water at the bottom. It looked really creepy. I wanted to play it safe because I know there's mobs down here that could instantly kill me. Whoa, what is this place? This place looks awesome. There's like lava on the side. Oh, I'm gonna die. Oh, it's the Naruto guys all over again. Everything's on fire. Everything's on fire. There was also blazes and they were way more annoying because they kept on spawning. There were so many of them. How many spawners? And the funny part, the only building block I have is wood and it kept on burning. Eventually I broke through and I got a lot of loot. I mean, the drops from these guys were insane. I had so much coal and quartz, it was insane. So much fire! I farmed these guys for a bit though because they gave so much loot. More loot than the actual chests themselves. Eventually I just dug myself out and it was worth it because I had so much loot. One of those loot items was this nightmare sword and it was really good. I mean, I did kill this giant flying butterfly in like 10 seconds. I spent the next 3 days in the anti-dimension and the glider made it really easy to move around. My goal was to loot this obsidian / bedrock looking thing because it has the best loot. The only problem is that there's so many monsters. I was so lucky that I got knocked out. I was in there for like 10 seconds and look how much damage they did to my armor. But I did get to grab this giant squid Zuko. It's huge, just look at it. I decided to raid the temple with the snaky boys instead because it was something I could manage. Don't worry, I fired like 10,000 squids in there and it actually worked and they killed all the snakes. And for the last snake, I just used my portal gun to send him somewhere else. I ended up getting myself an ultimate chestplate and even an ultimate sword. Ultimate sword versus stone giant. Ultimate sword wins. I found another challenge area, but this place had aliens, like actual aliens. Like there's no way I was going in there. I just took all the lapis and left. I ended up returning home, which was a blood moon, which was pretty annoying, especially since my armor was about to break. But the main reason I had to come home was because all my backpacks were full. Day 436 has been stolen by Beanos. It is day 437, and you're probably asking, how are you flying? Are you cheating right now, Socks for one? Even better, your boy learned how to make this belt that allows me to fly. And Socks, why are you digging in this meteor? Well, you know how I said that we had to leave the anti-dimension because all my backpacks were full? So it turns out I can make something called an ME storage system that allows me to transfer items from an ender chest into the storage system. You heard me, you can take stuff out of ender chest and put that in your storage system. Socks, that doesn't explain why you're digging into these meteors. Well, these meteors have a certain like modded template that I need in order to build this ME system. I also forgot to emphasize how amazing it is to fly. This makes my life so much easier. Like I can find these meteors no problem. I was having so much time flying that I really fought anything that I saw, even these like giant bugs. And since I had like 2 pieces of ultimate armor now, nothing really hurt me. I killed like 2 bosses in a day. Look at this mole, dude. I actually fought and I killed a giant mole. The next day I kept on looting up these meteors for their little inscriber pads because I actually didn't know what I was gonna do with them. And since I could fly now, I could easily loot up all these danger areas that I kept on avoiding in the overworld. Almost full ultimate gear, baby. And of course I took all that iron now because it was just so easy. Flying just made things so much easier. I looted every single dungeon near my base. And the same thing happened the next day too. Turns out all these people's houses were made out of wool, so that fixed my string problem for years. Have you ever seen a man floating with an AK-47? I don't know what this spawner counter thing was, but it had another Squidzuka, so I guess it was a success. I was basically unbeaten in the overworld now. The only thing that still gives me trouble is the Emperor Scorpion, just because of the poison and all. And I raided my last meteor, and I was ready to build my ME system. For the next 10 days, I'm gonna be building this ME system. It's a storage system that is online, like you save your blocks on a flash drive. The reason for building this is because when I constantly go on raids, my inventory keeps on getting full. This will allow me just to dump all my stuff in an ender pouch that goes into my system. On top of that, all the resources made from my farms down below, they can automatically go into the storage system. It took me several hours just to learn how to make all this, and it'd be way too complicated for me to explain it all. All you guys need to know is that it took a lot of materials, but the one important material that I always needed was the Certus crystal thing. But everything else was like, you would use one material to turn into another material that would turn into this material and blah, 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 modded stuff. And after hours of grinding and learning, this was my ME system. Not as cool as I thought it would be, right? Quick explanation, that purple panel is where you actually search and you can grab items, and also where you put in the items. This is the ender chest, so anything that goes into the ender chest can be put into the storage system. And then the actual storage area that only has a 1K flash drive, meaning I could only store 1,000 blocks in it, which was actually nothing. Everything else is just weird modded stuff like power and blah blah blah. It was day 451 and it felt so good to finally finish this system. The storage system itself can only hold 1,000 units, and I didn't have enough materials right now to upgrade it. And when I mean materials, I mean these Certized crystals or something, and turns out I could actually grow them. So you see these little tiny seeds? Those were gonna turn into crystals, but you know, it's not completely overpowered. You can't grow like infinite, it just doubles it. The next day while I waited for my seeds to grow, I thought it was a good idea to put all my farms together. I also switched power sources to this giant coal generator. This is also because the block eating generators ate through all my cobblestone and my dirt. And since I had power now, I could actually attach all my farms with the power pipes, or the red pipes. Today 453, you remember these green pipes that we made? Well, these are the pipes that are going to be transporting the wheat or the sugar cane all the way into my storage system. I just didn't know how I was going to get it to work. It was going to be a little bit messy, but I had to get all the green pipes to connect to each other and then all go into one ender chest. Eventually, all the farms were connected by green pipes and they all went into one chest. Every other farm looked okay except for the cow farm. That looked horrendous. The next day, I just filled out all my wheat farms, connected them all with power, and as you can see, all the green pipes lined up into the ender chest. For some reason, though, none of my wheat farms were working. They weren't growing any plants. I realized I actually put them one block too high, so I had to rebuild them all. Day 455, I noticed I did complete all my wheat farms with water, but they weren't actually growing anything. That's because I didn't have any seeds. But before I was going to get the wheat seeds, I had to replace all the rest of the farms because turns out it takes a while to replace 30 wheat farms. You know what frustrates me having almost like 500 mods loaded is that you get everything except for wheat seeds. I spent an entire day whacking at grass just to get wheat seeds. As you guys know, all my farms are linked up into one ender chest, and that ender chest dumps it into my ME system. However, it only has 1K storage, so we're gonna have to build this 64K storage unit soon. But I was still way too poor for that, so I was just gonna make a lot of fish farms to go with all my wheat farms. I started clearing out the area on the other side, put them all in side by side, fixed it up a little bit, and then finished them all the next day. But they weren't hooked up to the ender chest, but as long as they were making items, that's all that mattered right now. Here's how my base looks like when I just like fly around. It's really ugly, but you know, it works for now. Also, here's my Squidzuka versus those weird cats. Die, cat, die, you weird looking desert. Oh, it's still alive. Also, I took all the cactus from my old base because I was gonna make a couple of those miners' dreams. Day 461, and you're probably asking, what are miner dreams? Well, if you simply right click, it destroys all the stone in the area and it shows all the ores. I'm upset that I didn't get the clip where I actually clicked it and it happened, but this is how it looks like after using it. I was looking for a certain crystal so I could upgrade my ME system, but it was so annoying because there were so many ores. There's more ores in this mod pack than there is stone, so I couldn't even move. It didn't even do anything. I decided just to go through caves because that was way easier. Today was a big day. We were gonna go get ready for an adventure because I was hurting. Like, my brain was actually hurting from all this thinking. This time I was gonna be prepared. I made so much flex tape so I could repair all my armor. Also, I was gonna make this ender pouch, which is a mobile ender chest, so I could dump all my items into my ME system. I was ready for my adventure. I had over 1,000 slots available for storage, and I had so much backup material that I was ready for anything. For the next 4 days, we were gonna be battling it out in the ant dimension. I went balls deep the first time, and I went to the hardest maze right off the bat, and I grabbed everything I could. The only thing I received was my armor starting to break, but luckily I was prepared with my flex tape. I battled it out many more times, but using my portal gun as an advantage to get in and out. I did eventually give up. I did find my worst nightmare though. It was a whole area of the mafia bees. These guys weren't as scary as they used to be, so I took out all their spawners as quick as I could. After slaughtering the entire race of bees, I finally was able to loot all the chests. Thank the Minecraft gods for this ender pouch, because then we wouldn't be able to take any of this stuff. And I don't even know if you guys realize this whole place was made out of gold and coal, so I took everything. I mean everything. I tried installing a mine called Vein Miner, and it would automatically mine all of this, but it just didn't work. So I just mined manually all the way through the days and nights. Day 467, it was time to fight these aliens. Now that I could fly, I could actually just hover above them and they couldn't do anything about it. I took out the spawners and then I killed whatever these guys are. What are they, like tentacle looking? Ugh. Honestly, I wouldn't be able to raid any of this stuff if I didn't have this ender pouch linked up to my ME system back at home. I also got a freaking ray gun, but he just explodes everything and I can't see anything. The next day I just continued, but this time I had an ultimate bow and it just destroyed everything. And oh my god, what is that noise? It's like ear piercing. After raiding the weird aliens, I almost had a full set of ultimate armor. Now that my armor was much stronger, I felt more comfortable raiding these weird dragon places. You know, the problem isn't the dragons themselves, it's the constant knockback. But the raid was definitely worth it because I got a freaking hoverboard, man. A hoverboard. This is definitely one of the coolest items we gotten so far. Day 469, we actually had a problem. My whole ME system was completely full. That means we already raided over 1,000 different types of items, or 1,000 blocks. I fought these snaky boys for the rest of the day, and there was also these flying like spaceships that drop creepers. I have so much loot. Oh my goodness. The next day, one of the items that I got was like this enchanted golden apple that said, "Don't do it." And of course I did it, and yo, what is this? I just summoned a giant tree. The loot on the tree though is really bad. I had another one, so I decided to put it on top of the tree I already made. I think I might have just broken the game. I still had room for one more raid, but other than that, my ME system was completely full. Day 271, I spent this entire day looting up these guys because they just gave me so much redstone. Die, lava boys, die, feel my pain. Well, I would say that's a successful trip. We completely filled out all our inventory space. The next day, even though I was back home, I didn't want the fun to stop. That's why I just spent today taking out all these items and putting it in my old storage system. And now we're organized again. Day 473, you're probably asking why you're repairing your armor. It's because I'm getting ready for a boss fight. My Swiss chat was telling me if I killed these squids from my squidzuka that it would summon like a flying kraken. A flying kraken? What do you think? I'm stupid? But of course I believe them, right? And I tried to do it. I spent not 1 but 2 whole days trying to do this, so I was already losing hope. After killing my final 3 squids, it just started raining. It got dark real fast and I was actually really scared. What is that? It's a flying squid with tentacles! Die, you evil beast! Never return here! But as soon as it appeared, it just disappeared. I didn't even kill it. It just kind of flew away. But on the bright side, I did find this chest in a cloud and it had something called a ghast pet. Welp, I shouldn't have been introduced into pets because for the next 6 days, I completely obsessed over them. Turns out there's several pets and the first one I made was a dubstep pet. Oh yeah, dubstep! Oh, it also sends mobs flying backwards. The next pet I made was like a summoning pet where I could summon warriors. This looked really cool, but it turns out they're actually really weak. This was an interesting one, a politically correct pet. It just gave me a present, and that present turned out to be 5 gaps, so I guess that was a success? The banana pet. It's a boomerang, and it does so much damage. Look at it go. Go, banana, go. Go, banana, go. A silverfish pet. This allowed me to go through walls. I could actually go through walls. That is insane. You also don't take suffocation damage, so it could actually be useful. Cheetah pet. You go super fast, but it actually made my screen all zoomed in, so it was kind of annoying. A house pet that literally just teleports me back to my house. Amazing. And if you were wondering, of course there's a creeper pet, and he does so much damage. He just boom, boom, boom. This is the cutest thing I've ever seen in my life. It was a jumping anvil. I was losing my mind. Look at Jumpy. Look at Jumpy go. Look how cute he is. Sadly, he dies after 3 minutes, but at least he lived a happy life. There was still one pet that I wanted to make called the Illuminati pet, but he needed a nether star. And I used that one nether star I had on the flying belt that I'm using. So that's why I'm gonna be spending another 5 days, but in the nether, because I have to find a nether fortress. Well, it should be 10 times easier now that I can fly around. Well, nope, it was just as hard. While I was looking, I found like a lot of weird creatures and spawners, but no super chest or good loot. Just look at this dude. It's like a flying purple devil. I don't even know. I found this altar and I didn't know how it works, so I just kind of placed a head on it and hope something would happen, but nope. Whoa, that looks interesting. It's like a pirate ship in the nether. It looks cool, but nothing really cool inside. This statue is really cool, but I couldn't mine it for some reason. But finally, I found myself another fortress. And the fun was still going. Look at this. It's like a lava on a 1-block thing. Yeah. And then I went on farming up all those wither skeletons, and hopefully it wouldn't take long to get the wither head because there was like looting 50 on my sword. And after a little bit of grind, bada beam, bada boom, we got our wither heads, boys. Day 486, I returned to my base and it was time to fight the wither. There were so many monsters in my base. It's probably because I left the door open. I also summoned in all my warriors because I wanted this to be an epic battle. And here we go. I'm nervous. Oh my god, he's shooting lightning. He's summoning gas. He's teleporting. What kind of wither is this? I forgot there's a mod that every time I kill the wither gets much stronger. So now he's in like extra drug mode. Well, it only took 2 strikes for my ultimate sword. The next day, before I crafted up the Illuminati pet, I checked some other things that I could make with the nether star. Look at all this fancy smancy modded stuff. I don't even know what this stuff is. I did make the Illuminati pet and he just started freaking out. It was like glitching like crazy. I don't think it's supposed to do this, man. The Illuminati pet's supposed to give me a random item every 10 minutes, but I'm assuming because there's 5,000 mods, it broke it. Sad gamer hours, all that hard work for nothing. The next day, I woke up to this, so my spirits were instantly lifted. My goal today was to mine all day and get all these crystals so I could expand my EMC system. Luckily, the haste 2 from the cheetah pet made things way easier. The combination of all those crystals I mined and all of them that I've been growing for the past few weeks, I had a lot of crystals now, so I could upgrade my ME system a lot. Also, I really need to fix up my base. I mean, I'm having Emperor Scorpion spawn right outside. Day 488 was a really weird day because I was just working on my storage system when I went to go out and get sand. What is this? It's a pink portal right outside my base. I never built this. It just summoned. When did this summon? What did I do? It was definitely Benos, wasn't it? I didn't go into the pink portal yet because I'm gonna save it for the end of this 100 days, which is in like 13 days or something. Also, there was another blood moon and I couldn't work on everything because I have giant holes all around my base. The next day, I just worked on my ME system. Pretty boring stuff, but after the end of the day, I had it. I had a 64K drive. Now I have so much more space. Woo, look at that. Now we have 65K blocks available. With only 10 days left in this 100-day series, I just wanted to clean up on my base a little bit so it wasn't a complete mess. Our underground area looked really ugly, so I thought I would just shake it up a little bit. I wanted to continue the pattern of stone slabs and sandstone because honestly, they're a pretty good combo. That looks 10 times better already. Shaboom, shabam, shapow. I'm really loving this design, and honestly, if we did this for every single layer, it would look mwah. I didn't want to spend any more time on my base. I really wanted to go through this pink portal. I'm honestly super nervous. I don't even know what to expect. I mean, I'm ready for battle, and whoa! Oh my goodness, thank God we can fly. What is this place? It's like giant balls of fur everywhere. The peace definitely didn't last long because I was soon encountered by these pink guys, and then these blue guys who were actually pretty strong. They survived like 4 hits from my ultimate sword. I don't even know what this place is called. It's like, and it's so open. What are all these structures? I went up to each one, but some of them, I didn't even know what they did. They kind of just, I don't know. I was just trying to find the boss, but there's probably a little more to it than I thought. I continue exploring further, and there was just a weird structure after a weird structure. And just when you thought it couldn't get weirder, these were villagers. They sounded like villagers. They look nothing like villagers. And I never had peace. I kept on being attacked by these exploding beans. And if you thought exploding beans were bad, these are like lizard men. Actual lizard men. Honestly, this is a really weird dimension because after I killed the lizard men, there was like some sort of maze, and I hate mazes, and I couldn't even break the glass. The glass was made out of bedrock or something, so I actually had to complete the maze. And when I finally did complete it, all I got was a crafting table, an enchantment table. I don't even know. I hated this place, and I was already set on leaving. leaving. I made one more stop that I thought could be the boss, and no, they're like Cyclop Eye Boys, and they teleport towards me. With only 4 days remaining, I thought of a cool place to go, which would actually be the end. But we'll not be fighting the Ender Dragon because we already have. One of the mods in this mod pack makes the end 10 times bigger and puts 10 times harder bosses in it. All we had to do was keep on flying out until we found something, and oh my god, this place is so creepy. There was like these flying dots that sounded like gas and I couldn't even see them. There was also some areas where I could actually raid and get some ender pearls and stuff, so that was pretty cool. After traveling like thousands of blocks, I finally found something that looked like land. It looked like actually a forest. And of course, the forest is this nightmare. It spawns silverfish and it's super creepy here. I don't like the end. It's so spooky. I flew around the forest to see if there was some sort of boss fight, but I didn't see anything special. Maybe there was something in the forest that I was missing, but it was really creepy and it sounded like something was following me, but I couldn't see anything. And what is this? Farting disabled? What does that even mean? You hear that? What is that? I hate this place. I hate this place. Oh my god, everything's so creepy. I left and luckily right outside the forest there was this giant pillar. And you know what pillars means? Boss fights, right? I mean, I hope. This is definitely some sort of boss, right? Oh, we got a boss fight with a flying eye. Yo, he's actually pretty strong and he's making me all disordered. Die, you eye. For some reason, I didn't get the clip where I actually killed him, but I did kill him. He didn't drop anything too epic, but inside his pillar, there was a lot of angry Endermen. Well, thank you guys for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed this 100 days. If you made it this far, you don't deserve not 3, not 4, but 5 gold stars. I will be releasing a full tour of my base and everything that we've done in these 500 days. If it's already out, it's gonna be one of these end screens that are being shown right now. And if you're still listening, please check out my second channel. I put just as much time on my second channel as I do on my main channel, so I promise the content will be good. Anyway, hope you guys have a great New Year's, and until next time. You know the drill, 100,000 likes for 700 days. What is up, guys? My name is Sasha1 and welcome to 600 Days Hardcore on the largest mod pack possible, a video inspired by Luke the Notable. This 100 days we focus a lot about base building and insane modded creations. If you are new here, I suggest to watch the previous 500 days, that way this video makes a lot more sense. Also, make sure to subscribe, we're so close to 1 million. I'll make a deal with you guys, if you guys leave a lot of support on this video, I'll get 700 days done in about 2.5 weeks. Anyway, sit back, relax, and enjoy the video. It is day 500 and it is time to do some major changes to our base. And maybe we'll actually do something with this dinosaur. The first thing that I want to work on is actually the underground with all the farms and everything, because right now it's an absolute mess. I don't know what design to go for, so I sort of just winged it. I also made the decision to take out this giant industrial smelter because it didn't fit down here with all the farms and everything. Once cleared, I extended the fish farms, that way everything matched. The next day I finished up placing up all the blocks, and boom, the first floor already looks like how I envisioned it. I didn't like that I could only see the first floor, so I yeeted that place open and now we can see all 3 floors from the front. I attempted to fill it with glass, but honestly, it didn't look good. Nope, I don't want any blocks here. And when I said I don't want any blocks, I decided to remove all the blocks, including all the floors between the levels. Mining was a bit slow, so I decided to craft a pet called the cheetah pet that actually gives me haste 2. Day 502, and look at this haste 2 go, man. How satisfying is that? And since I cleared out so much room so fast, I decided to add farms on the other levels. With all the farms in place, all I had to do was add red pipes to give them energy. When all the red pipes come together, it looks pretty cool. I used a lot of materials really fast, but luckily I had this obsidian furnace that smelted everything in like 10 seconds. I continued the next day by placing pipes, making pipes, and then placing in the last pipe, and boom, you hear that? The power is now connected to all the farms. Everything seemed to be working except for this tree growing. I thought it had plenty of room. I ended up taking out the dino's walkway, and that definitely seemed to do the trick. Everything seems to be in order, except I didn't have enough red pipes to be on the other side of the farm, so I had to go mine for some redstone. Day 505, just mining all day, but it's much easier with Instamine. On top of that, I can just send all the materials through my ender pouch that goes into my storage system. Now that I had the material, I could start filling out the other side of the farm, and even place in the red pipes. I'm also gonna try to see if I can actually grow these ender lilies in these automatic farms, but I highly doubt it. And boom, all the red pipes are connected to all the farms, so that means they all have power. The only thing left was connecting all the farms with green pipes, which are the pipes that take out all the items. Day 507, everything was doing good in the farming district, so now it's time to focus on mining. The only problem is that mining takes a lot more power than the actual farm work, so I had to connect my farming energy source to my mining one. Especially when I had 8 more mining stations. That's a lot of mining. And I have to connect each of these mining stations with power and the green pipes so they actually get the items taken out of them. The next day, I need to figure out some sort of storage solution for all these mining stations because they were going to be pumping out thousands and thousands of cobblestone, and that wouldn't fit in my current storage system. The solution I found were actually upgradable chests that could be upgraded all the way to diamond, so I had diamond chests. Pretty unbelievable, right? So I just linked up all these mining stations into this chest, so now I won't have a storage problem. Look at these babies go. That's pretty satisfying, right? They're like, yum, yum, yum. They're eating up all the sand. And look at all that space in one of these chests. Woo! I knew I was going to have a problem soon, and that was going to be energy, but I already had a solution. That solution being harnessing energy from the black hole I had beneath my base. It was day 510, and after doing some research, I was ready to start building some sort of contraption that would harness energy from that tiny little thingy. There was only several problems, is that I had to clear out all these blocks while being pulled in by the black hole, and I don't even know what happens when you touch it, if you die instantly or what. On top of that, the black hole can grow bigger if you feed it blocks, and I don't know how many blocks it needs because right now all these blocks I'm breaking go straight into the black hole. An edit video about this was recorded with Bandicam and had those bass boosted intros like dun 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 dun, like those Allier intros. You know what I'm talking about? But after a while, I was finally able to create some sort of an invisible structure that should label where I'm supposed to place in the blocks. And the next day we came across a problem because the material that I needed, I had none of. The material I needed was called tritanium, and it looked like this. And I needed a lot of it, and it was hard because there was hundreds of different types of ores out there. And that's what I did the day after as well. I also needed obsidian, but that was not a problem because I had 20,000 nether portals all outside my old base. And then just back to mining. Day 513, I had a lot of new ores and even ores coming from all my mining stations, so I decided to make a super smelter, but with modded obsidian furnaces. Also, look at this tiny chest. Look how adorable that is. Anyway, my goal was to make the mumbo jumbo super smelter, but it was gonna be modded. And it was done. The coal chest on the left and the input chest on the right. The next day it was time to test it out, so I took ores from all my mining chests and whoa, look at all that mining the mining stations have done. And the super smelter was working with ridiculous speed. Look at that. It was also a blood moon tonight, so I just had to float above my base for the entire night. And look at these giant red eyeball things. I've never seen them before. They're kind of weird. Day 515 after the blood moon, I decided that I wanted to extend my storage system. It felt pretty small and cramped, so I just wanted to make it bigger. Like my ex-girlfriend told me, bigger is better. I also moved my ME storage system so it's right next to my regular storage system. That way I could easily switch between the two. The next day, I filled in my extra room with these chests that were only for special items. For example, everything space themed would go into this chest because I didn't want to put it in my giant storage system. I did this with a few other things like the inventory pets, the ME system, and even for the black hole generator downstairs because I wasn't finished with it yet. Day 517, I had no need for all these extra chests all around my base, so I just put them all back in my storage system or the extra chests. I was getting a lot of cobblestone from all these mining stations that I had outside, so it was time to actually start smelting them for stone for my giant wall. I finished outlining my new wall and I'm starting to feel like Trump. As you can see from a sky view, the wall's gonna go around the coast, but then on the land it's just gonna be a straight pattern. It was day 518 and I finally had enough tritanium to start building some sort of machine for the black hole. The only problem is that I was kind of winging it because the tutorials were so bad that I had no idea what I was doing. After placing all the blocks, the machine said invalid parts, so yeah, I did something wrong. I was depressed, so I went in a call with my friends and we sent memes like sand socks for one. The next day, I wanted to get more mining stations in order to get more tritanium because I wasted all on the wrong parts. But this means I needed a lot more energy, so I added a lot more generators together. And when I mean a lot more mining stations, I mean a lot more mining stations. I put them all in front of my base. There was one problem though. There was this water here and the sponges don't work. Look, this is a normal sponge. It should suck up all the water, right? And that's why we download mods, guys. Look at this sponge pet. It's insane. With just one click, I sucked up like a huge part of the ocean. And also, I can walk on water, so yes, you could basically compare me to God. Day 520, I try to use the sponge pet on oil, and sadly, it does not work. I also have to move all these red pipes and green pipes from the back of my base to the front of my base. But it was definitely worth it. Look at this army of stations we have. I spent the next 3 days fixing this all up because I had to make a lot more storage, which means a lot more of those green pipes. And yes, I actually did have these stations wrapping up all around my base now. I added about 10 more gold chests, but honestly, that wasn't gonna hold long when you had 30 mining stations. On top of it, since my black hole generator wasn't done, I had to make more of these coal generators, and in order to do that, I had to do some fancy transmutation thingies. If you were confused, basically, I've been using generators I had somewhere in my storage system, but I ran out of those. And now that I actually have to craft them, this is how you do it. It's some weird energy thingy. It was worth it though, because I added in 2 more generators, plus I knew actually how to make them so I can make more. And once all connected, look, it's already mining. Look at it go. It's going so fast, and so many of them. Day 524, I kind of want to AFK near my base to see how much the mining could do, so I decided to make some cool weapons. I didn't know what to make, so I just chose one that looked interesting called the gravity gun. It was pretty cheap, but I don't actually know what it does. It doesn't seem to do anything. Well, here's an ostrich. Let's just use the left click button. Oh, no! It shot to the ostrich! No! And turns out if you right click, you can actually hold and yeet blocks. Look at that block go. Yeet, yeet, yeet. So, Mr. Water Dragon, you've been bullying me for all these days. Would you like a little roller coaster ride? Long live the king. Bye-bye. Oh, no. Oh, up. Yes. No. Maybe. Yes. Oh! Guess what I did the next day, too? More cool things. I made this thing called a sentry turret, and hey, it looks pretty good, but I don't know how good it is. I ended up making 3 of them, and 2 of them turned evil looking, and I don't know why. I started attacking them, and then they started shooting back, so I guess that's pretty funny. For the next 5 days, I decided to make a big boy weapon because these sentries do no damage. This wasn't particularly interesting because it was a lot of crafting. I wasn't making any sort of turret. I was making a tier 5, whatever was the best I could make at this time. You remember those block shooting turrets that I used to have in my old base and sometimes even in this base? Well, this turret was called the railgun turret, and it was the highest level turret in that mod. Also, this is a non-sped up version of actually how fast my chests were filling up for all the mining stations. Back to the turret. It wasn't necessarily expensive, but it was so much converting through like the alloy smelters and all this fancy modded stuff that it took a long time. I also had to go to the nether a lot to get some glowstone, but it was a lot easier when you could fly. And after full 5 Minecraft days, I finally finished the turret base and the turret railgun. Day 532, here's the railgun in its glory. It wasn't that big, but according to the wiki, it packs quite a punch. I didn't know where to put it, so I just decided to put it in the corner of my base because that would be the best spot to kill any mobs that would attack me while I was trying to craft something in the crafting area. I just had to hook it up to one of my generators in the back, and then I actually have to wait for it to charge up because it takes 200,000 RF to fire just 1 shot. And if you don't know what that means, it's a lot. While I waited, I just hunted down titanium because I really need to finish that black hole generator, especially if I want to make more of these railgun turrets. I found this really weird area that had almost like infinite XP. I don't know how this happened. Maybe if mobs were just falling off from the cliff. This was after a full 5 minutes. I should make this like some sort of XP farm. Day 533, it was time to start moving my Tinker Smeltery upstairs where it belonged. It fit perfectly in this area. On top of that, it's very convenient to have next to all my crafting and other smelting stuff. But then it actually happened. The railgun fired its bullets, and I'm not going to lower the volume to show you actually how loud this thing is. So in about 3 seconds, your ears are about to be destroyed. And this happened while I was just minding my own business. It was so loud that I literally cried. And on top of that, my Minecraft volume is at 10%. And then it happened again, and I screamed again. But don't worry, I won't let you guys suffer the same pain I did. I finished up my Tinker Smelter at least, which is really good because this gives you more ores than what you have originally put in. The next day, I was going to put my Tinker's Furnace to good use because I haven't been smelting any of my titanium because I wanted to put them in this big furnace. That way, I would get actually more ores in return. I burned myself trying to put lava in here as usual, but then I dumped in all this titanium and I was ready for all those blocks to be formed. And then something very sad happened. Nothing was coming out of the smeltery. The blocks from above looked fine, but when I went inside, I guess it got really glitchy, but I don't know if that's normal. I thought the smeltery was broken, but I tested it with gold real quick and that did work. Day 535, while I let my mind to think to figure out a solution about the titanium, I had to add a lot more chests for all the mining stuff. Eventually, I came to a solution where I would pour in the stuff as a liquid, and then hopefully I would be able to turn it into an ingot from there. Sadly, this did not work either, so I had no idea what to do with this liquid tritanium. On top of that, I had no idea how to put the tritanium back into the normal ore form, so I think I lost everything. Day 536, I thought it would be a good idea to get my mind off losing about 300 ingots of tritanium. I built this other turret that was really cheap, but for some reason it didn't work. But I just simply had to right click it. Whoa, look at that little meanie. Sox1, don't you already have the railgun turret? Well, I'd rather have a turret that doesn't blast off my ears every time it fired. I place these bad boys all over my base because they're quiet, they do quite a lot of damage, and they can hide into the block when they want to. The next day was a big day because I finally finished my black hole generator. It was a fairly easy fix. I was just missing a piece that fixes this ring that goes around the black hole. On top of that, it looked like it was already ready to make some energy, so I just connected to all my farms above. And if I understand this correctly, I simply have to put blocks into this generator and it transfers those blocks into energy. And I can even increase this energy output from 200 RF into 10,000 if I actually feed the black hole blocks directly. But if I were to do that, there would be a chance of the black hole blowing up and then destroying my entire base, including me. So I'm just gonna leave it for now. I don't show the time or how much research I actually have to do in order to figure out these things, but I probably put in more time researching than I actually do playing. The reason I'm saying this is because I researched something called the Builder's Wand that will allow me to build really fast. The only problem is that this wand requires a unstable ingot and I need to do some sacrifice in order to make it. And the sacrifice has to be done at midnight exactly, so it's pretty spooky. Luckily, I do have a couple spawn eggs from when I went to the ant dimension or something. I felt a lot of pressure at this moment because I had to get it exactly. No, that ostrich ran. Oh! What is happening? Different mobs kept on spawning out of it, and some of them I couldn't even attack. Is the ritual over? I don't know. I can't even see. Some of these mobs make me go blind. I noticed that my red ritual thing was glowing, so it must be complete, right? I mean, now we can just go and try to craft it. Before I went inside, turns out there's actually clouds that you can mine. Day 539, and it was the moment of truth. We were gonna make this builder's wand out of an unstable ingot. The scariest part is that you only have 10 seconds to craft the unstable ingot, or it will explode. And when I mean explode, it will actually kill you. I screenshotted the recipes and I had them up on my other monitor and I made sure that I would do it. I never crafted so fast in my life, man. And just like that, now we have a builder's one, but now I have no idea how to use this thing. After some research, the first step was actually to get a lot of blocks of whatever block that you're gonna build out of. The next step was to actually hover over the blocks that you want to build out of, and whoa, you can build 10 blocks or 8 blocks at a time. That's crazy. This is so satisfying. Thank God I did some research. Now it's gonna be 10 times easier to build anything. This is the exact reason why modded Minecraft is 10 times better than vanilla. Also, I don't know what mob does this or if it's some block, but it's pretty creepy and it looks like I'm gonna die or something. The next day I had a plan. It was to build this wall all around the coastline and all around my base. The first step was actually to build out an outline. That way I could use the builder's tool later. And the day after, since I finished the outline, I just started building up the Great Wall. I finished all of this in just 2 days. And the best part is that I was gonna run out of cobblestone or stone anytime soon because I had chest on chest. Day 542, I just finished up the wall. Here's a sped up version of me building. It's extremely satisfying, am I right? And voila, the Great Wall of Socks 1 is finished. I mean, the first layer, but you gotta admit, that looks pretty cool. The next day, I messed around with the builder's wand a little more, and it turns out it's a really good way to get rid of all the oil because then I can just dump sand all over it. The next step is that my mining stations basically mined out everything that they could in their section, but what if I can actually upgrade their range? And I can. The upgrade made the range of the mining station about 4 times bigger. This means I can mine everything in between the walls. And now that the mining stations are going to be mining in a lot larger area, that means I'm going to have to add a lot more chests because they're going to be overflowing everything. I continued this the next day by getting a lot more upgrades and then actually upgrading all the quarries. And then I spent the whole night just flying around because it was a blood moon, and this is the exact reason why I need a base defense. Day 545, I decided that I was going to make a lot of red pipes because I actually wanted to have these quarries all around inside my base. My goal was to have a multi-level amazing castle that has everything defended inside these great walls. When all the blocks are cleared out, that just gives me infinite room to build on. And it's a much better way to get building blocks and ores so I don't have to go mining. And I did this for one more day because it's actually kind of hard and it requires a lot of materials to connect all the quarries when they're all spread spread around your base. Another thing to do was actually have a way so I could dump out hundreds and thousands of items into the black hole. That way it could keep on making power. It was pretty simple. I just had to connect a green pipe to like a chest or a hopper. That way I could just dump out all the items and it just transports it all to the generator. I even disconnected all my old generators because technically they're irrelevant at this stage. It was day 547 and it was time for another project, and this being I wanted to finish my underground farm area. I just had to clean it up and make it look nice. And oh, what are those? Why are they running? Why are you running? What are you small green little thingies? Whoa, they're making me nauseous. Anyway, the place can look really pretty. It just needs to be fixed up a bit. While I was doing that, I was also dumping all the cobblestone from these chests into the furnaces because I needed tons and tons of stone bricks in order to finish my great wall. The next day, it was time to get to work. We were gonna make this place look good. Everything was going really good, but then I realized if I really wanted to make this place good, that means I'm gonna have to take out the dinosaur cage because some reason there's no dinosaur living in it. It's probably because I didn't feed him. I spent the entire day of 549 just destroying this glass because it's as tough as obsidian. I'm not only removing this because it would make the underground look better, but I'm also removing it because I don't think it was a good dinosaur cage. It was just too small. We gotta make some sort of park like outside where they can roam free and then we can hunt down mobs with them or something. And boom, all the glass is out, and the rest was really easy because I could just turbo mine it. The next couple days I do a lot of clearing because I have a plan to build these giant walls surrounding all the farms. A lot of clearing, but then it was time for epic building. We were gonna have these cool walls surrounding the farms. That way it shows how big it is. And boom, just like that, the place looks 10 times better. I mean, it needs lighting and these different blocks, but you know, the whole room just feels better. Day 553, I actually had a worry that that black hole would explode because it started making some weird noises. I've been feeding the black hole a lot of blocks because I needed the energy, but I didn't have any stabilizers. So I threw in about 6 of these stabilizing thingies and they would just like zap this black hole so it wouldn't explode. On top of that, it looks really cool, like it's actually stabilizing the black hole. The next day, I didn't want to go back working underground. I wanted to make a cool entrance for the beginning of my base. I made something called a door factory that would allow me to actually create any sort of door that I wanted, and that seemed pretty cool. You literally just choose the blocks that you want to make it out of and the animation, and it's gonna create the door you want. I didn't know which one I wanted, so I just made one of each animation and then I compared them, but honestly, they all looked really cool. But then I realized all these doors have something in common, that they're only 2 by 1, and I'm looking for a door that's 30 by 10. I didn't know what door to go with, but I knew I needed to make an entrance first. I had no idea what to do yet, so I decided that I just need to make my wall taller and I needed to have a path. So I did exactly that. I spent the next 5 days actually making a path where I could walk around on my giant wall. This was actually extremely difficult because I couldn't use the builder's wand for this. I had to place all the blocks manually. I mean, only the parts with the curves, because when it's just straight, I could just use the wand. This was just a long and boring process, but I knew it was gonna look amazing when we were finished, and so many possibilities we can do with it once it's done. And boom, day 561 and the entire path around the walls were complete. Right now it's only stone bricks, but we can add so many things like turrets, walls, extra spikes, epic cool stuff. You know, the possibilities are endless. I spent the rest of the day feeding the black hole blocks, and look, the power is actually increasing. It started at 200. The next day I finally had an idea what to do for the gate, and I was like, why not just stick to the basics? I wanted the cool iron gate, but massive. It was gonna need a lot of extra detail and cool stuff, but the actual gate can't get better than this. Then I realized, was there actually a limit on how big this gate could be? Because on the description it doesn't have a limit. But here was the moment of truth. This was a 3,000 maybe 4,000 block wide gate, and it actually works. This and it opens. It actually opens. I mean, it takes like 13 years, but it actually works. Here's the gate opening up in a times 50 manner, and it's still so slow, but so cool. Well, I definitely didn't want my gate this big, but this definitely leaves some cool ideas we could do with it in the future. Day 563, I definitely felt like I needed to go on an adventure. I built a lot of extra chests and made sure my quarries would be fine while I'm gone, and it looks like we were ready to go. I turned on the Davy channel, and I was ready to explore.
Japan is a beautiful country. I've been there many times.
Right off the bat, I found this underwater base. If that wasn't cool enough, it was also pretty big. I tried to use the gravity gun to like shoot down the door like epically, but that didn't work. This place is insane and I need to have a base here. I'm serious. I marked down the coordinates and this is something definitely we can do for the next 100 days. And when I went upstairs, there was some sort of scientist on steroids that was attacking me, and he actually survived a hit from my ultimate sword. His name was like Mitko I don't know. I ended up eliminating him, getting an achievement, and taking his cool star projector thing. I kept traveling on day 564, and I tried to use the gravity gun on Mafia bees, but sadly, it doesn't work on creatures that fly. I came across this epic-looking bunker-looking thing. I have never seen this before. It was actually a bunker, so that could only mean one thing. There was definitely gonna be weapons inside. I ended up finding this epic sniper, and I couldn't wait to test this on some mobs. The Minecraft gods must have heard me, because it turns out it was gonna be a blood moon. I also got these cool grenade things, and I mean, they're grenades. What more could you want? Jate. I guess traveling's just been a lot easier when you couldn't fly, because I found this insanely cool tower. Sadly, there was nothing inside, but definitely a cool place to have a base. Also, for some reason, these villagers thought it was a good idea to build their base next to a volcano. I mean, it looks really cool, but aren't they all just gonna die? Day 565 was even more interesting when I came across some sort of battleship, and it looked cool. It had some sort of modded blocks that gave it like a battleship texture. There were a lot of guards inside, but I used their force against them like this pump action shotgun. There was also some sort of SWAT team that tried to attack me. I don't even know, man. I had no chance looting up their chest from the front because of the knockback. It was insane. So I snuck through the back and stealed all their loot. I was gonna spend only 2 more days traveling around because I was starting to feel homesick. There was this cool nether tower out in the open. The only thing in it though was a zombie spawner, but I was hoping it would be something bigger. I came across a station that was actually made of completely titanium blocks, which was perfect because I need this for my black hole generator. I mean, the generator is finished, but it's always good to have extra. And I could already tell I've been exploring a lot because the world was having trouble loading chunks. Before I left, I thought this was really weird. It was like a tar that made the slimes black, and then they attacked my head, and I started screaming. I didn't know what to do. Day 568, I made it back to my base, and I placed down all these cool modded panels that I got where I could write down anything. I was gonna put this forever, but then I realized it wasn't gonna be family friendly. I wanted to start working on my entrance again, but I wanted to use a block that was different, something that was modded, and I came across this cool stone called lava stone. It definitely looked good, but I still wanted to try different possibilities using the chisel. The chisel allowed me to turn the lava blocks into all these different types of blocks, and they all looked crazy. But the original lava blocks still look the best, so I'm probably gonna make a lot of those. The next day, I wanted to try one more different type of block, but it required a lot of clay. Like a lot. Like I spent the entire day just getting clay. I turned that clay into bricks, and I made these white colored bricks that looked cool, but the lava bricks still look better. Day 570, and we're gonna start building the Great Path. We definitely made a good choice. This lava stone looks good, and it's gonna look even better once we complete a tunnel going all the way to our castle. I had to spend another day on this because I had to get a lot of lava, and I had to smelt up a lot of cobblestone. And then back to building. Day 572, the Great Path is complete. I mean, the first stage of it, at least. The walls, in fact, will be made out of black stone bricks. That way you will create like this scary atmosphere as you're entering the castle. And we gotta make it high to make it dramatic to scare any person that comes inside. The only problem is that black stone bricks require a lot of black dye, which requires me to get a lot of squids. I ended up killing so many squids I got this cool squid trophy, so hey, I guess that's pretty cool. And I even worked on this hallway during a blood moon because why not? You know what's funny? During a blood moon, this lake actually turns purple, so it looks like Thanos' lake. I continued the next day by eliminating a lot of squids, adding a roof over the tunnel, and even making the 2 main towers more tower-like because right now they look pretty funny. You can see where I'm going with this. I really want a cool entrance that goes into this amazing hallway. Day 574. This wouldn't be an epic castle if I didn't have good security. I decided to make an eye scanner from Security Craft that will let off a redstone signal if it senses my face. The whole point is me walking up to my door and then it opens up when it senses my face. Which brings us to our next day because I have no idea what door to use. I put this giant garage door and honestly, I don't like this either. I feel like if the door will look good, it will just instantly look good, and right now everything's not working for me. On day 576, I did some research on a door that's literally just magic. I was like, hold up, wait a minute, this actually looks really good, but then again, you would see what's on the other side, and I didn't want that. On top of that, you actually even needed this green controller to open and close it, and I wasn't gonna hold this wherever I was going. The next day, I just changed things back to basics. I was also thinking thinking, do I actually want the door right in front or do I want it more inside the castle? Nonetheless, I came to a conclusion that these iron bars look cooler than anything else. I also had to add like 40 more iron chests to my quarry collection because they filled up all of the previous ones. Day 578, I thought it was a good idea to put the drawbridge in front of the iron gate, but for some reason it wasn't working. It actually took me all day to figure out why it wasn't working, but eventually it did, and it looked epic. I really do need like 500 turrets in my base or this happens. I spent the next 2 days developing a security room before you actually enter the main hallway. The point of this room is that you would have to put some sort of security code or some extra security thing, you know, I don't know, more doors are cooler. I decided to make the garage door for the inside one because you can't actually see what's on the other side and you can make it as big as you want. And the main idea was done. I would go up to the eye scanner, it would scan me, and then the door would actually open. I tried to spice it up with some different modded blocks, but honestly, I think I just made it look 10 times worse. Day 581, I wanted a cool modded liquid that would be dripping down from my hallway, but it couldn't be lava. It has to be something extra. I came across something called pyrothecium. I don't even know what it's called. It's basically lava on steroids and drugs. I smelted it all up in the Tinker's smeltery, and this is exactly what I was looking for. It looked like better lava and brighter. I spent the next 3 days finding a way to implement this new substance in our hallway, but for some reason it didn't work like lava or water. Also, everything it touches, it lights on fire, so that's not actually that good. But when I got it to work, hey, it looks really good. Oh no, 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 I forgot to. Oh, I didn't block it out. No, oh my oil. Oh, my oil is on fire and it's just gonna keep spreading. You gotta be kidding me. Oh no. On the brighter side, I made this orange stone brick that will make some really cool arches for the lava to go down on. Honestly, I have no idea what I'm doing, so I'm just trying to make it symmetrical and have like cool shapes and all. Whoa, that actually looks pretty good. Oh, I forgot it lights everything on fire, and actually that needs some work. Day 585, while thinking of stuff to do for the hallway and entrance, I decided that I wanted to make my epic throne room bigger. Let me rephrase that. I actually spend the next 4 days doing that because I actually have to spread the lava all the way across the room. With everything getting bigger in my base, this is another thing that just needs to grow with it because it would just look 10 times better when it's more open. The only part that took a long time was actually getting all the lava buckets in there to fill the entire floor. And boom, the lava floor is done. The next step was to have a cool design where like nature would merge into this lava slash trophy room. The funny part is that how would I actually do this? And I was this close by accidentally running water all over these lava sources blocks. That would have turned everything into obsidian. I ended up with something like this, which looked pretty good, but then when I started putting in the glass, it started to lose its feel. Day 589, I had no idea what to do with that throne room, so I came back to the hallway where I learned you can make any slab out of any block. And when I say any slab, I also mean vertical slabs, and you can put them together to make stairs. That's crazy. I also finished putting the rest of the super hot lava fire stuff. I put these slabs all over the arches, not only because it makes it look better, it also prevents this pyro stuff from lighting the original blocks on fire because you can't actually light slabs on fire. And wow, you gotta admit, this room really came together, and it's only getting started, right? And of course, that oil fire seemed to have spread to the rest of the base. Talking about the oil fire, I spent the next 5 days trying to remove all the oil using buckets. This wasn't a very practical way in order to remove all the oil. Plus, it was all on fire. Looking back at it now, it would probably have been easier if I researched some sort of oil pump or something that would just suck all the liquid up. Don't get me wrong, I tried to use the sponge bed, but no, that only worked with water. I ended up taking up so much oil that it started creating these cool like fire pit holes, but that's about it. After spending 5 whole days of just transferring oil, I filled up 3 whole oil drums. That means I've put over 1,000 buckets, if not more, of oil into these drums. I'm not very smart, am I? But I did take about good 20 layers of oil. I mean, is there an achievement for that? And I decided for the final 5 days, I needed to have a cool and epic entrance that I was sort of proud of. I started building up these towers to show a more menacing and intimidating look. I also brought out 2 mini towers that give the castle more of a castle look. And yeah, I also wanted a better way to merge the outside to the inside tunnel, so I made this cool black triangle thing that kind of merges them together. I also wanted to broaden the hallway a lot because I wanted to be reach any part of the base from here. And what do you mean by that, Soxer1? Well, the reason why I wanted everything to be digged out around is because I wanted to have every mod to have its own giant room. And this hallway will be the giant connection between all of them. I had to make a lot more lava blocks, but honestly, it was pretty satisfying to make when I have this crafting station. I created these open areas, that way I could have more hallways connecting into other rooms or other areas of the base. I ended up doubling doubling the size of the hallway, and it already looks better. I ended up doing the garage door for the main door because when it's really big, it looks good. And just look how it opens. That's pretty funky. All it needed was a surrounding trim, and voila, we actually have some sort of presentable entrance. Well, thank you guys so much for watching this 100 days. 700 days will be out very, very soon. This is because I already recorded 1/3 of it. If you have any ideas on how to improve this base, or you just have a cool idea, please let me know in the comments section. I'll be sure to add it. Anyway, until next time. You know the drill. Like and sub for another 100 days. What is up, guys? My name is Sash1, and welcome back to the world's largest mod pack in Minecraft Hardcore. Inspired by Luke the Notable. Make sure to check out my merch. It's amazing. Sorry it took so long. A lot of things came up, like moving in. Nonetheless, this 100 days we focus a lot about adventures. If you're new here, I suggest watching the previous 100 days so this video makes a lot more sense to you. Before the video starts, huge shout out to Fulmora9 for sponsoring this video. I get comments on my YouTube videos every single day. How do you edit your videos so good? Well, now you guys can too with a free editing software. Yes, I said free. You guys can edit just like me, if not better. Fulmora9 has a very user-friendly interface, which is perfect for beginners, but still allows you to do just as much as any other editor. You're not gonna have to worry about messy timelines or even spending hours on YouTube just to learn how to do one simple effect. Fulmora9 actually teaches you how to edit while you're editing. What? To top it all off, there's a whole library of presets including audio, titles, filters, transitions, and even animated elements. Literally movie effects. You want to know something even more insane? It comes with a website called Film Stocks that includes thousands of different effects. Did I tell you that this software is absolutely free? What are you waiting for? The link is down below. Hope you guys enjoyed this 100 days. We start by finishing up our gate. Day 600, and I'm right where I left off. Finishing my front door, which I probably will never use. The main reason I want this is that what's the point of having a giant castle if you don't have a cool entrance? That's looking pretty solid to me. And of course, we'll add a security keypad. That way they're gonna have to know the code in order to get inside. I did some more redstone wiring the next day, and look at that, the door actually closes behind me and I don't even have to press anything. And before I went to bed, I fueled my gray black hole because it is my main power source. Also, it hasn't exploded yet, so I see this as an absolute win. And just my luck, it was a blood moon, so I watched this village get completely taken over by zombies, and I thought it was pretty funny. Day 602, there were still some things I wanted to add on my entrance, including security cameras. Like, how cool is this? I'm using the security camera right now outside my base, and I'm nowhere near it. Completely useless feature because who's actually going to be raiding me? But then again, it's pretty cool. Next day, I decided it was time to start branching out my base, and what better to start with the magic room. I wanted this room to be purple, so I just started cutting down a lot of purple trees. The purple color ended up looking perfect because this is what I think of when I think of witchery and wizardry. And of course, having the magic wand makes things easier and a lot more satisfying. That's what I did on day 04 as well. I had to hunt down a lot more of these trees, and I came across this really weird green biome. It had the weirdest looking dogs I've ever seen. I was just cutting trees for the rest of the day. Day 605, I finished the entire platform, and it is huge. I started outlining the width and height, but honestly, I didn't know what I was doing yet. But I also brought these purple trees back at home. That way, I didn't have to go hunting them down. The next day, while I was thinking what to do for the wizard room, I decided I had to finish my big door, so I needed a lot of stone. I needed a lot more towers and a lot bigger ones. See, it already looks a lot more intimidating. For the next 5 days, I'm gonna do a complete makeover on my inside entrance because it does not look good. I attempted to use a chisel that changes how a block looks like, but there's so many options I didn't know what to choose. I tried one, and honestly, I think the real problem was this triangle gate that I have going here. I attempted a drawbridge, and that didn't work at all. I yeeted all my plans out the window. I decided to go with like a liquid lava door because those look a lot better. The only problem is that it's a lot more tricky, and I have to do a lot of redstone action. And to make matters worse, we weren't even using lava. We were using something that literally lights everything on fire. And when I had everything filled in, I had the redstone completely wrong. And of course, everything is on fire. But after several mumbo jumbo redstone videos and painful burning, I finally got it all to work. All I have to do is put in the keypad that opens up the front door, closes automatically behind me, then walk up to this face ID that only recognizes me, opens the door, lets the lava flaming stuff down, and then I have about 5 seconds to jump in between before the lava falls again, and then it will all close down again. And oh, Wait. Why is the flaming hot going all the way down? It's supposed to be a continuous stream. And after some more mumbo jumbo redstone videos, it finally works. Everything is closed on behind me. The door is finally complete. Also, this scared me a little bit when there was a giant freaking snow thingy in the middle of my base. Day 612, since my entrance is finished, I can finally worry about the other things like fixing up my farms, because right now a zombie is shooting me in the face. I also added in a lot of chests for my mining crew because they filled up all those chests already. Day 613, I have a solution for the mob problem inside the base. I will make the biggest army of soldiers you have ever seen, giving them all my armor I've been looting up for all these days. I have to admit, those giant swords from the Twilight Dimension are the funniest things in the world. Look at this, it's beautiful. On top of that, I can actually give them walking orders so they can actually guard certain parts of the castle, like the entrance of my base. The night was here, and finally I had a mob here following me, and I couldn't wait for Boomer to take him out. And oh, what is going on? He didn't even strike at him. He didn't do anything. Where are you guys going? Do not go on the side of the map. No, there's a giant pit down there. What are you doing? Half of them died from fall damage, and I had to repack the rest of them. Day 614, I learned that those soldiers can't actually attack modded mobs, so that means I'm gonna have to do something else. My solution was to make a lot of powerful turrets, so I was computer chipping away. I had no idea how these turrets worked. Also, Big Stick was stuck in this hole, so I decided just to keep him there. Turns out I actually have to make a Minecraft computer in order to use those turrets. I decided to give it a shot because I already made all those turrets, so why not try to learn this thing? The next day, while I was learning about this Minecraft computer stuff, I realized it was a good idea to have a giant, tall security room. This is where I'll take control of all the security cameras, the door, the turrets, everything. But I was gonna have to put this all on hold for a little bit because it turns out this open computer mods was actually really complicated and I didn't want to get into it yet. Day 616, I completely gave up on the computer stuff and I decided it's time to go on an adventure. I did some research and basically I needed some sort of head in order to do some sort of ritual in the nether on some sort of weird boat. I also needed this weird jeweled scarab item to summon the boss in this dimension, but it was very, very rare, but eventually I found it in one of my chests. I also got this weird curved blade and it looks like it's OP because it made the scorpion completely disappear. Now that I was prepared, all I had to do was find this boat in the nether, like an actual boat. Luckily, it turns out I already found the boat before, but I didn't know what to do with it before, but now I know exactly what to do. I had to perform a ritual in front of the statue that involved these tiny heads that I received in redstone. It was kind of hard to do because I was constantly attacked by weird pigmen, but eventually I got everything placed down and he performed some sort of weird ender dragon effect and I had no idea what was going on. And then he exploded, making the portal that I'm thinking goes to the other dimension. This world was weird. There was nothing except for this one huge mansion on this giant nether rock. And I'm not joking, it was a giant mansion with this weird dome in the middle of it. The inside was just as pretty, but a lot more deadly since there were these soldiers that like sort of wake up when you go near them, but luckily I had a shotgun. I decided to loot up the place and use their own weapons against them, but they teleport like Endermen too. The loot was kind of whack, but there were some cool fossils that will allow me to make even more dinosaurs when I take them back home. I even found an actual spear, but turns out it was garbage. I thought of something really funny since I could fly around. I summoned as many of these like soldier things as I could, and then I eventually had like 100 of them and they looked really funny. And then I shot them with my squid Zuka, but that actually didn't do anything. After having my fun, I flew into the middle to fight the boss where I had to summon him with this weird bug. I read on the wiki that if I spammed this bug down that I would accidentally summon more than one boss, and that's exactly what I did. I actually summoned 2 bosses when there's only supposed to be 1. I tried to summon even a 3rd one, but sadly it didn't work anymore. Nonetheless, it was boss battle time and I used the weapon that I was supposed to use, and honestly it was pretty effective, but they spammed me with lightning bolts. I got quite a bit of health down and it seems I activated their second phase because they started flying. They flew to the corner for some reason and I just got so many hits in it was kind of easy. They got so low that they started summoning these obsidian cages, but they kind of just locked themselves in it, and boom baby, he was down just like that. But for some reason I had no idea where the other one went, so I was just flying around the mansion. Turns out in order to get home I was supposed to grab a key from his grave, which I forgot to do, so I had to fight another boss. This time I used no mercy on him. I got got this weird key from his grave and it teleported me to some sort of treasure room. The treasure was even better. It was an ancient clock that would turn back time, allowing dinosaurs to spawn back in the overworld. Day 622, I was not going to use that ancient clock to summon back the dinosaurs just yet. I'm just going to take a quick breather and work on my base a little bit. I just fixed up some rough patches and cleared out some sand hills. And for some reason, cakes summoned in front of my portals? I mean, what? I don't understand. And I couldn't break them. It was a weird day. The next day, I had to address a real problem that was still going on in my base. That problem being I had an ocean amount of oil that is actually all on fire. Turns out I don't have to manually move buckets into some sort of drum every single time. Turns out I can actually make a pump that pumps up the oil like an actual oil pump thingy. I don't know how effective they are, but I placed a lot of them and I just hope that they work because I have so much oil. Day 624, I learned that I could even attach the oil drums right into the pump so I don't even have to do anything. I placed in so many of these bad boys, man, because I felt like they would never get the jump done. Day 625, I still didn't know what to do with my base, so I felt like I need some fresh air by going to another dimension. This place was called the Airbus and it was filled with all these sorts of bugs, so I'm already regretting my decision. Also, here's zombies stuck in hole and then exploding. Finally, I was able to craft up the portal using some weird staff and then some oak leaves for the portal, so it was really cheap. I stayed in this dimension for the next 10 days, or almost one whole in real life day. It was weird and confusing, and I want to go home. The biome looked amazing. It was a swamp that was extra juiced up, but there was only one problem. Every single buff gave you like nausea 5 or poison 16-5, and I couldn't see anything, and what is that? Is that a centipede? Oh my god! Oh, there's so many! What are you? Oh, why am I nausea? Is that a scorpion? What? You guys realize this is a pump action shotgun and this centipede just won't die. It wasn't that bad when I was just cutting down trees so I could bring them back home where there wasn't 10,000 different types of bugs that were trying to kill me. Or at least I thought it wasn't bad. I was just admiring this tree when I got picked up by some sort of thing and it would have killed me if I didn't have some sort of flying ability. I don't know what this was, but it was really satisfying to break. I kept on traveling forward when I came across this insane biome that was like lava and sand mixed together. It was pretty cool. And when I thought it couldn't get any cooler, I actually saw a boss battle bar in front of my head, and then I saw this giant temple. Are you kidding me? Turns out the temple was unbreakable, and I had to go through like this maze on the outside in order to find like 4 mini bosses to acquire keys. I would like to say I very much dislike mazes, and I hate them even more when there's giant oranges with legs and eyes that jump around like when I thought I would never find any of the mini bosses, a giant sumo wrestler came after me. Luckily, my pickaxe was very strong. And I still had to find 3 more mini bosses, which took about like 6.5 years because I'm so bad at mazes. Eventually, I found all 4 sumo wrestlers and I could finally go into the temple. Each mini boss dropped a key and I used that to open the top of the temple. I was ready to fight the big baddie, but no, it was another sort of mini game. I don't know what this is. Turns out it was some fun color game where you just had to put in the right items in the circle for it to open. I finally got to the big circle and I was ready, and oh my god, that is the ugliest cat I have ever seen. And the cat is attacking me with his giant antler things and throwing blinding sand at me. He can shoot all the sand he wants at me. I'm going to blow him to bits. After all that sand throwing, he was finally down, but he had the weirdest death animation I've ever seen. He dropped me a nice little egg and even a statue, so I'm feeling pretty good with myself. And even a hammer, so I'm pretty proud of myself that I completed all of this. Also, funny story, it actually took me more time to get out of the temple than in because I had no idea which void thing to go through. I ended up actually not knowing how to get out at all, so I just used that home pay I had in my inventory the entire time. Placed my new trophies in the trophy room, and honestly, I think I need to upgrade my trophy room somehow, sometime. Day 637, back at my base, I had to fix a lot of things starting with my farm. I needed to expand my tree farm a bit to get a lot of more purple wood because I need the purple wood to finish the wizard room. I also needed to light up the area because a lot of mobs were spawning down here and breaking the place, so I decided to use a chiseled version of glowstone. I don't know if I like it very much. I think there's just too much of the same color. I continued the next day by fixing up a lot of patches, and I also replaced all the lights with redstone lamps, and honestly, I don't know if it looks better. One thing I'm really happy about are these new cotton plants that actually grow cotton that can turn into wool. wool. I always had a string problem, but no more. I was still in a cleanup mood, so I checked up on all my pumps. I had to add a lot of empty barrels to these pumps because there was just too much oil, which was actually kind of a problem because it was taking up all my iron. Day 640, and I knew that we had to start building, and I actually had some great ideas. But of course, I had another problem. I had 5 billion sea creatures, or whatever those things are. Why are there so many, and why I don't know how to fix this. And the worst part is that I can't even attack them because they're part of Advent of Ascension, and they require certain hunting level in order to attack them, and my hunting level is like 3. I had a temporary solution by lowering my render distance to 2, and I just started working on my new armory. That's right, I want an armory that shows all the different cool weapons and all these different types of armors that I've been getting from all these different dimensions. The next day, I continued working on my armory, and I was going for some sort of nature feel because I don't know. You know what's funny? Armor stands came into normal Minecraft in 1.8, but they were already in modded in 1.7 or even 1.6. Day 642, I continued going with that nature feel and started adding some trees, a mixed stone and gravel path, and hey, that already looks pretty good. The next day, I had to figure out what kind of door I wanted that actually leads us into the armory. There were a lot of different options, and they were pretty cool, but I didn't know which one. I mean, what kind of door even is this? I ended up going with a no door design and just have some open area that blends in the 2 different biomes together. The problem is, how am I supposed to blend 2 of the most opposite looking blocks in Minecraft? I mean, I'm seriously trying, but how do you match dark and lava to like light and green and happiness? Day 645, I finally came with a design that I'm sort of happy with. I think it just needs some more work in the future. I finished the day by slowly building up the rest of the room, hoping that would make the door look better. Day 646, I was still dropping severe frames, I'm assuming because of the hundreds of sea dragons in the water. My plan was very simple. Take the sponge pet to drain the entire ocean. I'm not joking. I literally drained everything near me, so there was absolutely no water near my castle. I also hunt down a lot of squids because I need their ink sacs in order to get the black stone bricks in my base. The next day I was able to put in the wall for my hallway. This already blended in the hallway much better. I tried to do some epic green changes, but honestly, I don't think it worked out. I spent even more time on it on the day after. It looked a little bit better. At least the other side had something going, which I liked. Day 649 is an important day because it's the last day I work on this hole, and I think I fixed it by removing it all. I went with a broken hole design, and it actually looks really good. The transition through, and even the other side now looks 10 times better, so I'm really happy with myself. Day 650, I learned that this doesn't look like an armory at all. It's actually going to be an extension for all my portals because we're not going to have enough portal space in just the castle. That being said, why am I even using birchwood when I should be using grass, which will look much better in this nature template? Just planted a couple grass blocks here and there, and it's gonna start growing. Day 651, I still wanted to make my armory, and I decided to put it on one half of the wizard room because it was actually too big at the moment. It was fine that I was clearing things out because this also meant I could clear out all the pipes from all my mining stations. The color I wanted to use for the armory was this white brick color, and that meant I needed a lot of brick. So I stole all the bricks from villages and also a lot of clay because I can turn that also into bricks. The next day, I was a little lazy to clear up half the wood, so I decided to go with a little explosive sensation. Obsidian TNT, basically just stronger TNT. When things were getting cleared up, I finally could put in all these white bricks that look so cool. Day 653 was an important day because one of the items I wanted in my armory was called a pedestal that would allow any item to be floating upon it and spin around like all magical like. But this pedestal is part of a mod called Thaumcraft, which is all the wizard stuff, and it's quite complicated. For the next 8 days, I'm learning and doing some epic magic stuff with this mod. Thaumcraft is basically the most complicated version of rock, paper, scissors ever. It's like the rock, paper, scissors, lizard, Spock, fire, ice, lightning, so much stuff. And then I have to use this magic mirror to analyze certain blocks to see what kind of material it's made out of. It's a big bruh. I can confirm that the Mafia Bee is made out of 100% unlikable material. The magic mirror also allows you to see these magic balls that you're allowed to take its powers with this wand. And with all those new materials you've been gaining, you can now play more rock, paper, scissors. After many attempts on making cool stuff, and after some slight disasters, I was able to combine all these different materials in order to make this magic flying ball. Like, how cool is that? And I also made these pretty cool goggles, but sadly, no pedestal yet. Day 661, the pedestal I wanted was still too far away, so I looked at all the other options that I had. This sword pedestal was pretty cool. It didn't really work well with the giant Twilight sword, though. There was also this really fancy armor stand that allowed me to put armor, necklaces, and even rings. Look, that's my flying belt on an armor stand. I spent the rest of the day moving some oil pumps around because they're actually doing a really good job. And I also made a decision that I'm gonna turn corrupted Beanos into a mob farm. The main reason is because I need a lot more bones for the white colored dye, and also I think it would be funny to see mobs die inside Beanos. The next day I started expanding my armory. When I was doing this, I was also cooking up a lot of glass because I wanted to make a giant glass tower where all the mobs will fall into Beanos and die. I'm making it out of glass because I think it's funny to see mobs fall down. Day 663, I needed to start customizing this armory, but I didn't really know what to do, so I started throwing blocks around. I like this block choice that I choose, so this was definitely gonna be the walls. I also learned about this block that literally looks like from the future. It has all these like cool waves and everything. I do want to go with a high-tech look, but this might look a little bit too colorful. Day 664, I wanted to make a man-made tree in the middle of my armory because I wanted to make the tree of knowledge. However, green leaves from the overworld wouldn't work, so I went to the Aether and got all the blue trees because blue just looks a lot more technology, more advanced or something. I also found a cloud that bounces me like a trampoline. I mean, that's pretty cool. Maybe we can have a trampoline park in our castle. I started putting in the blue leaves and they're looking good. The base was looking pretty good. I just needed a little shaping and a little more texture. But when I turned my back for a second, all of it just disappeared. Turns out after a while, these leaves just break automatically if they don't sense a tree. The next day, I did not get discouraged because at least I found about these Futura blocks that make the place look very futuristic. I also kept making the mob drop pit higher and higher. I also set up the Erebus portal in the new area, and honestly, with a lot of work, it's gonna look really good. This also includes this new portal I'm trying to build from Advent of Ascension that I actually have no idea where it would take me. Day 666, I drained the entire ocean for miles. All the rubber duckies will have no more water to swim in, no more home for any of them, and no more water for all these weird sea cats because they lag me all the way to 2 FPS. I'm going to let them all die. The next day was a lot brighter day because the pumps did a great job sucking up all the oil. Now I can actually see bedrock. More importantly, I finished the Advent of Ascension portal and it came with one realm stone called Creepionia. I'm assuming this is gonna be a creeper dimension. I only spent 1 day in this dimension because, I mean, it's the creeper dimension. That sounds horrible. It was so green and just so much green, but I didn't see any creepers for some reason. But the caves, on the other hand, actually look pretty cool. I mean, very mysterious like. I found a creeper trader, but I couldn't trade with him because I didn't have any coins, so I just stole all his blocks in his house. Oh my gosh, what is that? Is a creeper with wings? Oh my goodness. You thought that was weird? What is this thing? Oh my, it's a creeper bird. Are you kidding? Day 669. I made a path that would lead to all the different dimensions because there's actually so many of them. I placed in a lot of dirt. You can kind of see where I'm going with this. Currently, I only have portals in the castle, but the problem is that there's actually hundreds of different dimensions, so I need a place that showcases all the different portals, and I'll be able to walk to any of them. And I continued that the next day by actually filling in the path. It fits so well, and it actually connects right into the castle. I also put my pumps in different locations because turns out they can pick up any liquid, which is good because I need them to pick up this sparkly black liquid because it drops my frames to like 5. Day 671, I'm finally gonna start working on my mob farm because I think this glass cage is definitely tall enough. I was thinking though, how am I actually gonna push the mobs down? And I was thinking, why not just use a fan? Just look at this tiny thing. I'm not even moving my keys and it's pushing me back. I also made a leaf blower, but turns out that's only good for cutting grass. The next day I had to figure out how I was gonna actually eliminate the mobs because the drop would only work on mobs like skeletons or zombies, but what if something bigger and stronger spawned? I did some research and I came across something called the mob grinder and had this scary skull on it, so I'm sure that's gonna work. It's supposed to instantly kill anything in a 7x7 area, so that sounds a little bit overpowered. On top of that, it's pretty strong. It's supposed to Thanos snap anything up to the power level of a wither. Day 673, I had to start making the mob farm, and I had a great idea. I was gonna make a thick version of Beanos as the mob farm on top of Beanos. The only problem is that this required a lot of purple wood, and I didn't have any purple dye left. I guess you can say I spent the next 5 days working on thick Beanos. I used oak wood for the interior shade because that wasn't gonna be seen on the outside. I started hooking up all the fans, building up the rest of thick Beanos, covering him up. I even added a light system on the top, that way I could turn on and off the lights so I could stop mob spawning. I had one problem though, the glass on the bottom was actually letting light seep in, so I had to replace this glass with this really dark glass that lets no light in. One thing that was scaring me, I currently had 0 mobs actually spawn inside the mob spawner. Day 679, I had no mob spawning in my mob spawner, so I was like, this is modded Minecraft. Why not just craft a spawner? And that's exactly what I found. It is a mob spawner where you can combine any spawner that you have already broken before. It's quite expensive though. One of the ingredients required a lot of ender pearls, and I had none left. So I started growing back my ender lilies because those grow into ender pearls. The next day, while I was waiting for these ender lilies to grow, I decided to make some base improvements. Currently, I have these red pipes all over the place, and I really want to conceal them. That way my builds actually look good, but I didn't know what to do. I tried many different possibilities, but I ended up going with this really cool sandstone pillar design. And just like that, I covered up the red pipes coming from the black hole generator underground. I'd also like to state it was a blood moon right now, and there was still no mob spawning at all inside my spawner, which really worried me. I spent day 681 just clearing up all the red pipes and the miners all around my base. I couldn't wait for the ender lilies to grow anymore, so I decided why not just go to the end and get some endermen myself. This was a much better idea because there's like thousands of endermen, and there were even chests filled with ender pearls and ender eyes, so I should have done this in the first place. Day 683, since I finally had the ender pearls I needed, now I could start crafting up these spawners that I want. How it works is that you take a broken spawner that you have already mined in some sort of cave, and you combine it with this machine. This creates a machine-powered spawner that runs on RF, or the black hole energy I have underground. It takes quite a bit of time to make one skeleton, and I only had one skeleton spawner, so I guess now we wait. While I was waiting for it to work, I just decided to make more spawners. I didn't see anything fall down the next day either. I still had high hopes that it would work, so I just kept on making more and more spawners. Day 685, we had our first skeleton here on the ground, but he was not dead for some reason. Turns out I had my fans off this entire time, and skeletons were just spawning up here. Nothing was happening. But that still doesn't explain how that skeleton survived a 100-block drop and the mob grinder at the bottom. Since I fixed up the fans, I added one more spawner, which was a water dragon spawner. I wanted to add even more spawners, but it takes 30 XP levels just to craft one. Oh my goodness, the water dragons actually fell down, but they're not dying. That can only mean one thing, that our mob grinder is not working. Turns out it was the wrong way around, and I just tested it on a couple of mafia beasts just to confirm. And boom, after all these fixes, our mob grinder was actually finished and working. Since now my mob grinder was working automatically, for the next 7 days, I could just work on my base. I started by filling out the walls and actually starting to connect the hallway to the main castle. Merging these two sides were so much harder because the size of the door is so much larger. Acacia blocks were a great way to blend the two. I had to hunt down a lot of material like leaves and even orange flowers. I also did a checkup on my mob farm, and it turns out those water dragons spawned so much iron armor, it's crazy. Which is also bad because it clogged up the entire farm. And the merge was complete and it looked fantastic. Even the whole hallway was really taking effect. Everything started to look how I imagined, and the blend between the rooms was really looking good. And look how cool the hallway looks when I go to bed. It was day 694 and it was time to set up a mob boss battle. I set up the creeper portal in its new area and I got ready for battle. It took me 5 days to find this creeper boss because it was just so hard. The chances of finding him were 1 in 700. And I got this really weird glitch where the chunks weren't loading in and I could see everything like cut in half. It looked really cool, but it crashed my game a lot. But eventually I did find the boss battle and it looked insane. But turns out I had to find some ores in this dimension in order to summon him, which was no problem with my pick. When I was in the caves, I came across this really weird double-headed creeper. But now that we had the ores, we could summon, and oh my god, it's a wizard. Yeah, this epic boss battle music, and I could barely get near him because he kept on spraying me to death. I mean, seriously, how much TNT does this guy have? I think eventually he ran out because I got up in personal and I was able to take him out. He dropped some epic loot like a statue and even a blaster. I hanged it in my trophy room next to my egg and weird cat statue. It was day 700 and one of the item drops I got from the creeper boss was beans? I mean, if this doesn't give me some sort of special effect, then I would be severely disappointed. No! 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 Congratulations on making it this far. You earn yourself 7 gold stars. If you want to see another 100 days, make sure to leave some support on this video. And if you haven't already, make sure to check out Filmoria. It's a free editing software, and I'm sure you're gonna love it.
And he just took off in a spaceship with a spacesuit. And he's gonna visit all the planets now.
You know the drill. Smash like and subscribe for 900 days. Welcome to 800 days on the largest mod pack possible. A video series inspired by Luke the Notable. If we hit 200,000 likes, I will upload 900 days next Saturday. Okay, maybe not next Saturday, but like really soon. Don't worry if you're new, I'm gonna do a recap before we start, or you can watch the previous 700 days below. Also, I need a little bit of help. I need to decorate stuff behind me. Whatever the top comment is, I'm gonna put right there, right on the top in the middle. Also, in all seriousness, regarding the last video, I appreciate all the support, but like I stated, I'm going to continue making videos because I feel better doing something, you know? So this is me now. Thank you, honestly.
Previously.
In the last 100 days, I completed most of my farms, but I still had ways to go. I also spent quite a lot of time learning a mod called Thaumcraft so I can get a specific item, but I was unsuccessful these previous 100 days. I ended up building a mob farm on top of Beanos because I was lacking a lot of mob drops like bones from skeletons. At the end of 700 days, I ended up eating some mystery beans that actually summoned Beanos, and that is where we left off. It is day 700 and the Grey Beanos has been summoned. And why so soon? All I ate were some beans, man. Look at this dude. He was a big slow target, so I went after him, but my ultimate axe didn't do any damage. That's when I realized he was actually taking damage when I redirected his own fireball attacks and he was already down. I was expecting a bigger fight from this guy, but I guess this is good because now I don't have to worry about him anymore. Wait, Beano stage 2? Are you saying that he's not even done yet? Do you think it would be that easy? I mean, yeah, I wish. I hope. Oh no, he looks a lot angrier now. I had no idea how strong he was now, and I couldn't risk dying. And on top of that, he had these 2 floating arms that destroy blocks. My poor castle, are you serious? I ran away as far as I could. I couldn't have him destroy my base anymore. And when I returned, he was nowhere to be found. At least the damage that he has done is completely minimal. Day 701, it's time to start making improvements on my base, starting with my farm. The place was looking a little plain, so I had to spice it up a little bit. The goal is to put blocks in between the redstone lamps to give it a little more texture. The next day, I decided to go with stone slabs because it looks the best with sandstone. Sadly, my builder's wand doesn't work with slabs, so I have to place them all manually. I think I made the right choice. It looks a lot better. Day 703, now I had the place looking nice. It was time to add even more layers of farm because more farming space means more stuff to grow. It's looking like a mega farm area now. Next day, I added one more layer because turns out I had the extra room. I also had to test if the top layer had enough room in order to grow trees, and it did for both different kinds of trees. And sorry for no audio for those 2 clips. I was listening to Thanos rap battles. I don't know why. Also, the place is looking really nice from the outside. Day 705 was the fun part because now I had to hook everything up with wires. Red pipes were for the energy, and the green pipes are to transfer the items out of the farm. And that's all day's work. Day 706 was even more fun because now I had to hook up all those wires in the back so they actually go into my storage system. The next day is actually the final day I work on this area for a while because now I actually just had to put in the farms. Probably asking, why do I need so many farms? Well, in modded Minecraft, you can grow anything you want. That's right. If you want to grow a cow, you can grow a cow. That'll be something for the far future, but for now, I'll grow all the essentials like wheat and sugar cane and whatever. The last part was just to add water to all the farms, and they were basically all done. And during the night, I built up these 2 pillars also in front of the stairs because they look really good. And I think we're done with that farm area for a while. Day 708, it was time to start planning what I was gonna do next, but instead I messed around with cobblestone. Turns out you can turn cobblestone into more compressed cobblestone, and that compressed cobblestone turns into more compressed cobblestone, and it just keeps on going. I ended up making quadruple compressed cobblestone, and I don't know why I'm so proud of myself. What an amazing day. Next day, I knew exactly what to do, and that was to blow something up. I despise this mob grinder I had with the scorpions and rats. It was just horrible. I mean, just look at it. There's nothing nice about it. So I crafted up some obsidian TNT, which is basically TNT on extra juice, and boom, I let them rip. Haha, goodbye mob grinder. I ended up blowing up 2 more TNTs just for good measure. Also, what is this? Herobrine was here? Are you serious? What? Day 710, it was time to continue the great mining spree. Especially with my black hole power source, I basically could mine forever. Talking about my black hole, it has started to destroy blocks near it. That is not okay. This means I have to reinforce the entire place before it just sucks in my entire base. I spent day 11 still working on my black hole by actually giving it more power because I was running out. No power for me is really bad because I can't even use my storage system, and also turns off my mob grinder, which is doing actually really good lately because I'm getting lots of bones. I'm going to worry about my black hole sucking up my base later because I want to work on my armory now. The next 5 days, I will continue researching in Thaumcraft, which is basically magical rock, paper, scissors. The only reason I'm getting into this mod is because I only want one item from it, an arcane pedestal. This pedestal allows me to float up any item all mysterious-like. It literally levitates any sort of item you want on a table-like thing. This pedestal will be perfect for the armory that I want to continue working on to display all my weapons and armor. So rather me explaining 20 hours how this mod works, I'm just going to skip to where I discovered the arcane pedestal. I'm not joking. I spent about 20 hours looking at some Thaumcraft wiki and about hours of footage of me trying to get this to work. I even went to a Thaumcraft Discord where they had a support channel, and then I got cyberbullied by Thaumcraft people. I'm not gonna tell that story unless you guys really want that, but anyway, but are you ready for this? Boom! Floating fish on pedestal. How is that not the coolest thing you have ever seen in your life? It can make any object you want spin around and around like this cool magical sorcery stuff. It's amazing for this armory. Haha, you know those giant swords from the Twilight Dimension? Look how funny that looked. Day 717, now it's time to start working my armory, which meant I needed a lot of brick, which meant I needed a lot of clay. I mined clay all day. That rhymes, by the way. The next day, since I had all this clay, I smelted it into bricks and then formed that into actual bricks I could place down. Those bricks into white bricks and started filling in the area because I'm going for this white brick design because it looks crazy good. I used up all the bricks I could have and I could only make so much. Day 719, I started placing in the armor and everything because I wanted to see how it looks, and yo, it's starting to come together, but I think it needs a little more something. Maybe I need to go for some sort of hilly design because I don't know where I'm going to be placing in the arcane pedestals. Before I went to bed, I started making this dirt design which would create some sort of texture to the whole armory so that way it wasn't flat. I continued this the next day. Day 721, I made a decision, why not have multiple levels of armory, so this would be the level of all the overworld items. So turning this dirt into grass is actually a great idea because that's the overworld. Before I take a break on the armory, I just decided to blend in the doorway to the actual entrance, that way it looked decent. Oh, that looks pretty bad right now, but I'm gonna work on it later. It was a new day and I wanted to work on a new mod, so why not the Traincraft mod? I don't know why I'm so excited. I read this Traincraft book all day and it turns out I could make actual trains that looked like trains. I've really never been into trains, but you know how cool it would to have a train station that goes all around my base and to different locations in the world? Probably not very useful, but I mean, come on, train station, that sounds epic. Day 723, I forgot about my black hole and I needed to do something about it now before it blew up my base. The first objective was to clear all the blocks around it and replace them with something that's really strong like obsidian. There was also another problem. The black hole was destroying the energy pipes that were actually transferring the energy out of the black hole into my base. I couldn't work through the night because it was a blood moon, but I knew I had to change the energy pipes eventually and find some sort of block to surround the black hole with. I continued clearing out room the next day. Now that I had the space, I started surrounding the black hole with a very tough glass called titanium glass. It's basically 10 times stronger than obsidian. Day 725, I continued working on my generator when I realized I don't like this shape at all. The only problem is that this glass is tougher than obsidian times 10 times 1000. That took the entire day, and then I went with a design that I liked a lot more. Next day, it was time to make it look nice, but also very durable. I ended up using obsidian blocks, but they were dyed black, so they looked really cool. A lot of squids died that day for the ink sacs that create black dye, but it was worth it because now this area looks good. And it's really, really strong, so the black hole shouldn't destroy anything. Or at least I thought. Day 727, it was time to make the place look nice. Blocks I wanted to use were called factory blocks, but combine that with the chisel, I have endless amount of possibilities. I started outlining this area with these yellow factory blocks. If you step over the yellow line, the black hole will start sucking you in, so this is a good outline of a safe distance where you have to be at. Next day, since the area was looking nice, it was time to attach the controller to all the farms, so I'm actually getting power. I wanted this to be unseen, so I'm going to loop it all the way around. I spent the rest of the day to make sure the farms were getting the power, and they were, and everything was working fine. Day 729, since there was no problems, I finally wanted to craft up iron seeds. You heard me, plants that grow iron? That's insane. It's expensive, but it will be worth it. But then the black hole destroyed destroyed its own controlling block. Like, the actual block that controls the entire system was destroyed by the black hole. I didn't know what to do at this point, so I knew I needed to make a block that protects other blocks from the black hole. The next day I had to go mining for iron because I had no iron to craft up my generator for my black hole, and I also needed the iron to craft something called the block protector that should protect blocks from the black hole. Day 731 was a big day because I had to build this block protector and I had to build a new generator. I placed both in, and how the block protector works is that I have to select what blocks I want to protect from breaking. But the more blocks I select, the more energy it needs, so it's a trade-off. I ended up using it to protect all the important blocks, but I have no idea if this is gonna work. The next day I really hope what I did worked, so I stayed near my farms and just did some maintenance to make sure everything was running smoothly. I started building a ceiling because this place didn't have a ceiling yet. And yup, it didn't work for long. There was no more power going through the tubes. See for yourself, there's no red tube connecting to those yellow and black puzzle pieces above. Somehow they're still breaking for the black hole even with the block protector there, or maybe there's something breaking it that I don't know about. Day 733, one of my thoughts were mob breaking the red tubes, because in this mod pack, zombies have the ability to break blocks. So my goal here was to craft a torch called the Magnum Torch. Yes, that is the actual name of this torch. According to its description, it should disable all mob spawning in a 64 block radius, so I just put that right next to my generator. I took my mind off all of this breaking block stuff, and I decided I wanted to extend my throne room because it's not epic enough, which meant I needed a lot of netherrack, which was no problem because everything breaks immediately. But every 5 seconds there is something shooting at me or something trying to kill me, and it is so annoying. After spending that entire day mining, I had like 3 double chests of netherrack, even more. I also had to smelt up a lot of cobblestone for a lot of stone because the block I need for my throne room is a combination of stone and netherrack. That made me thinking, I really want a really big furnace room that had like 64 of the fastest furnaces in the world. Day 736, yeah, the pipe broke again. Honestly, I think it has something to do with the pipe, so I already researched on something I could replace it with. Meanwhile, I started preparing being able to craft 64 of the fastest furnaces possible, the crystal furnace. Look how much faster the crystal furnace. It's already finished all its fish while the obsidian one is still cooking. Yeah, so I'm gonna make 64 of those crystal furnaces, but that means I need a ton of iron, a ton of gold, a ton of obsidian, and even a ton of diamonds. Day 738, I had all the material for the furnaces except for obsidian, so I had to do a lot of long mining. There was a lot of obsidian laying around, but it was next to lava, so I was constantly burned. But now that I had the material, I had 64 crystal furnaces. That's a lot of fast furnaces. I didn't know how to lay them out, so I just put them side by side, but it stretched all the way to my castle wall. I didn't know how I wanted to set up the furnaces yet, so I decided why not just make one train today. My goal was to build a certain train that actually puts down its own tracks. That's right, a train that automatically puts down its own rails, so I can just leave it be and it just builds its own path. Luckily, trains are not very expensive. They're just kind of confusing with all the different things I need to make. And putting all the pieces together and boom, track builder train. Yo, I actually made a train. I have no idea how this is gonna look like. Yo, that is insane. The next day, before I had the track builder start building tracks, I needed to decide what kind of tracks I actually wanted and what kind of train I wanted. I popped into this creative world where I tested different tracks and different trains, and I ended up choosing this electric train that can go up to 160 kilometers per hour. The only problem is, since it's an electric train, that means the rails itself need power, so that means I need to get my power source under control. So I have to replace these red pipes because they keep on breaking from the black hole, so I'm testing these new green pipes called energy pipes. If they don't break, that's great news, because not only will I have power again, they actually transfer more energy, up to 20,000 RF compared to the 2,000 RF on the red pipes. And so far it hasn't broke, so that means I'm gonna start making these electric tracks for my builder train. Day 741 was a big day because I'm actually gonna make the rails for the builder train. I had some difficulties building with this train because it didn't seem to accept any modded blocks, which is kind of sad because I wanted to use this rainbow kind of block that goes beneath the rail so it looks all cool and everything. I did a quick test with stone to see if it worked, and it did. Look, it's actually building and placing tracks. That's insane. And look, the train is actually going. It's drilling through the mountain and it's placing down rails and blocks. I decided to go with birch wood on the bottom because it looks really good with the electric track, and then just slabs on the top because it just looks good. I literally just watched it for the rest of the day until it ran out of tracks because I don't know why it amazed me so much. Here's another dealio. Those new energy pipes I put for my black hole reactor didn't break, so that means I can replace it with everything. The main pro of these is that they transfer 10 times more energy than the red pipes, so that means everything's gonna be 10 times faster. They require a lot of glowstone, so I just mine glowstone all day. Day 745, since I had these new pipes, I wanted to hook them up to some quarries, but that means I need a lot more storage. I read through the comments and some guys suggested to use these storage crates because not only do they have more storage than my obsidian and diamond chests, they're actually way cheaper. They only cost wood. And I have infinite wood because of my farms down below. I had the storage now and the energy, and it was time to hook them up to some new quarries. I set up 2 new quarries and look how fast it's going. Is that even normal? That is so fast. There used to be a limit of how much power these quarries could get because of the red pipes, but not anymore. I spent day 747 setting up another quarry and just cleaning up all the liquid around the base with the pumps because it doesn't look good. And I spent the entire next day just looking at the quarry's mine because I don't know why, but it's just so satisfying. Day 749, since everything was working fine, it's time to start working on my super smelter. I started creating a really big area here because this is where I'm gonna have all my super big machines and epic automation stuff. I decided to go with 4 rows of 16 for the furnaces. That way it would just be all in one section, not spread out all the way throughout my base. The only problem is that how do I actually make a super smelter out of all these fast furnaces? I dabbled in creative a little bit to get something to work, but I'm not so sure if it's going to. Day 750, I didn't feel like building the super smelter yet. I wanted to go on an adventure. I had 1 more realm stone from Advent of Ascension that created this gold portal and it looked interesting. Yo, this place is creepy, but awesome at the same time. There were these dudes here that traded stuff for like weapons, but I didn't have anything they wanted. Also, it turns out you can't actually break any blocks in this dimension. It just lights you on fire. After doing some research, turns out I need 10 gold coins in order to progress in this dimension, which I don't have. Well, since the new dimension didn't work, for the next 12 days, I'm going to be fixing up this Beanos mob farm because it's kind of a mess. First step is actually adding the new energy pipe to it because it's like getting high-speed internet for the mob grinder, so that way more mobs spawn and I just get more stuff. The next step was just changing Beanos' glass. That way I could have mob spawners on the ground. I needed a mob that drops iron and gold, and one of my guesses was a mob from Orspawn called the Nightmare, which was just this flying creature. And since it flies, I had to put the mob spawner on the ground. That way it's killed right away. And hey, look, it worked. There he is. Oh, wait, he's not inside the cage. I repeat, he's not inside the cage. He hunted me throughout the castle, and I knew I had to make some changes to the Beanos grinder. The first step was actually expanding the area because I felt like I didn't have enough room to work with. I went with black colored stone brick because honestly, it just looks the best with all this mob grinder and all the other stuff. I also have to make Beanos slightly larger because that's a problem if mobs are spawning outside of him. My next task was also to find some sort of machine that sucks up XP from all the dead mobs. My first attempt was this little machine that accidentally turned all the XP that I had into these tiny orbs, so that's not really what I was looking for. After doing some research, I learned what I needed. I needed a vacuum hopper and a vacuum chest. The vacuum chest will actually suck up all the items in a range, so I don't need all those vanilla hoppers anymore. And then the vacuum hopper will suck up all the XP, which is perfect because then I can lead it to a tank outside the mob grinder. And it definitely worked. All the mob drops and all the XP were being sucked in. The final step was just fixing up Beanos. I made him happy this time and it just looks 10 times better. And look, the XP was already being transferred into the liquid tanks. That means it's working. And now that I add the XP, I actually made a spawner that spawns this thing that drops tons of iron and gold. I mean, like stupid amounts. Like my vacuum chest couldn't even keep up with it. So basically this mob grinder is done. I have mobs that are spawning. I'm collecting the items and their XP. And with that XP, I can craft up more mob spawners for stuff that I need. So I'm thinking the next one I would need is like a blaze spawner or an enderman spawner because I need ender pearls and blaze powder. Day 763 with my mob grinder done, I made sure to feed up my energy generator. And so quickly, I already had stacks of iron and gold, which was perfect because this means I can finish a lot of projects that I had stopped working on. This allows me to use iron and gold more freely to make more fancier metals that allows me to create more things for other mods. I spent the next day just adding some basic things next to my mob grinder, like an enchantment table and some bookshelves. I also started placing in blocks for a path that I'll have on this floor, but I didn't very much like it. Now that all of that is taken care of and I have a lot of iron, this means I can finally work on my super smelter. I can make infinite hoppers now that I have infinite iron. I'll also be spending the next 10 days on this because it's kind of a long and tedious project. Basically what I'm creating right now are 4 layers of 16 of the super fast modded furnaces in a super smelter way. Let me explain. I'm using Mumbo Jumbo super smeltery design that evenly distributes coal and ores to all the furnaces. For example, I have 64 furnaces, so if I give the system 64 pieces of coal, it will give each furnace 1 piece of coal. Same goes with ore. Here's the problem. How do I actually do that? And how do I evenly do it so all 4 rows get it at the same time? There were no tutorials that I could follow, so I knew this wasn't the fastest way, but I mean, this is kind of what Minecraft is all about, right? I'm thinking on my own that involves a lot of these green pipes that should evenly distribute all the items, like, evenly. Basically, I had to connect each row of furnaces by itself to have its own green pipe that led to the input chest. After connecting everything, I put in a lot of coal in the system, and it was already taking it, which is a good sign. But the coal wasn't going in any of the furnaces, so I started to freak out. But luckily, I found the problem right away. Turns out I just had the redstone on the wrong levels. Before I test it again, you gotta admit, this looks super cool. The white stone bricks looks mwah. And for the moment of truth, I put in about 2 stacks of coal, and no, 3, that's good. Nothing, that's not good. 2, that's great. And 3, it kind of works. That's kind of good. I put in a lot more coal and it's kind of working, but the fact that I made this for my own brain, that's pretty big brain. Look at this. I put in like 10 stacks of cobblestone and at least 95% of them are turned on. Look how fast this is. This was after 10 seconds. It's good, but it's nowhere near perfect because there's a big problem with the design. Problem being the furnace melts up the cobblestone way too fast before the hopper can actually give it another piece of cobblestone. So technically each furnace is only working at like 20%. Whatever. It looks really cool and I'll fix it later. Day 775, I just did some fixes all around the base because there was always something broken. And since now I have a ton of iron and gold, I'm going to start making a lot of rails because I really want to get into the train craft. I just want to say that my base looks pretty cool. The next day I had a lot of rails and it's time to start putting them to use. First thing I did was refill the auto train building track thing because that is actually going to build all the way to the swamp that's about 1,000 blocks away. Now I need to build some sort of train station. And it wouldn't be a train station if I didn't have multiple different paths the train could go on. I started building a path from the entrance of my base to the train station because I want to be able to reach anywhere in my base or anywhere by train because why not? The only thing that I haven't decided are the actual blocks going around the track because those colorful blocks do not look good. I spent the night going over different designs. The fact that I have so many options kind of hurts my brain. But finally, I got a design that I was like, hey, that's pretty good. I also had to build the track somewhere else so it actually connects with the entrance hall, which is really cool. The mod comes with these really large turning tracks, which are really important, especially if you go really high speeds on the train, because then your train will actually fall off the tracks. On day 780, I continue making the path look nice, but it was kind of hard, especially on the curved areas. Everything else was pretty easy and looked pretty good. I also just realized, why did I build this out of stairs? You can't place railroad tracks on stairs. Boom, that's pretty cool. Next day, I wanted the curved area to look better, so I put up this tunnel design, which kind of takes your concentration away from the ugly curved area. I'm pretty happy with myself. Before I build any further, it's important that I test out the track at least once with an actual train. Building this train was quite complicated because not only is it a tier 3 train, it was the fastest train in the mod that I know of. I finished it the day after and yo, am I proud of myself. I just built a high-speed train and it looks pretty good. I couldn't drive it yet because none of the tracks were powered, which meant I had no power in my train. Day 783, before I power on the tracks, I just wanted to show how amazing this liquid XP tank is. I just right-click it as many times as I want and it gives me the XP. I also made a quick stop to my auto track builder that has built a long tunnel and I just refilled it so it could keep going again. Now to actually give power to the tracks, I wanted to use a different power source, so I used something from the same mod, which was actually a windmill. Look how adorable it is, and I knew right away that it was working because it was turning the electric track red. I spent the rest of the day just waiting for the power to reach all the rest of the tracks. Day 784 was a really big day because we were gonna test out the high-speed train. Ladies and gentlemen, we're starting to pick up speed and we're actually moving. We're going up the hill and we're going up fast, and yo, that was pretty cool. Well, I would say that was a mission success, but now I'm gonna take a break from trains for a while. For the next 9 days, I'm gonna be working on my armory because I haven't touched up on that in a while. I found this new block called Energized Voidstone and it looked really cool. Plus, the chiseled gave 16 more options of it. It looks really cool, but I don't think it's gonna work for my armory, but I know I'm gonna use it for something. But now the fun begins because we're gonna start working on this armory. The first step is removing most of the grass because there is way too much of it. Then throwing in a lot of variety blocks. And I'm in love with this block. It looks futuristic, but at the same time, it matches the nature theme. I also wanted to add a roof so I actually had the feel of the room. Having this mega super smelter is amazing because then I can get so much stone. And the roof begins, which is also super satisfying. I totally see it coming together now. I just need to work on the left side and, of course, more light. I started adding in some light sources by putting torches under green carpet, and it did the trick. That's seriously looking cool now. Just imagine all these armor stands actually actually filled with different types of armor. And now I have to replicate the same thing on the other side, which is actually kind of difficult. And voila, the overall armory is somewhat complete. I mean, it needs a lot of work, but yeah. Day 794, I didn't want to work on the armory anymore, but I had a perfect idea where to put these purple blocks. These purple blocks go perfect with Beanos and the entire mob grinder level, and just look how fusion and futuristic they look. These blocks are perfect to create a path to go everywhere on this level, because there's going to be a lot more things to add on top of the Beanos mob grinder. One word, yes. Next day, with only 5 days remaining, I turned my mob grinder into an actual room, and I did that all night as well, and even the next day, until it was done and it looked great. With only 3 days remaining, I didn't want to start on any projects and have it cut off till next episode. Instead, I did a lot of maintenance all around the base. But congratulations for watching the entire video. You earned yourself 8 gold stars. I have a lot of plans for 900 days, and I still feel like I'm nowhere near completing my base, so I have a lot of projects in mind. On top of that, we still haven't even built other bases and other dimensions, which would be a seriously cool thing to do. Anyway, until next time. You know the drill. Smash like and subscribe for another 100 days. What is up, guys? My name is Soxer1, and welcome back to 900 days on the largest mod pack possible. A video series inspired by this man, Luke the Notable. If you're new here, I recommend to watch the previous 100 days. As I mentioned last episode, I started buying things. One of the comments were beautiful Squidward and handsome SpongeBob. So I definitely still need more ideas to put on back there.
I also have some very important news.
My Reddit video is coming. It's gonna be the next video or next, so you need to leave some memes there, or some feedback, anything. If I like your meme, I will sign this Shrek pillow and send it to you. Or even better, Dogs for One merch, family friendly. Buy my merch. It's amazing. I suggest that you guys watch to the end because we do some insane stuff the second half.
Previously.
On the last 100 days, I finished my power generator, but no room still. I also started getting into Traincraft and started building my own train station. I also finished up my mob grinder area, and I was getting a ton of XP. Day 800, I left off working on my mob grinder, which was working great. I just didn't have enough power to keep on grinding up all the mobs because I have a lot of spawners now. I spent most of the day just thinking what I was gonna do, but I did set up this little system that gets me a lot of plastic, what I need for my train system for rails. Next day, I decided to work on my black hole because I wanted to make this an actual room. The hard part is that I have to choose block that can withstand the pressure of the black hole so they don't break. I started going with these blackstone bricks, but honestly, I think I'm gonna switch to some sort of modded block. Day 802, I decided to go with a block called the factory block. I started this high-tech slash spaceship kind of look, and it looked pretty good, but I didn't want to settle in yet. Because of the chisel, I have many options I can choose from, so I laid them all out, but honestly, the original one I started with was the best one. But I also decided to use this purple one as a path because it matches really good with the gold. I started filling out my design the next day, and it was looking pretty good. I had to clear out some area around because the room was gonna be pretty big, and as you can see, it's really starting to take shape. As I continued clearing out blocks on day 804, I used pumps to clear out more liquid around my base and was finishing up the floor. It was a big risk to use blocks that I never used before, but honestly, it worked out and the place looks pretty cool. But of course, the next day I ran into some problems, like my elevator not being centered in the black hole room, which was kind of frustrating. And what was I gonna use for a light source? I did some research and I ended up making this like bug lamp, but I don't think it looks so good. Yeah, it's definitely not gonna work out. Day 806, since the room is orange, why not get some orange light source? So I went to the nether to get some lava, made some of these lava orange light sources, and then realized they don't actually turn on from redstone power. So what I finally decided is that none of the light sources look good in the ground, so I'm just gonna build the wall and roof and then put the light sources there. I finished it up the next day by putting up the walls and putting holes in the wall for where I'm gonna put the light sources. I ended up going with these black lamps, but honestly, I don't know if I like them very much. It does look good. I finished up the entire room except for the roof, and yeah, I think this room is definitely growing on me. It's one of my favorites so far. You can guess what I did on day 808, actually putting a roof on this place. And voila, the place is done. It needs a little bit of work, and I think I need another light source, but yeah, it looks cool. On day 809, since my black hole room was basically done, I wanted to start working on my train station again. I wanted to do something absolutely crazy though, so I did some research on something called the architecture saw bench that allows you to make any shape in Minecraft. Let me repeat, you can turn any block into a cylinder, a spear, a pyramid, even a triangle. This made my brain actually explode because this breaks every single Minecraft rule, and now my possibilities are literally endless. What is this cursed thing I brought upon this world? I spent the rest of the day crafting up white stone bricks because that's the main block that I'm gonna use for this train station. The next day I started making the entrance of my train station, and I used that saw bench to make these triangle thingies. I tried many different shapes and honestly, it started hurting my brain because there was too many possibilities. I went with this. I also started creating an outline of my face because I'm gonna make this train station called the sock station, so I want my face to be in it. Day 811, I had to get some certain blocks like hardened clay in order to build my face in the train station. Honestly, I had a lot more difficulty building this than I thought I would. I'm really starting to dislike the chisel because look how many different possibilities of sandstone I can make. Like, isn't there already enough blocks for me to choose from in this mod pack? I spent all day on this and I achieved nothing. I started making some headway the next day. What is this monster that I have just created? It should be burned at the stake. I kept filling it in. I have created a monster. I continued working on it on day 813 by adding a lot more colors. It's starting to take shape, but it kind of looks like a deformed baby. Finally, I put an orange ring around it and it actually looks somewhat normal. The next day was a beautiful day because I finished it and it turned out absolutely perfect. I am so proud of myself. And this is where the fun begins. For the next 10 days, I'm going to be working on my train station. I mean, sock station. The first job was to lay out all the white stone bricks and then actually connecting the main rail to where I would get on and off. I also started listing out all the locations where the train could take me. Some of the locations where the train will go will be around the base, but most will be far away locations like going to the swamp or to the end portal. While all of this was happening, I was making a lot more plastic because I need a lot of plastic to make a lot more rails, and I'll definitely need it. I started clearing out some space for the tracks, which are going to be the rails that are going to be looping around my base. But all of that is the easy part. What I need to figure out is a system that allows me to switch tracks so I can go to different locations. For example, if I want to go to the swamp, I should be able to press a button and it switched the track so I go to the swamp instead of somewhere else. To make it easy to understand, it's a train station, so I should be able to go anywhere I want. That being said, I just had to figure out all this dumb stuff that allows me to go left instead of right. What's really funny is that this crowbar is used to turn around blocks and it even works on my bed, so now it's like sideways. After a long time, I finally had some sort of track system kind of laid out where I would be able to choose where I wanted to go. For example, that track that goes inside the tunnel takes me all the way to the swamp, while the track that's going under my face will take me all the way to the end portal. Another hard part I have to figure out is a way for the train to automatically stop in the train station and then go when it's told. I finished placing in the main rails and I just had to power them all, and I chose to use windmills. I used windmills because they looked cool and it would look really nice after I decorate everything. I wanted to do one more thing before I took a break from the train station. It was to make one whole loop around my base so I could actually ride the train around. I had to do a little bit of clearing and then a little bit more building and then a lot more building because I had these tracks going all around my base. But eventually it was all complete. I had one big circle track going all around my base. Now for the moment of truth, will I be able to ride around? And we're off, which is a good sign, which meant all the rails are powered. No, I forgot to make this 3 blocks high. And now that it's 3 blocks high, I should be able to go zoom past this, and oh my goodness, we went so fast that we actually went off the rails. Day 825, I didn't want to work with trains anymore, but a funny thing that came in the Traincraft mod is this Zeppelin, or blimp, I think that's the same thing. Haha, look how funny I look. And now we are flying, very slowly, but very epically. I decided to go on a little adventure with it. I got pretty bored pretty fast, so I got out of it, but then I remembered I had no idea how to stop this thing. I just kept punching it, and eventually it fell. And since I was here, I decided to beat up this creeper spaceship thing because it drops a little realm stone. I also came across this really weird tunnel that had the weirdest looking slugs I've ever seen. They were really scary looking, but I had no idea what their purpose was. This actually gave me motivation to look at their wiki, Abyssocraft, to learn what they're all about. Turns out this mod is a pretty spooky wizarding mod that I might get into. Day 826, I learned that this mod is all about rituals, so I have to make some sacrificial table. And I started building some room for it right away. Boom, dirt. The final step was placing cobblestone in this formation and then yeeting the book, and voila! I realized soon the actual parts for the ritual would require a lot of mob drops from that certain mob, which I don't have. So I spent that night hunting down mobs. The problem is that this is such a large mod pack that finding the mob that I need to find is nearly impossible. I spent the next day looking. I even went underground and I got no luck, but instead I found an Advent of Ascension portal, which is actually amazing because I need these blocks in order to finish all the portals back at home. On day 828, I had to destroy this ritual area because turns out it's gonna start creating a new biome here and I didn't want that. It's all good, I just moved it to the edge of the castle. Oh, I also tried different colors for my elevators, but honestly, white still looked the best. For the next 5 days, I have to do something very crucial but very tedious. I have to make an actual storage room because my current storage system can't fit all the different modded items. I ended up using these wooden crates because they hold so much stuff and there's no chest open and close animation. The tedious part is actually allowing every single crate for input so items actually go in. And then I have to extract all the items from all the chests that were just sitting out of my walkway. But after that, it was easy because I just let all the items transfer into the new storage system. I also decided to extend my main crafting hallway because I wanted to be able to walk to the storage system. I really do enjoy building with this wand. And bam, it actually looked really good. I spent day 835 just clearing up all the old chests and even setting up some new Minecraft quarries. By the time I finished all that, all the blocks have finally moved into this mega storage system. The next day, it was kind of bugging me that my rail system wasn't working, so I just wanted to fix it real quick. I just had to give the track more room, that way my train wouldn't fall off the tracks. And for the moment of truth, oh, it is working. Everything seems fine, and yes, it successfully worked. Kind of. I still have to make some changes though, because when I go this fast on the train, it still falls off the track, which is kind of funny. For the next 5 days, I just wanted to start outlining how my real castle will look like. The hard part is choosing what kind of block I want because I have so many options. Just look how many options this chisel gives me. I ended up choosing different styles of stone brick. I started outlining the main towers because that's the most important part of the castle. I doubled and triple checked to make sure it was all symmetrical so they were all the same. Once that was done, I started building downward. That way I would actually be able to fill it in with blocks. I had to do this for all 4 corners. The hard part was done, but the gruesome part is actually filling it in with different sort of blocks. I can't use my magic wand here because I'm going for different sort of stone bricks. That way it has some sort of texture. I'm not even sure if I like this design, but it's so hard to tell when you only filled in so many blocks. I kept on filling it in, but after a while it's definitely coming together and I think I made the right choice. And I was too lazy to continue, so I just put the blocks away for another time. Day 842, I really needed to go on an adventure, so I broke down the portal that I found recently so I could expand my dimension base back at home. But the fun part is that now I have to keep on exploring and eliminating mobs so I can get another realm stone. A realm stone is something that will allow me to go to a different dimension, which I really want to go to. I continued the next day and I was getting no luck. I was kind of hoping for a blood moon at this point. I did travel a lot and I found some pretty good loot, so I guess it wasn't all bad. I also found these grenade things again that I threw at this Mafia Bee because I thought it was pretty funny. And of course I took out the Mafia Bee. We leave no prisoners here. On day 844, I ended up taking out this entire ritual scary stuff. I love having this weapon. When I got home, I used all those blocks that I stole from that cave to build myself several new portals. The only thing left is getting more realm stones so I can go to more dimensions. Day 845 was a really big day because I put this zucchini on one of my pedestals in my armory. But seriously, I don't know if you remember, I got a lot of treasure chests from my fishing machines downstairs. Turns out if I open them, I actually get a realm stone. There's also a chance to get a lot of tea, which gives you regeneration for a couple seconds. The next day was a big day because I was preparing to travel to a new world. I had no idea what was on the other side of this blue portal, so I was going crazy. What did I just walk into? The whole world was completely pink. Everything was pink. And the mobs were blue and they had 2 heads. I think this dimension is supposed to be like some sort of coral world where these are like sea monsters. I'm not really sure. For the next 5 days, I'm going to be traveling throughout this dimension to see everything it has. On top of that, these mobs drop a lot of coins, which are what I need for the other dimension. Bro, these guys have 2 heads, but they ain't very smart. Turns out there was also biomes in this dimension, like this blue kind of tree area. I don't know how to describe this. And that's when I came across my first blue castle that had some sort of weird symbol on top of it. The inside was kind of weird, but what was even weirder were these sea creatures that made the funniest sounds I've ever heard. Oh yeah, and I couldn't attack any of them because my hunter experience level wasn't high enough. I kept on exploring and I came across these wizards. I mean, they looked like Poseidon with his trident and everything, and I couldn't attack them either, so I ran away. I didn't see any loot in the building, so I was kind of confused for the whole point of it. But right next to this castle was a giant temple, so that was pretty cool. The temple was made out of unbreakable blocks, so I already knew I hated it because that means there was gonna be a maze inside. At least I could attack the things that are inside, but I don't even know what I was attacking. They were like winged scissor people. To make things weirder, there was some sort of weird gravity inside. Like, I wasn't floating on my own right now. I was not controlling where I was going. I was being pushed around by these invisible forces. It was hard to move around in this temple, and there was even this new mob that looked like a ninja warrior. And then somehow I was pushed all the way to the ceiling, and I couldn't move out of here no matter what I did. Yeah, how do you like me now, ninja people? I seriously couldn't get back down. I was just being tossed around like some sort of ragdoll, but luckily I had my house pet, so I just teleported back home. I came back through the portal again, tried to go through the temple again, but the same thing happened. I got stuck up here again, and I have no idea how. I decided to leave the temple alone and just keep on exploring because I needed to get a lot of coins anyway. I marked anything interesting, and I also found this new biome that looks like corals. I took my coins back to the creeper dimension because I wanted to trade with this arms dealer so I could get some cool weapons like this grenade. Turns out explosive grenades aren't very good against creepers, which makes no sense. I mean, it's a grenade for crying out loud. I threw 32 grenades at this guy. It only does 1 tick of damage. Day 852, I thought it would be a really cool idea to bring those creeper dealers back to my base. That way I didn't have to go travel to get cool weapons, and this could be for all future traders that I find in different dimensions. Turns out the Pokeball, aka the item that I use to pick up mobs, is not working on him. So that means I'm gonna have to put him on a minecart and send him through the portal, but I didn't want to do that right now. I spent 3 more days in this Aqua dimension because I learned there's 2 different bosses I could fight here. One of them can actually be fished up, so I set up an automatic fishing mine here on this pond. The other one, on the other hand, has to be discovered, so I just kept on going in one direction until I found it. After a bit of traveling, I did it. I found where this boss would be summoned. All I had to do was right-click this water rune on it, and it would summon. Oh, that's a big chunk boy. No matter how many bullets I put in this guy, he wasn't taking any damage, so I was afraid that I was underprepared for this fight. Turns out you have to kill his minions that drop these Hydra Stones, and you take those Hydra Stones and right-click him with it because that's what does the damage. After a lot more Hydra Stones, his armor was finally down, but then he had his second phase. Now I could get up and personal with this guy and attack him with my ultimate sword, but his regeneration was insane. I kept on attacking, and soon his health withered away, and I got some pretty cool stuff. After that intense fight, I was ready for another, but sadly it doesn't look like my fishing machine caught any bosses. Day 856, I took my coins to good use by trading them into silver coins, and then from silver coins to gold coins. The reason why I needed those gold coins is that now I can enter this gold dimension that I wasn't able to go previously. Inside, there's a dungeon keeper where I can trade 10 gold coins for an entrance to the dungeon, and that's exactly what I did. This place was crazy. There was these weird monsters attacking me with no arms. It was freaky. In order to progress in the maze, I had to kill these more thick boys that had a chance to drop like a gold piece. I'm not sure. But for some reason, this dimension really didn't like me, and it kept on crashing my game. I tried like 3 more times, but honestly, no luck. It crashed me 5 more times. For the next 7 days, I really wanted to work on this one project that I never got around to, and it was actually changing my trophy room so it's actually open. It felt way too small and concealed, but look how nice it would be to put our trophies on these arcane pedestals and it would all float and everything. The first step was to open the entire area and then extending it massively. That way I have a lot of area to move around in. Putting the floor was very important because I was gonna have lava all over it. I'm also gonna remove all this glass because I don't like the outline it comes with. And while that was happening, I was sucking up all the lava using the pumps because I needed to replace the floor. I also made sure that the new trophy room would go aligned with the new castle walls. And so the start of the outline began. This place will also match the rest of the main base much better as it will be a better blend. The reason I had to also replace the floor here is because you can actually see it from the farms down below, so I made sure it was sandstone. Since I was replacing the floors, now I can have a nice roof in my farm area and also lit it up so it looks much nicer. I always feel like I'm working on this farm area for some dumb reason, like the corners right now aren't even finished. Now all of that is taken care of, I can fill this place with lava. It wasn't gonna take as long because now I have these lava barrels so I can easily get lava. It took a long time, but it was definitely gonna be worth it. And boom, just like that, it was all filled in and now the area is much more open. The only thing left was putting on a roof. Making it all even on all 4 corners was kind of tricky, but I think I got it right. And the room was all done. It was just missing a lot of details and a floor, of course. The floor will not be glass though. Instead, I'm gonna craft these invisible blocks that are literally blocks that are invisible. But I'm gonna do that some other time. Day 864, I made a decision that I wanted to make an entire galaxy room. It would also be my launch site for going to different planets and everything. But how I imagine it is a room that is completely black. I'm talking about blocks that have 0 texture. And those blocks are called plastic blocks. And then I would dye them black. But in order to make plastic, I have to make this complex machine that I have no plans of explaining. I don't really like machinery, but I really like automation. And this was the only way on how to make plastic blocks. It took a whole 10 days figuring out what pipe goes where, what kind of pipes, what does this machine do. I literally wanted to blow my brains out at this point. I do have the 20 hours of me trying to figure this all out and getting it all working, but no one wants to see that. So instead, here's the final product. Look at it. It's literally a completely black block and it's beautiful. This will look amazing in a room that's only filled with stars and maps and galaxy and all that crazy stuff. Day 874, now that I can make plastic, I could actually start working on my star room and it was already looking amazing. This room is going to be completely black and the only thing you'll ever see are stars. It'll be my launch site for traveling to different worlds. Oh, and this thing too, an actual star portal. I transfer all my moon gear from my last mission, but this time I actually want to make a base on the moon. But before we could do that, on the next day, we got to get some serious weapon upgrades, am I right? I'm planning to make a minigun, and thank the Lord the machinery behind it is nowhere as confusing as plastic blocks. I spent day 876 just metal pressing some things together for the right materials. I ended up making this funny weapon weapon called the magnetic hook, but I don't know what it does. I tried using it against mobs, but it didn't do anything. But no one cares about that because the next day we're crafting the minigun. I had to do some fancy stuff with a chemical laboratory, but it was all worth it because now I had a minigun, an actual minigun. There's no better test to test it out on Minecraft girlfriends. On day 878, I was like, why stop there? Let's make another weapon. Now that I had all these machines going, it was pretty easy to make new weapons, so I decided to make a flamethrower. And it's absolutely sick. Also, turns out the fuel for it is the same for when making plastic blocks. I unleashed 1,000 years of pain on this mafia bee, and the flamethrower was just as destructive. For the next couple days, I have to learn machinery that will allow me to live on the moon, not just go there. One of the key things is having power, because without power, there is no oxygen. I decided to go with solar panels. That way, I don't have to worry about a fuel source that'll just get direct sunlight and give me power. I also needed an energy cube in order to take all that power from the solar panels. And might as well charge it all up here on Earth, that way I don't take any risks. The next step was to have a lot of fuel for my spaceship, but that was no problem because I had infinite oil. I also doubled and triple checked if all the oxygen collectors work and everything because I didn't want to go there and have a problem. On day 886, I had to decide what I wanted to make my moon base out of. My first bet was iron because I had a lot of it, and I wanted my moon base to be white because that was what I imagined it to be. Even with the chisel, I didn't like any of the iron possibilities. The block I decided to go with were called anti-blocks, and they were perfect because they glowed bright white. The next day, I made sure I had all the materials ready so I could go to the moon, including dirt, leaves, and a whole lot of bullets. Well, I think I'm ready. I got all the weapons I need, and I put all my essentials in backpacks. I was ready to make a moon base. For the next 6 days, I'm gonna fly to the moon and then make a moon base where I could potentially live forever. Flying to the moon was just as cool as it was the first time. Zox 1 is a spaceman. Oh, he travels in a spaceship. He will fly to the moon. I set up camp right away by placing down the solar panels and even the auto gardens from ore spawn. Needed down a lot of leaves for oxygen, and I set up the entire oxygen system, so technically I can already live here forever. Look how cool this is. This machine is spreading oxygen like a bubble, like a protection dome. And of course, I already started laying out my base of anti-blocks, and it looks better than I thought. Now that I had my base functioning, it was time to go exploring with my minigun. I was on a constant lookout for these little meteorites because I need them in order to make a tier 2 rocket so I could go to Mars. More importantly, I had a lot of minigun target practice. I had a lot of fun, maybe a little bit of too much fun. The main goal was to find these tunnels because at the end of these tunnels were bosses and I needed those so I could get more blueprints. The blueprints were very important because I also needed to make a tier 2 rocket so I could go to Mars. Also, I shredded this boss probably in 2 seconds with this minigun. I ended up getting a blueprint which was amazing and also some other cool loot. I decided to find another boss chamber and fight another boss for more loot, and of course I shredded him within about 2 seconds. I got all the loot that I needed and my base was still working when I came back, so I guess everything was a success. Well, that's gonna wrap it up for this 100 days, and if you watched till the end, you earned yourself 9 gold stars. The more and more I played this mod pack, the more I realized 1,000 days won't even be enough. Make sure to join my Reddit. I really want to hear your opinion on what to do on the next 100 days, which potentially could be the final, but I really want to keep playing. Anyway, see you guys next time. I'm back, baby. Welcome back to 1000 Days in Modded Hardcore. Finally, a video series inspired by Luke the Notable. I have a lot of things to talk about before this video starts. If you're new here, make sure to subscribe. This could be the final 1000 days, unless you guys want me to go to 2000 days. And I'll be honest, I really do. I haven't finished most of my projects yet, so please smash like. If we smash 69,000 likes, then I'm gonna go on till 2000 days. Nonetheless, if you guys are new here, I recommend watching the previous 900 days, but it's okay if you haven't. And before the video starts, I have 3 major announcements. No, 4, 5. Bruh. 1, our Minecraft server has finally come out. Socks.gg. It's out. Like, look at it. Look how amazing it is. We got 3 game modes available right now: Factions, Kit PvP, and Sock Wars. That's right. It's Sky Wars, but with a huge twist on it. The website is also socks.gg. You go there, you can join our forums, you can join the Discord, become part of the community. This is a really big day. Huge shout out to our staff team, our development team, our helpers, everybody. We've been working months on this server, and it's finally out. So yeah, stocks.gg. After you finish this video, bam, go play that. Have fun. Oh, our 1 million golden plaque came in. Thank you guys so much. Let's go for 2 million, baby. Announcement number 2 is actually on the series itself. I will actually talk about this after the video because it has to do with the series itself and a couple mods like EMC. So if you're interested about that, just watch till the end. I hope you guys enjoyed this video because it's a really good one. And remember to subscribe if you haven't already.
Previously.
On the last 100 days, I started putting tracks around my base for the beginning of our train station. I explored a lot of new areas like this aqua dimension and even defeating its boss. I finally finished up my farm, so that was working at 100%, and even made this plastic factory so I could start getting a lot of plastic. I left off by flying off to the moon because we were gonna make a moon base. It went successfully, and that was the end of 900 days. This was it. It was day 900, and we were still on the moon from our last mission. I decided to fly back home because my moon base was working, but not finished. Something I can work on 2,000 days, hopefully. When I was parachuting down to my base, it just came to me that I forgot to get the most important thing on the moon, and that was a blueprint for a tier 2 rocket so I could go to Mars. And that can only be found in the moon dungeon, so that meant I have to go back to the moon if I ever want to go to Mars. Nonetheless, on day 901, I started flying around the base, and I had to decide what I was gonna do for these 100 days, and there was just so much to do. I decided where better to start than making a new weapon. Not just any weapon, a nuclear death ray. I thought it was a great idea because I already had most of the machinery here when I was crafting up the minigun. It should be pretty easy to make, or at least I thought. I was dead wrong. It ended up taking me 7 days to make this weapon. I learned quickly that I didn't have the necessary machines to make this weapon. I had to make a fabricator, whatever that is. After metal pressing all these different metals, I was able to make myself this, a fabricator. What does it do? I don't know. Turns out it is used to make the ammunition of my nuclear death ray. Oh, that's funny. How is that useful now when I don't even have the weapon yet? It didn't stop there. I also had to make another machine called the reaction chamber. And sadly, I didn't have the materials to make this machine yet. I had to go back to the nether and minigun all these little demon soldiers all over the place because they dropped this little cyborg part that I need in order to make this reaction chamber. I don't know why I'm being so sarcastic. I'm honestly glad that I can use my minigun to do this because it just makes my job so much easier. But boom, I got all the parts that I need and I crafted up the parts for this little reaction chamber and I started putting it together. This doesn't look like no reaction chamber. It's just oh, it transforms. The fun didn't stop there because I had no idea how to use this thing. And in the wiki in bright red, it said, be careful, has a chance to explode. That's not really what I want to be hearing right now, especially now that I'm putting power in this machine. I had to put water in it to stabilize it, and luckily all these mods work together, so all these pipes and all these stuff, they just connect together, which made my life a lot easier. So now to see if it worked, I was gonna put uranium in this reaction chamber to see if it does its magical stuff, and it didn't. Turns out I put way too much water in there, so it just didn't do its magical thing. This time I put the right amount of water and the uranium in there, and boom, it was doing its magical boom boom zoom boom stuff. And that was the final step. All I had to do is put that green uranium stuff in those bullets, and boom, nuclear death ray. Haha. And I waited till the morning of the next day on day 909, and I crafted up 3 of them for no reason. And it was time to test them all out. Poor little butterfly. Other than my aim, this thing honestly just disintegrates everything. I was trying to find myself some mafia bees to test this out, but these clowns work as well. And honestly, it takes like 2 seconds till they fall. Oh, hello villagers. Is this your town? I'm so sorry. I have to do this. I apologize. Please forgive me. It's all gonna be okay. On day 910, I didn't know where to go with my new weapon, so I decided why not just work on my base. The goal was to have a statue of me on top of my base, but in order to do that, I gotta make sure it's right in the middle so it's even. I had to count how big this box was, that way I could find the middle, but after counting on both sides, I got 2 different centers, so I counted wrong on one side and I didn't know which. Before I was able to finish it, I had a blood moon, which was actually great because I wanted to test out this weapon more. And yo, did I go crazy, but I didn't fire it for too long because the ammunition for this gun is really expensive. But the blood moon did me good because now I know where I wanted to go. I want to go back to the Twilight Dimension because I still had a lot of bosses to beat there. Next day is a day that will always be in our hearts, but also the day where I load up my miniguns and my nuclear death ray because we're going straight to the Twilight Dimensions to fight the rest of the bosses. The last boss I beat in the Twilight Dimension was the Hydra, the 3-headed dragon. I thought the next boss boss would be in the snow biome, but the snow was raining hard, so that meant I wasn't supposed to be here. I did find these very adorable penguins though. Look at how cute they are. Look at that. I went back to my base to regroup real quick and check the achievement tab, and it looks like I had to do a couple other things before I could go into the snow biome. On day 912, my objective was to find this very dark forest because that was my next mission. I came across another wizard tower, so I just decided to fight him to test out my weapon. Honestly, it wasn't that effective, or the Lich King was just stronger than I remembered. But as soon as his little tiny shields were destroyed, his health went down in like 2 seconds. And then I kept on adventuring out until I found the dark forest, because supposedly that's where the next boss is. I've been searching for a while and I thought I missed it, but then I saw it and it was like, no way I could have missed that. That is a really dark forest and very spooky. I went inside and I couldn't see anything. It was completely pitch black and this was a terrible idea. I headed back to my base and I thought the best way to deal with the dark forest was just making night vision potions. So that's what I did. I just made some default Minecraft vanilla night vision potions. Before I went back to the Twilight Dimension, I made sure to grab all my trophies from my previous bosses, because turns out I'll need them in order to open up some sort of secret door, so I couldn't wait. The night vision potions were a big brain move by me, because now I could just go through the forest like it was nothing. I mean, it was like day. I didn't know exactly what I was looking for, but I did find this like sort of stone brick kind of thing, and I was like, hey, wait a minute, secret dungeon, what? And even better, this secret dungeon had some sort of door and some sort of altar showing all the trophy heads, so big brain socks for one. I placed the Hydra head trophy on this little altar, and what? Magic door opens? Amazing. I would just like to state I really dislike mazes, but this wasn't really a maze. It was just kind of like interesting rooms right next to each other. It was kind of weird. And the mobs were even weirder. Like, what are those? Like slimes with big butts throwing slime balls at me? That's some wacky stuff, bro. Then there were these soldiers with shields, and they were completely immune to my ray and even my minigun. Hold up. Wait a minute. You just violated the law. That just breaks every single rule ever. I ain't dumb though, and I realized they're just immune to range damage, so I just waited and they just started falling into their own lava pit. Yeah, who's the tough one now? And I just kept on moving through the dungeon, and honestly it was pretty big, and there's a lot of weird mobs. Oh, I did find the boss room eventually. I mean, I think it had these like iron bars. I mean, that has to be a boss room, right? I mean, 2 layers of iron bars, that's a boss room. Oh, hello green men. These guys were no bosses, but they were definitely cool. They like did this cool wave effect, and they like floated and everything and threw axes. I mean, it was pretty cool. Not that tough to the great socks for one though. I just pickaxed all of them. I really like the loot as well because it came with the helmets that they were wearing, and those helmets were very epic. So yes, I was happy. I kept on looking around the dungeon and there was nothing else, so I decided, hey, maybe that was it, and I just left. On day 914, I decided, hey, why not just fly over the forest? Maybe there was something else, and there was. A castle started to appear, and I was like, yup, that's a boss battle right there. That is definitely a boss battle. Yes, I could probably just fly all the way to the top of the tower and fight whatever boss is there, but what's the fun in that? I decided I was gonna go through the entire castle like a champ and not use flying at all. Oh my goodness, did you hear that? These doors are amazing. Oh, do you hear that? That is so satisfying the way they open. They go like but anyway, I made a rule with myself not to fly at all, and I was just gonna go through all these puzzles in arena like I just couldn't fly, which I was kind of happy with because most of it was just kind of opening doors and stuff. I mean, I think this was a maze. I'm not sure. I just kept on opening doors. The higher I went up the towers, there were bigger rooms, and some had like mob spawners with blazes, and the other had these like weird spiders like with little squares on them. There was even this mob that was like an angry iron golem. Like, look at those eyes, pure rage. Luckily, I brought my flamethrower. I kept on climbing, and boom, I came across the top of one of the towers, and oh, that is horrible. That ghast is extra scary. I also saw my objective here, that my goal was to reach the middle tower and go all the way to the top, and I still had ways to go. Oh, and this ghast, yeah, I just deleted him. Wait for it. Wait for it. As I progressed higher and more in the middle, there was harder and harder mobs, like this beetle thing that was like eating me alive. Like, get off me, man. Ever heard of social distancing? Come on. I probably spent about 2 more days in this castle. I mean, it was kind of getting annoying. Like, I opened doors and it just took me nowhere. We were going higher though, and we were getting these new challenges. So I mean, I wouldn't even consider this a challenge. I don't even know what this was. This wasn't even parkour or anything. It was just parkour, I guess. I don't know. The main middle tower was in sight though. I was this close, man. man. I could taste it. I could taste it. And I think I made it to the middle tower because the parkour got really weird and the challenges even weirder. There were even mini gasps all over the place. Like, that's kind of funny. How these challenges would work is that I would pull this lever and it would create this like red road and I would have to follow it. Eventually it would end and I would have to find the new location to jump to, which would be this platform right over there. And yeah, I would just slowly progress to the top. I reached this ladder and when I got on top of it, there was this crafting table with some recipes. There was also these pistons here surrounding this netherrack obsidian thing. I mean, what am I witnessing right now? Like, what is the point of this? Well, I'll tell you what the purpose is. It's just being epic because when you pull the levers, boom, golden diamonds happens. But wait, it is fake and it looks like it's about to corrupt and explode, make weird noises. What is it doing? It's Minecraft glitching out. It's error XE. I don't know. That's epic. That's cool. Okay. And goodbye, mini gas. I'm deleting you now. I also ended up crafting those things near the crafting bench. And guess what it made? Those really cool boxes that disappear when you click them. So, wow. It actually taught me how to make them. So, I'm very happy. As I progressed higher and higher in the tower, there was more of these glitchy things. So, I just made sure to witness it every time because it looks really cool. Day 917. This could have all been done in 2 minutes if I just flew on top. But, whoa, that is one big gas. And, oh, he is wormy. I mean army. Might be a little over prepared for the fight though because the damage from my weapons do a little too much. I brought him down to as low as I could without killing him and he got like really angry, like he had like a second form. He just kept on swimming around in the sky all over the place and making weird noises. Oh, and lightning. That's pretty spooky. Oh, what is that red stuff, man? Is he doing that? Turns out that red stuff was from this machine. I don't know what's up and you are so creepy. Goodbye. And yeah, look at this machine. It's called Gas Trap and it looks like it traps gas. Yeah, I'm taking that home with me. Oh, and congratulations, Soxer1. Put those hands together. You just beaten the Your Gas boss. How do you feel? I feel pretty amazing, Soxer1. And I feel even better that I did this without flying. So, haha. And I wreaked havoc to the rest of the gas around the castle. The next day, I was still feeling pretty good. So I decided, why go back? Let's go fight the rest of the bosses. I went back to the snow biome because I had a feeling that the snow wouldn't be there anymore. And I was right. So that meant the next boss was here. These Yeti guys just look so funny. I don't know what it is, their faces or what, they just look. When I was exploring the snow biome, I came across this really weird castle, but it had those green particle effects, so that meant I couldn't go here yet. I wonder what boss this is gonna be. Maybe it's like a demon penguin overlord or something. But I went back to the trees and snow area until I found this cave, because that's where this alpha yeti is gonna be at. And I could see him, look at him just sitting there in the cave. He looks so funny. I don't know what it is with these designs. They just look so funny. I just couldn't take this fight seriously. I think he was doing some sort of attack, but it looked like he was just dancing at me or something. Like, I'm pretty sure he was a mini boss because I just used my flamethrower and he fell after a little bit. And since I was already in the cave, I just released all my flamethrower rage on all these yetis. A cool drop I got from that yeti was this alpha yeti fur that can be turned into some pretty cool looking armor, I have to say. And on day 919, I was assuming that this green little blue area was now available, and it was, so I could just walk right in. I apologize for not taking night vision, but this castle was a lot smaller, and there were stairs going all the way up, and there were these weird snowflakes all over the place. I mean, that was pretty much most of the castle. It was just me going upstairs and snowflakes. Oh, and I almost forgot. You remember that dungeon in that spooky forest with those green guys? Well, I ended up putting on their helmet, and yo, do I look cool. Everything was the same until I reached this ice, and I was like, hey, maybe this is the boss room. And then I saw the spawner, and then my hopes just fell because I thought it was just another mob room, but boom! The spawner was actually the boss. I was not expecting this. I was expecting a penguin overlord, but this snow queen works as well. She was flying on this piece of ice like that Mario mob character that no one likes. And my flamethrower attacks were not doing anything, so I started to worry. But that's when I realized you're not supposed to hit the ice. You're supposed to hit the actual snow queen. So, haha, I found your weakness. I ended up not simping for the snow queen and defeated her. And it was actually kind of a tough battle. She took a lot of hits. And voila, another round of applause for you, Soxer1. You've beaten another boss, and all your backpacks are full, so I think it's a good time to go back home. I'm so a little upset that it wasn't a penguin overlord, but what can you do? On day 920, from returning from my base, I did get this new weapon from that fight called a tri-bow, and you won't believe what it does. It shoots tri-arrows. I mean 3 arrows. This gave me an idea that I really need to make something in my base that will allow me to test out all these different weapons. I probably have so many cool things in my storage that I just haven't used yet. But before we could get to that, on day 921, it was time to finish our trophy room. As you can see right now, we have one little path and a whole lot of lava. And what I'm placing in right now are invisible blocks. I mean, literally, like, the blocks are completely invisible. Like, that's what the block is called, invisible decoration block. The goal here for this trophy room is to seem like you're walking on lava, even though you'll be completely safe because there are invisible blocks. There are a couple problems though. These invisible blocks are pretty expensive, okay? They're not like iron level expensive. They're like diamond / emerald level. So for the next 5 days, I'm gonna be crafting as many invisible blocks as I can and then placing the blocks in. Oh, did I forget to mention how hard it is to place in the blocks? If I forget where I left off, I have to go block by block to see where there isn't like an outline because the blocks are literally invisible. Yes, this was definitely a gruesome task and definitely not my favorite. I took some breaks by learning about the 13 different types of netherrack there is. How cool. Did you know that there was blue netherrack? I didn't. I even started decorating the area where the floor was made, and I put in those arcane pedestals that allow these trophies to float all magical like, and I love it. Oh yeah, and I still need to place in the rest of the floor because most of it is still lava. Look at me go. I'm a trooper at 10 times speed. And just when I thought the floor was done, there's always an empty spot, but I never know where, and I fall down in the lava and get hurt. But finally, after checking every single block individually, I would say the floor is complete. And I already put in most of the trophies in. It's just not decorated yet, but I was gonna do that some other time. I mean, I'm pretty impressed with myself on this one. I'm an epic gamer. Day 927, before starting on another building project, I thought it would be cool to make another weapon. But that weapon needs rubber in order to make, but luckily there is a thing called rubber trees, so I was just gonna grow this and cut it down, and I'm dying inside the tree. Get me out of here now. Whoa! Turns out these trees are really big. Oh, that's gonna be a lot of rubber. Well, let's cut it down, but this is definitely gonna break my diamond axe, so rip axe. I got a little bit of a lag spike, but that is satisfying. As you guys know, if you cut the bottom of any tree in modded Minecraft, it breaks down the entire thing. And that thing I'm holding, that's rubber. And now I have a whole lot of it. The next day, you're probably asking, what kind of weapon are you trying to make, Soxer1? What could be better than the minigun? Well, this thing right here. That's right, a pistol. There's actually nothing special about it. I just felt it would be cool and I would feel like Hitman or something. I'll be honest, it was pretty fun to shoot around. I mean, it was a fun weapon. And you want to know what happens when you combine two pistols together? Dual wielding, baby. They're really weak though, but they were fun to use, so I'm gonna do something else now. It was time to start on another project, or I mean finish a project that's been ongoing, and that is finishing my castle pillars. I have 4 huge pillars to finish, and the hardest part is that I'm using different blocks, so it has like a texture and everything. So that means I have to constantly switch blocks while I'm building this thing in order to make it look good, and that just takes forever. People always ask me, Soxer1, why don't you stream this hardcore series? This is the exact reason why. Most of the time, I just have to grind something out in order to make something look amazing. So yeah, here's me building really fast. And oh, I don't know if you noticed those 2 trees in the background. I decided I really liked them, and I decided to keep them. This took me 7 days to complete, and I didn't sleep during the night, so I was actually working for 14 days straight because I just kept on going. And boom, it's all done. I just have to cover the black box, but other than that, those 4 pillars are done. Yay! And here's a quick look from the other side. You can see that I'm trying to build a castle on top of the already built castle, so it's just one big mega castle. Day 936, I had to make sure I was feeding my black hole, because if I didn't, then it would destroy my entire base. Believe it or not, the machines that are keeping the black hole from destroying my base are actually powered by the black hole, so if I don't feed my black hole, we all die. I feel like I've been neglecting my armory for a while, so I was like, why not just spend a little bit of time and put some armor on the armor stand? So that's what I did. It wasn't exactly perfect or matching, but it started making the area look a little better. Some of the stuff looked really funny and cool, like these giant swords from the Twilight Dimension, but overall, this was definitely a good idea. For the next 2 days, I didn't know what project to start on, so I kind of just messed around a little bit. I was just looking at some cool things that I could make, and I ended up making this like golden cross because it looked cool. I am a holy man. I do not hold hands till marriage, nor do I put my Minecraft bed next to any girl. Also, after doing research on this weapon, it's supposed to do extra damage to the undead, but honestly, it really doesn't. So I made another weapon. This one was called a serpent staff. I mean, that sounds pretty cool. So I tested it against the Mafia Bee, and it did like no damage. It fired like these tiny slime balls, and nope, Nothing. At least I can put them in my armory and they can float around. I also put some other weapons like this M4 assault rifle and it looks amazing. And to make these 2 days even weirder, I took my saw bench and I sawed this diamond into a diamond spear. And I placed it right in the middle of my base so it would break everyone's mind. What a beautiful 2 days I had. It was day 939 and I decided I wanted to finish my train station, aka sock station. The hard part is deciding what to build this place out of, and I started chiseling some iron blocks, and honestly, the iron blocks don't look so good. I just didn't like any of those blocks. I decided just to go with a plain, standard, really smooth stone design. The reason is because I felt like the stone bricks were too much, and the more plain design would allow me to decorate the area more later. So I just spent one more day filling it all in, but it's really no problem with the magic wand. And just a little bit more, and boom, it's done. It looks kind of plain and not so great, but when I start adding some trees and some decoration, it's gonna look amazing. But that's not what I'm gonna focus on right now. What I'm gonna focus on now on day 941 is actually making this a train station. I'm gonna try to explain this in a way everyone can understand, because honestly, I go big brain mumbo jumbo redstone here. As you guys know, I want to make this an actual train station that is automatic, so with a press of a button, the train should take me to where I want to go. For example, the end or the swamp. This is not easy to do because when I press the button of where I want to go, like the end, redstone has to automatically change the track so the train goes to the right destination. Are you still with me? Because if I was watching this, I would be probably completely lost. Basically, after 5 days, I got something to work where I go over this pressure plate that is turning off the redstone lamp. That means the train will no longer go to the swamp, it should go to my base. So you can see here that this track is now straight, so the train would go straight. But sadly, everything I built just didn't work in the long run, so I had to scratch all of it. I'm just gonna Thanos snap again and show you the complete project. I probably spent like 50 days on this, but I was so focused, I completely lost track. Get it? Tracks, you know, like I'm using tracks to build, so I'm losing complete track. Okay, I'm not funny. Okay, look, it's done. I built like this entire redstone computer. Can you just like smash like and subscribe? Like, I made this. Look at this. I am in train, and I am going forward. But now I selected that I wanted to go to the end, so look, my train is going to the left and it's gonna loop around and it's gonna go all the way to the end. Look, it's gonna go right now. Wow, amazing. Oh, but what happens if I select base now and I go on the train? What's gonna happen? What? I'm in the train? Am I gonna go left towards the end? What? I didn't go left. I went straight. Oh, look at this. It's going around my base because that's what I selected it to do. If you really want to know how it works, I can make another video on another channel. But anyway, we finished the train station. I mean, it works. We still got to make it pretty, but let's do something else now. It is day 952, and oh my goodness, Socks for One, what are you already building? Well, you know how we were talking earlier, I wish I had a place where I could test out all my new weapons? Well, I'm gonna make that possible by making a weapon testing range. The goal is to have a zombie spawner on the other side of these sandbags, and then we would be able to choose and pick the weapons we wanted to test out on the zombies. I know, I'm full of great ideas, but I wish those great ideas came when I had to choose between the 20 different types of blocks because of the chisel. I ended up going with this block. I don't know why, it just seemed like the right block to go with. Ah, yes, day 954, more building. It was definitely the right block to go with. I even went with these warning / hazard kind of blocks to warn you to go into this area because it's like, in quotations, dangerous. Honestly, one of my favorite builds so far. Actually, when I looked at it right away, it looks like a weapon range, and now all I had to do was add a path. And I also added a slab roof because you just can't go wrong with slabs. They're just so good looking. But I always struggle with the last part, and that's choosing a light source because right now it's completely dark and that doesn't look good. I decided I wanted to go with redstone lamps, so on day 956 I went to the nether to get a lot of glowstone. I ended up dyeing those lamps white because it was just going to be a really nice blend between the walls and the roof. Ah, it started to look really good except for the floor. It's too dark. Talking about the floor, I spent the next day just expanding the floor because the zombies don't need that much room to spawn. Also started putting these lights on the floor, and I really didn't like them, but I didn't know what else to do. I took some more time to think about it, and I started placing on the spawners on day 958. If you don't recognize these spawners, these are the same I used for my Beanos mob grinder for my XP. So I crafted up 2 zombie spawners that took all my XP levels, but it's gonna be worth it for this. I don't know if these spawners work like the same as regular spawners. Like, does it need to be completely dark? I have no idea. So I just put in this dark glass which takes out the light, but then again there's light on the floor. I don't know what I'm doing. And when I did take out the floor light, it just looked horrible. Like, what am I witnessing? The next day it was time to test it all out, so I started hooking up the spawners to some power, and now zombies should start spawning. Hey, so they do spawn even if there's light. That's great news. So now they should... Oh, He's not supposed to be able to get out over the sandbags. What are the point of them now? Oh, God. Oh, no. Oh, no. Dr. One is panicking. I gotta turn this on, but they keep on spawning. Oh, why are they spawning so fast? Why are there so many of them? All right, boom, detached. Okay, we gotta just change a couple things. It is day 960, and the first thing I'm gonna do is fill this entire area with glass so they can't jump out. And they spawn even if there's light, so I'm gonna do some research to get a really strong light source that's just gonna bright up everything. And that's exactly what I did. I did some research, and I learned how to make a floodlight. If you don't know what a floodlight is, it's exactly what they use in like football stadiums and stuff to light up the field. So I can't wait to turn this thing on. Next day, I just started connecting my power energy rods to the spawners. I mean my floodlights, because I'm actually putting them here on the ground. The wiring was a little different because it uses a different mod, but I could already see that they were working. Then shabam shaboom, I'm just turning this floodlight to turn to the middle, and oh yes, the whole area is completely lit up. Also place these spawners on the ground because since light doesn't matter, it looks way better on the ground than it was on the ceiling. Day 962, I just had to do a little bit of redstone because I can't have these spawners on all the time, right? I should be able to flick a lever that turns on the spawners, so that's when I can test out my weapon. And that's exactly what I did, and it worked beautifully, and no zombies came outside the cage this time. It needs a little bit of reworking, but it's ready now, and I want to test out some stuff. Haha, the next day we started testing out weapons like dual-wield pistols, the tri-bow, the flamethrower, and recently our new addition, the absolute devastation. Just log out because you're done. Somehow, after all of that, there was a baby zombie that escaped, but it was no regular baby zombie. Like, he was Sonic fast. I decided I wanted to keep him, so I got a name tag named Henry, trapped in the corner, and I named him. I didn't want Henry to be there and wanted to build him a nicer area, so I caught him with this Pokeball and decided to build him something nice. Day 964, I found a perfect spot for Henry, and I knew that I'm gonna make this place look fabulous. When I mean fabulous, I mean use as many riches as I can. This was Henry's throne we were talking about, so I made the entire floor made out of emeralds. It's thrown out of diamonds and then surround it with gold. It looks a little bit off right now, but I just need to work on it. And I continued the next day to make it even more fabulous. Once the throne was finished, I placed a couple invisible blocks. That way, when I spawn in Henry, he wouldn't be able to escape. I was a little bit nervous when I placed him down, but boom, bam, it seemed to work perfectly. You can't see his name tag through blocks though, but it still looks pretty good. Oh, and I added some vines on the outside because honestly, the rim stands out a little too much. While we're at it making things nice, I decided why not just spend a couple days to make everything perfect. Starting by putting slabs in the weapon testing area, that way baby zombies can't get out. And fixing the lighting above a little bit. Small little changes make a big difference. I liked Henry's room as well, but it stood out too much, so I started adding some variety. I also learned if you just left click a block with a chisel, it automatically changes it to a different form. This was a lifesaver, and I did this to all the blocks, and it already made the room look 10 times better. I think I might be spoiling Henry a little bit. Everything in my base had a certain style, except for this tunnel. I knew I had to make some changes. I just tried to keep the same pattern from my main room and carry it over to the hallway. I kind of struggled to create that same feel again, and I think it was because I just been building too much lately. Ba-boom, this is what I got so far, and it looks pretty good. It needs some work, but I'll do it later. Day 971, I was back at my weapon range, and I decided the whole point of this is so I could classify different weapons and see how cool or even how strong they are. For example, I just found this railgun in my storage system, and I need to test it out how strong it is. Oh, that's a cool charging effect. It must massive damage? No? That wasn't that much damage. Oh, that's really weak. So I'd probably put that railgun at a very low tier, but I just realized that I should probably color code this grading system I got here with the item frames. So that's what I did. On the right, we got the copper, which is the lowest rank, while all the way to the left, we have the Futura blocks that look very epic. And boom, this is the final product. I put the bow as the weakest, lowest ranked weapon because that's what it is, but I still don't know what the strongest is all the way at the left. And I put the railgun as an iron rank because it was stronger than the bow, but it was still really weak. Day 972 was gonna be a fun day because I have so many random weapons in my storage system that I just never used before. You remember this bad boy? Well, it's back and it is beautiful. I seriously can't get over how amazing this weapon is. Honestly, I will probably put it back as one of my main weapons again. And we got some newcomers like this sniper rifle, 360 no scope, Face Clan. Where are you at? Why aren't you hiring me? Look at that. I can quick scope as well. So far, it's going very smoothly. I could even rate all the weapons to where their strength levels were, and I can have more fun with them. Next up, the ender bow. Oh, it just teleported me where the arrow has been shot. That's not very good at this moment. Why do I want to go towards my enemy? I want to stay at a safe distance. Next up, the sawed-off shotgun. Wow, this brings some Doom vibes already. I like it. And of course, the classic minigun. Yup, this is still my favorite weapon of all time. Since that was all taken care of the next day, it was time to work on something else. But as you guys know, this machine right here has been making me plastic for the last 70 days. I use that to make black plastic blocks because I want to make this room my spaceship / galaxy room, and it has to be completely dark. I built as much as I could, but I only had a couple stacks of it because plastic just takes so long to make. This is why we have to go to 2,000 days so I can finish this room. So smash like if you haven't already. It was day 974, and I don't know if you guys remember this, but this was my old base. I wanted to transform this to something special, and I had the perfect idea. I was gonna turn this place into a dinosaur park, or also known as Jurassic Sock. The first thing I set up was this auto track builder to build rails going from my current base all the way to Jurassic Park. Before I started researching all about dinosaurs, I just cleaned up my inventory, and I even got a new pet that allows me to see in the dark. It basically gives me night vision, called the Ocelot pet. This will just make my life and your lives easier, because now I can just see in the dark and also work through most nights. Nonetheless, it was time to research some dinosaurs, but this time I was gonna use a different dinosaur mod called Jurassic Craft. So for the next 4 days, I'm just gonna be researching dinosaurs from fossils so I can get myself a T-Rex, because that's all I want. I'm doing it all differently this time because I made a mistake by making my cage way too small for my dinosaurs, and all of them ended up dying, so I want to change all that. I went through about 200 fossils and I only got one T-Rex out of it, but I did get a match, and look, it's my T-Rex growing. I ended up getting a lot of dinosaurs, but the problem is getting a very large area for them to live happily, and that's where Jurassic Sock will come to play. It is day 979, and look, my auto track builder is still going. Nonetheless, I have to turn this old base into a habitable area for dinosaurs, and we're gonna start by clearing things up with TNT, and then a lot of mining, and spending the entire whole next day clearing up the whole top half of the castle because it was just really ugly. It's pretty sad to see me destroy the things I built, but then again, it's also satisfying to see how far I come and how easy it is for me to destroy and build new things. Now the fun part begins. I have to start outlining how big Jurassic Sock will be because I can't just let the dinosaurs run wild. I ended up building this stone pattern all the way around, but that stone is gonna have to turn into a giant fence. I also have to clear out old paths because now I have to put dirt everywhere. I had to fill dirt all the way to the fences because everything has to be even. It's one giant park. It was a lot of dirt, man. Like a lot. But on the next day, it was all finished now. Everything was even, and you can now see this turning into a park. The castle would be turned into a laboratory where I would research new dinosaurs, and also where the train would arrive from my current base. Day 983, you're probably wondering where I am. Well, currently, I'm in the Erebus dimension, also known as the bug dimension, cutting down trees. The reason is because I want to build a fence around Jurassic Sock that needs a lot of wood, but I decided why not use some sort of modded wood, so here I am. After a whole day's work, I had plenty of wood, so now I could head back and start working on my fence. The next day when I got back, I was actually messing around in the weapons room because I am addicted to this room. It is so much fun. Fun time was over, and it was time to start working on this fence. For the next 4 days, I'm gonna be working on this fence, and even during the nights because it is a lengthy process. I couldn't use my magic wand either, so I had to place each block individually. Probably asking, why are you going for this weird slab fence design? And I'll be honest, I looked at all the modded fences and they all look terrible. This was the best looking option in my opinion. I was just building all around the park, and I wasn't worrying about making any sort of towers or anything, so the fence actually looks like more of a fence. I just wanted to finish this and work on detail later. But finally, after 4 days, I finished the fence all around the park, and you gotta admit, it's a pretty cool fence design. It works out. I was getting ready to make some cages for the T-Rexes and all, but then I noticed a problem right away. This does not look like a T-Rex cage. It looks like where all the fun and herbivore eating grass Pokemon dinosaurs would be. And honestly, it just felt way too small. Like when I imagine a T-Rex, I think like a big open jungle, and it's like a huge cage with one giant T-Rex in it, you know? This was just not there yet. Day 988, with only a couple days remaining, I didn't have time to spawn in the T-Rex and get some cool cages. Instead, I had another mission. My goal was to go to Mars, but I couldn't go to Mars because I still didn't have the blueprint for a tier 2 rocket in order to go to Mars. That meant I had to go fly to the moon again and go through some more dungeons and hopefully get a spaceship blueprint. All the blueprints I've been getting is for this buggy that I'm riding now because I built it because why not? Hold on, wait a minute. This buggy is actually fire. It goes so fast, man. Someone called the police, man. I'm going way over the speed limit. Next day was a big day because we're going back to the moon again. I could do this 100 times. It's always so cool. I wasn't stressing out too much of getting the right supplies here because I do have somewhat of a moon base here that gives me infinite oxygen, so I'm kind of in the clear right now. Using my new moon buggy, I just traveled over the moon until I found another dungeon place to go to. I don't think this is faster than flying, but it's definitely way cooler. And I found one. I had some pretty intense battles before the actual boss fight, but all in all, we were all good. When I got to the boss room, I let him throw me around a little bit because actually I find it really, really funny. Especially that laugh. And boom, bam, I just deleted him. This death scream gets me every time. I can't get over it. And it was our lucky day. We got the spaceship schematic. That means we can make the tier 2 rocket and go to Mars. I was so excited. I didn't even take the spaceship back home. I just used the home pet. Day 990, and this was it, man. I was just gonna make myself a rocket to Mars. Except making a rocket to Mars is pretty hard. So yeah, you could just slash out those 9 days because your boy was just grinding and getting those materials in order just to make the rocket. On top of that, I really didn't feel like making some sort of breathable air source on Mars. So instead, I just crafted up 10 oxygen tanks and fill them all with oxygen here on Earth. That way I could last maybe 5 hours on Mars. I definitely equipped myself with backups of everything because this was gonna be a tough challenge. Day 999, the biggest day of all my days. I double checked to make sure I was all ready and I entered into my tier 2 rocket. This one had thrusters on it, so it looked extra special, and it even moved twice as fast upwards, so I was zooming out of my base. When I entered Mars, I was really confused for a moment because I don't know what I was looking at. I was a pile of balls and I was just dropping real fast, and then I started bouncing. Did I just become a bouncy ball? Is this how people land on Mars? I mean, we don't know, but I mean, is this how they will do it? Turns out they're balloons, and oh my goodness, I'm on Mars. Why is no one freaking out? What I noticed right away is that there was like nothing here. It was all orange, and even the gravity was so much weaker than on the moon. I was jumping like 10 blocks high. I started flying around, and honestly, there was nothing. It was just red sand or red Mars blocks all the way around. I just kept on flying until I found some sort of cave, but then the nighttime fell, and it was one of the most beautiful things I've ever seen. And hey, look, it's an egg. I will take it. Luckily, I brought my ocelot pet, so I had night vision, so I could still see, but mobs started to spawn. I was nearly 6,000 meters away from my home base, and it was just still all of the same. This couldn't be real. My timer struck telling me it was day 1000, and that's also when I came across the first Mars dungeon. I was quite scared because I had no idea what was waiting for me because I did no research. This dungeon reminded me of the moon dungeon, but also a lot creepier. The sounds from these walls sounds like I'm underwater. I took out my sniper and I was already alerted with something new. The creepers moved so fast. They were literally Ninja Sonic people. They were really hard to kill, and I had to be careful not to be blown up. There was already a huge difference between this dungeon and the moon dungeon. This one was far longer, and I felt like I was going through this maze for a long time. And that's when I found it, the treasure chest room. But then I was like, how is this possible? The treasure chest room is supposed to be after the boss fight. You can't go to the treasure room without defeating the boss, and I can't even open the chest because you need the key that is dropped when defeating the boss. I started panicking. I thought I missed it, so I started digging around to make sure I didn't miss any rooms or anything, but I couldn't find anything. I didn't want to do any research either because I didn't want to spoil the boss for me, so I just left. I'm pretty sure it's a glitch and that's not supposed to happen, and I'm just gonna go find myself another dungeon. I thought I failed because I thought I didn't have enough time to find the other dungeon because it took me so much time to find the first one. The Minecraft gods must have been watching. I found another dungeon right around the corner, and I was hoping to find the boss this time. I went through the maze as quick as I could and made sure to look at every corner to make sure I wouldn't miss the boss room. I thought I was out of luck again, but then I found the secret corridor that was right next to the other one, and this was it, the boss fight. I had no idea what to expect, and I was already nervous. Oh my goodness. That is a 3-headed creeper with a space helmet. This guy wasn't messing around. He was spraying TNT at me that I was avoiding, but when I was returning fire with my sniper, it wasn't doing any damage. No matter how many shots I put into him, it just didn't do anything to his health bar. I saw these eggs all around the boss room that when exploded, they spawned a baby creeper. I assumed if I took out all the baby creepers, then he would be vulnerable to damage. So that was my goal, to eliminate all the baby creepers around, no matter how adorable they look. But then they started zooming and I could barely hit him. I kind of gave up on shooting the little creepers and decided maybe I just have to shoot the creeper man in the right spot, and oh, I can redirect his TNT shots and those do damage. It all makes sense now, and oh, one of his heads just been taken out. I'm doing it right now. Also just found out just using my hand or this fish was way easier to redirect this TNT, and oh, he was down to 1 head, but he looked much stronger. They started shooting out TNT at like a hyper speed, and I had trouble hitting them back. But finally, I lined up 1 TNT perfectly, and I did it. All his heads are down, and I've beaten the boss on Mars. And perfect timing as well, as I completely finished 1000 days in modded hardcore Minecraft. And I didn't even realize it. I was actually seconds away from dying. My oxygen was all the way to 1%. I didn't even realize it till I opened my inventory and quickly switched it out with a full tank of oxygen. oxygen. I was able to take the key and open the chest and got some decent stuff and even a new schematic. Honestly, a really cool ending to our 1000 day series, but it just can't stop here. We gotta go for another 1000 days. We still have to explore all the other planets in the galaxy and finish amazing projects like Jurassic Sock. I need to ride a T-Rex. If you made it this far, congratulations. You earned yourself 10 gold stars, but don't click away yet. I'm gonna be answering some questions that you guys were burning to ask. First question is, why don't I use the EMC mod? This mod pack was designed to be balanced. So the mod to craft the EMC crafting table, the one that allows you to like duplicate items and stuff like that, it's been completely changed and it's nearly impossible to craft until the very, very late game. And this is another reason why we should go to 2000 days, because there are some weapons and stuff out there that it's gonna take a long time to get, but we could probably get by the end of 2000 days. Like seriously OP stuff, and even some bosses that we haven't fought yet that would kill me right now. And I prefer it that way because what's the point of playing Minecraft if you aren't gonna be like grinding for materials and everything? Other OP items like duplicator trees from ore spawn, those are banned. This makes it a lot more fun. Second most question, isn't he basically unkillable? Isn't that the same in vanilla Minecraft? Once you start getting netherite or protection 4 and diamond armor, you're basically unkillable. At least, I mean, for me, right? Minecraft isn't really about the bosses and fights and stuff like that, which this mod pack has a ton of, but it's also about creating the coolest stuff in the world, right? So yeah, get those questions out of here. If you have any more questions, just put them on my Reddit or something. I think that was all the announcements. Go join my server, socks.gg. What is up, guys? My name is Soxer1 and welcome to 1100 Days in Modded Hardcore, a series inspired by Mr. Luke the Notable. Help me. A mod pack so large there are dimensions full of creepers. You can grow cows out of the ground or use stuff you would just never think of using before. If you're new here or you just need a refresher, I just uploaded a base tour. Check that out, or you can watch the entire series.
Yes, sir.
We do have a problem though. Stop the cap. Recently, my channel has been plateauing. So if you guys could do me a favor, make sure you're subscribed, smash that like button, because I only upload quality content. Before the video starts, I want to talk about the best Minecraft server ever, Socks.gg. I know we had a lot of problems with the server, we had people hacking, but honestly, I think that makes the server even better. There might be a chance that some hacker gives you OP and you can blow up the server. Now that is an experience. But seriously, I think all the major problems are fixed. There's probably still glitches. We made this server so people can enjoy something different than your regular servers. We have amazing factions and kit PvP. Just look at that amazing map. And two of my favorite game modes, Sky Wars, aka Sock Wars. It's your regular Sky Wars, but now there's extra added effects like creeper rain and actual black holes, and it's a lot of fun. And we just recently uploaded a new game mode called Lava Rises. You have to race to the top while lava is literally rising from the ground. And there's even mystery boxes that allow you to get new items, stuff like that, that gives you advantages over your opponents. Honestly, the game mode is amazing. Everything on the server is amazing. Just make sure you're playing in 1.8.9. That's the best version. Nonetheless, let us get to the video. It is edited differently. I will no longer be showing the days on the top of the video while editing. I hope you guys understand, and it will actually make the videos better, and it will help me as well. Hope you guys enjoy. What is up, guys? Welcome to 1100 Days in Modded Minecraft, but today we are not going to be working in our base, but we're going to go work on Jurassic Sock, our dinosaur park. I left off by just finishing the fence using these slab patterns, and honestly, it looks pretty good. I wanted to start with the actual sign that said Jurassic Sock, but I built it out of cobblestone because I've never built letters in Minecraft before. I can't make letters in Minecraft? What is that? I think the reason I was struggling so much is because the letters were too small, so I decided to go big or go home. Oh, how's that looking? That's much better than the other ones. Look at that J&U compared to this. The final sign would not be made out of cobblestone as I can build on top of it, but I was more worried if it was centered. That's also when I came across my first problem. I have no idea how to make the S's. Do I make it like squarey or do I make it like woo, like wiggly? I ended up thinking too much, so I just went for it. Boom. This took way longer than it should have. It did take a lot longer than expected, especially those S's. The debate though, was I supposed to put socks next to Jurassic Jurassic or beneath it. I measured how much room I had for another word, and it fit perfectly right underneath. I mean, the entrance was not going to be as big as I wanted to, but it's okay. And here it is, all cleaned up, but I haven't decided what actual blocks to use for the sign, so I decided just to leave it at this for now. Now that it was time to work on the actual park, when I fly above it, it's not that big. On top of that, these fences look nice, but they're not scary. They're not meant for like T-Rexes. This current area will only be for grass-eating Pokemon, I mean dinosaurs, while this desert area will be reformed to a much scarier, more T-Rex suitable place. So it was time to get to work, and that meant I had to take out my original castle that I used to live in. So sad. Or just use TNT. It wasn't that effective. I decided not to completely destroy the castle, because what if we could turn it into a dinosaur lab area? I was relieved to keep it and started working on a pathway. I was deciding on what blocks to use, and I decided to go with mostly grays. So the current path in the village was gonna get yeeted and deleted. I finished up the walkway, except I didn't like this one green block that I was using. So I took out that block, fixed up the path, and look how much better it looks now. This made me relax a bit because the whole area was a mess, but now this sort of puts it together. You're probably assuming what I have to do now, and that's take out these houses because I have to put dinosaurs here. I find it really funny that I'm taking down houses that are meant for people so I can have a dinosaur park. That shows you that I have my priorities straight. Wow, now everything looks horrible again, and it's so empty. Fixed up some of the rough patches and started outlining the pens for where the dinosaurs will be. I know I wanted to give them a lot more room because I wasn't gonna make the same mistake I did back in 300 days. And I guess we should test already if we should put some dinosaurs in here, right? You're exactly right, Soxer One. It's time to raise some dinos. I already had a lot of dinosaur DNAs made in the last 100 days, but now it was time to make them. But all I worried about right now was the grass-eating one. I looked up that really tall dinosaur. This is what I want. This is the one I want to see while I enter. I usually didn't know the name of the dinosaurs, but I knew I wanted the Brachiosaurus or the long-necked dinosaur to be what you see first when you enter Jurassic Sock. Look, it's my tiny dinosaur. He's growing. Growing sequence finished, and I had the egg, and it was time to put in our first dinosaur into our park. We have an egg. Wow, I waited for the egg to hatch. I made the area look nicer, and also fixing up the other rough patches, and of course perfecting my pathway. And that's when it happened. The long-necked dinosaur hatched. Teeny tiny dinosaur? Hello. Oh my god, you're so adorable. He or she, I don't know, is actually really adorable, but I had to get him some food and water. There are 2 dinosaur mods that we're using, so it's a bit confusing, but after reading the wiki, I just had to give him a water pool and he eats the grass. There wasn't much else I could do except for wait for him to grow, so I just kept on building more cages. It looks good. I also gave Mr. Dino Man a tree just in case. Since I was taken care of, it was time to get some more dinosaurs and doing my best to pronounce their names correctly. This guy is called Lepacidium. I can't even pronounce it. But look how adorable it is. We can have this thing. More importantly, I ended up making 5 Triceratops. I know this dinosaur from Toy Story. Yes, most of my dinosaur knowledge is from Toy Story or Jurassic Park. I placed in the 5 Triceratops, and I also had 3 Ankylosauruses. Oh, these are the spike ball man. But before I could put them in, all my Triceratops hatched, and look how adorable they are. Oh, we have 4 green ones and 1 orange one. After staring at the Triceratops for like 3 hours, I placed in the rest of the eggs. I made sure to give each of the cages water, and whoa, all the spike balls guys hatched in front of me. And this dinosaur as well, the Stegosaurus, who has spikes on his back. I think we can agree that all the baby dinosaurs are equally cute.
See you later, haters.
Oh no, they found an exit. Oh no, no, no. That's right, we had our first runaways, and that was the spike balls. But the main problem is that I had no idea how to get them back in the cage. My first attempt was trying to attach a lead to them, but that didn't work. After quick research, I learned about a golden lasso that allows you to pick up any creature, including dinosaurs, so I used that to move them back into the pen. The hole was patched, and the only thing I could do now is wait for the dinosaurs to grow. All the problems were taken care of, and it was time to work on a new cage, the carnivore area, or aka where the T-Rex is gonna be. This place has to be absolutely massive, so I decided this entire desert will be connected to Jurassic Sock, but it will be a giant cage. The problem is that it can't be a desert. I have to transform this entire biome into a grassland. Soxer One, you must be crazy. And to answer that question, yes, I am. The first step is getting a lot of dirt because I need to cover an entire desert. You're probably just asking, why don't I just build the park in this grassland here? Well, the only grass here is in front of the sign, and there's no way I'm rebuilding that sign, so I would rather change an entire biome. Oh my god, this is so satisfying. It was one thing to get all that dirt, and it was another thing to constantly repair my shovel with flex tape. Or just be Soxer One, where you forget to repair one of of the most powerful shovels in the game. Oh, no, no, no. I just broke my ultimate shovel. Don't worry, I had a backup emerald shovel, and it still instant broke everything. After a long dirt session, I thought I would check up on my dinosaurs. Dinosaurs? Where are my long-neck dinosaurs? For some reason, all my dinosaurs were okay, except for Longneck. I lost the long-neck dinosaur. I checked if he could escape somewhere, but I found nothing. Back to mining dirt, I guess. But finally, I ended up getting 4 whole double chests of just dirt. So I hope that was gonna be enough. And so the great dirt over desert biome began. And we have reached the ocean. That is 1 strip down, and we have to do like 10 more of those. And it's not like I can just keep building. The desert's not completely flat. I actually have to mine some sand as well. I was now regretting everything I was doing at this moment. 2 layers complete. Ha ha. And then 3 layers. Instead of just going layer after layer, I decided to make a perimeter, so all I had to do was fill that in. That helped me see actually how big this park was gonna be, and yeah, I still had lots to go. It's a blood moon right now. What is this? What are you guys doing? Just like that, I went through 4 double chests of dirt. I ran out of dirt. I actually ran out of dirt. I have to go get more dirt. How does someone run out of dirt? Obviously, someone who's building a giant grass biome over a desert. So after a couple more days, I have now 4 more double chests of dirt. Don't believe me? Just look at this entire mountainside. It's destroyed. But now I finally had enough dirt to finish the entire thing. Here, it's done. The great dirt box is finished. You're probably wondering about the little sand mountain in the middle. Well, I'm gonna turn that into a giant volcano. I was still debating if the area was big enough, and I decided, hey, it's gonna take a long time for the dinosaurs to grow anyway, so might as well start with this size. The question is now, what are you gonna use as a fence for the carnivore / T-Rex area? Well, luckily in the mod Jurassic Craft, they come with like this electric fence that looks amazing. The beauty of this is that you can make it as high as you want to, and even as long as you want to. I was completely sold for this fence design, and it was pretty cheap as well, so I made hundreds of them. I'm not joking, I made hundreds of them. And then I had to return back to Jurassic Sock, and I actually had to remove some dirt so I could put in the fence, which is funny because I spent so long putting in the dirt. So how these fences work is that they have a base and then these tall poles, and then the fence connects between the poles. The only thing left is that we have to activate them, and then they go boom, 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 boom. That was my way of describing the fence being built. I still have to wrap this fence design all the way around this dark cube, which took a long time. The fences weren't activated yet, but it was already how I imagined it. Just when I thought things were going perfectly, something went wrong. For some reason it says the base is wrong. That is a bad sign. When it says the base is wrong, that means the fence is not gonna build, and when there's no fence, that means I can't put any dinosaurs anywhere. When something like this happens, I take a step back because usually it's just something very dumb, and since I'm from the future, yes, it was something very dumb. At this time, I didn't know what was wrong with the fence, so I decided to go back to my base and collect all my redstone because I'm gonna need it anyway to build the fence. If that confused you, basically the electric fence needs redstone and iron to work. The other problem was though, after searching all my chests, I only had 1 stack of redstone left. So that meant I had to take a little bit of time and set up some new quarries. It's a bit annoying though, because now I have to mine well outside my base because everything near my base is already mined out, which means a whole lot of pipes to connect everything. I set up 2 mining stations outside my base, but my goal was to set up 8 of them. I forgot how satisfying it is when these things mine. They go so fast. So yeah, that's exactly what I did. I set up 8 more mining quarries. We leave these guys running for a little bit and we'll have redstone in no time. The only thing left was feeding the black hole. That way I had power for all the quarries. It hasn't destroyed our base yet, so that's always a good sign. I decided it was gonna take a bit of time before the quarries got the redstone, so I mined a little bit on my own. And I took it back to Jurassic Sock to figure out what was wrong with the fences. And it was a little silly mistake. I built the entire structure of the fence wrong. It's supposed to be 1 level higher. It's good that I figured it out, but that means I have to change everything that I built. Bruh. So yeah, that's what I had to do. I had to take down all my fences and rebuild the new one. I noticed another problem is that how are we gonna stop mobs just from spawning inside Jurassic Sock like this sea viper? I had a solution. I would use those torches called magnum torches that would stop mobs spawning, but I was gonna worry about that later. Finally, I had 1 fence ready to test, and that's when it occurred to me how expensive this is all gonna cost. In order to build the fence between the poles, it requires 100 iron and 200 redstone. It makes sense because I'm building a very large fence, but 200 redstone just for 1 fence? I was already committed to this fence design, and it was worth it because that is a really good looking fence. I'm assuming I'm gonna be building about 100 fences, so that's about 6 whole double chests of just redstone needed for this project. And I'm totally fine with that because it's completely worth it. Now it was time to plan out where the entrance will be. It's gonna be much bigger than the main entrance, and it connects perfectly to the other park. I'm just gonna leave it like this for now and get myself some more dinosaurs. Not just any dinosaur, the T-Rex. I only have one of him right now, so I gotta make sure to take good care of him. I'm gonna raise him first in this herbivore pen where the Stegosaurus used to be, or the guy with the spiky back, but I have no idea where he went. I also put in cows so he has food. And of course, I checked up on my other dinosaurs. This one seems a lot bigger. Why do they always hug around the fences? For some reason, all my dinosaurs love the fence, and I have no idea why. Nonetheless, while I wait for the T-Rex to hatch, I decided to go and add even more quarries because I'm gonna need a lot of redstone now. I ended up adding 5 more. And what are these Minecraft girlfriends doing? They're like sitting in oil. Anyway, my previous mining station's finished, but they don't pick up liquid, so now I have all this oil in the ground. On top of it, there's mobs spawning in it, so it's even causing lag. So I gotta create some pumps to clear that all out. I had a quick stop at my storage system, and look how fast these quarries are filling up this storage crate. I went back to my crafting station and crafted up all those pumps, and I put them all in. Oh my goodness, I don't think you realize the severity of how much oil is here. I'm running like 5 FPS just looking at it. It was all set up, so it's time to go back to Jurassic Sock, and hey, look, my T-Rex hatched. He's kind of ferocious, but he's so small and tiny. I was really glad that everything was fine. I thought he would escape or something. I nearly forgot to take care of one quick errand back at my base. I set up all these mining stations, and they're bringing all these ores, but I didn't put enough storage, so they actually have some place to go. So I crafted up all these storage crates, and I stacked them all on top of each other. Since I was here at my base, I don't know if you guys remember this machine, but this thing makes me plastic. The reason I'm mentioning it now is because it's completely automatic, so that means it's been on this entire time. So yeah, look at all that plastic that's been made. Before I craft up those plastic blocks, I still find this machine fascinating. Look at all those tree branches moving into the machines. Anyway, I turned all that plastic into black plastic block. You know where it's going? Into my spaceship slash star room. I don't think people realize that these blocks are completely textureless. I mean, it's like looking into the void. So when the room is finished, the only thing you'll see are the stars, and that's the plan. I used up all the blocks that I had, and I nearly completed the room, so that means next 100 days, this room could be finished. It was time to head back to Jurassic Sock, but I don't know if you guys remember a problem where I had other mobs spawning in the dinosaur park. I have a solution though. You see this torch right in front of me? It's called a magnum torch, and it stops all mobs spawning in a 64 block radius. So I'm gonna craft up a couple and bring them over. Crafting recipe for it's not hard though, it's just weird. You need like chandeliers and then Minecraft potions. It's just whack. And when those were finished, I brought them over to Jurassic Sock, and now we don't have to worry about giant sea vipers spawning with my dinosaurs. And my T-Rex is still alive, so that's a relief. So what are you doing here, Socks for One? What do you plan to do? Well, I left this castle here. It's because I want to turn this castle into the dinosaur lab area. I was a bit confused though, because how was I gonna turn this castle into something that looks good? I was gonna go for this open looking design so I could just walk in and walk out and not worry about any doors. And after polishing it up a bit, you can already see like a balcony on top. It's actually looking pretty good. I try to keep the symmetry all around the area and thinking ahead like where I'm gonna put my elevator so I can go up and down the floors. Lab equipment, on the other hand, I kind of just put in the corner. I didn't have a great idea yet. Oh, and look, it's a blood moon, so that means my magnum torches must be working because nothing is spawning inside the park, so that's a great success. Back to my lab equipment, I wanted to make a cool design, so I put like water on these cool looking blocks, and it looked okay. I mean, there's no practical reason why it should look like this, but it looks labby. That's when I realized none of this is actually supposed to be here. This is actually the entrance to the carnivore part of the park, so I had to remove it all, start adding in the same path that I have all around the park, and it ended up looking very nice. I just had to make it more free-flowing. Since the pathway was finished, it also reminded me that I need to make an area for where my train will park. If you don't know, I have a train station called Sock Station, and I currently have a track underground going all the way to Jurassic Sock. Here's the track and tunnel, but it actually goes way past where it should be going, so I gotta fix that. I was debating where I wanted the train to pop out of the ground to see the Grand Park, either from the front or the side, and I ended up going with this way because now I'll be able to see the giant fences on my way to Jurassic Sock. All I worried about now was making a pathway and getting it all connected, and we'll worry about making it look nice later. The tricky part is that I had to take this track back underground and then connect it to the castle somehow. I found it best when I worked backwards by starting at the end point and then connecting that to the current track. It was a little bit of hide and seek and a lot of mining, but eventually I got everything connected. Right now it looks a little bit silly with these birch planks just in the air, but trust me, it's gonna look epic. And then the track goes back underground and then connects right here on the left of the castle also, which is perfect. I couldn't help but notice but actually how big my T-Rex was now. He was massive. He didn't seem aggressive at all though. He didn't attack me and all the cows were still alive. I spoke too soon though because when I came back from a lunch break, all the cows were gone. I brought him some cows to see if he was aggressive and he was. Look at him go. He's attacking my cows. My poor cows. This is so sad. But he still didn't attack me, so I guess he was full. Anyway, I guess everything was fine and I decided to bring all my dinosaur technology onto the upper floor. I didn't do any cool looks with them yet because I didn't have any ideas. I made a quick stop back at my base to get some materials and also look at my quarries, and this is just a sight. It just looks insane. But more importantly, I grabbed the rest of my dinosaur stuff and even a couple dinosaur eggs that I made in the previous days. You know what time it is now? It's time to make a lot of dinosaurs, but this time it's going to be on the different dinosaur mod, so it's going to be a little bit different process. These dinosaurs are a little more complex. They have emotions, and I know for a fact that they actually need to eat. That being said, I have to set up this little machine called a feeder that basically stores a lot of food, and that's where they eat from. But I don't want to fill their food stores manually. I want a farm to automatically put wheat into the feeder. And to do that, it's not very complicated. I just have to connect the feeders to the wheat farm, which I don't have yet, so I just have this crate and I fill it with wheat. But that puts all the wheat into those feeders. That doesn't make sense, don't worry, it will soon. But now the hard part is how do we feed the carnivores? They need to eat raw beef, and I don't have that. So my idea was to make a cow spawner, a spawner that spawns cows. As you guys know, this is modded Minecraft, so I can craft it like I crafted the spawners I use in my mob grinder upstairs. But in order to do this, I had to go capture the soul of a cow, like literally put a cow into a bottle. And from there, I was able to combine his soul to a broken spawner and make a cow spawner. How does that work? I don't know, but it just does. The only problem is that these spawners don't just spawn mobs. You have to power the spawner. And I have no power here in Jurassic Socks. My black hole is back at my base. So you know what I decided to do? I decided to build a windmill because I thought it would look cool, and it does, and it fits the theme of Jurassic Sock for some reason. You can make it a lot bigger than this, but it requires a lot of cotton. I mean, like stacks and stacks of cotton, which I don't have. It was a bit confusing to set it all up because it was different machinery, but it looked really cool, so that's all that matters. The goal here was to connect it to the spawner and also the farm zone. That way the cows would spawn and then just instantly die. After putting it together, it turns out the windmill can't even connect to the spawner because they're like different mods and they're not compatible. So I ended up making solar panels because those were pretty easy to make. And voila, everything was finished. The cows would spawn and then they would get deleted from my Minecraft world. And the farm would take all the raw beef. While all this was happening, I was making a lot of dinosaurs. I mean, a lot of dinosaurs. That reminded me, this area is supposed to be only for herbivores. So that means I should change this farm to be a wheat farm, not the cow spawner. I should put the cow spawner in its solar panels somewhere where the T-Rex is so they have plenty to eat. You know how I said I got a lot of dinosaurs? Well, I got myself another long neck dinosaur, but this one was from a different mod, so he required food. He also has emotions, so you actually have to play with the dinosaur. So I got this white ball and tossed it to him. I think this made him happy because we kind of played around with it for a bit. I continued to make myself dinosaurs, but this time focusing on carnivores and just flying around. Look how big my dinosaurs have gotten. They're like giants. I failed to mention on the other dinosaur mod that when making the dinosaur, there's a chance it fails and spawns this mutant creature thing called the Failusaurus. And what sucks about it is that I lose the dinosaur that was being made. The better news is that I have now more and more redstone because of the quarries, so that means I can continue building up this giant fence. There's only so much we can build while we're waiting for materials, so I decided why not make this area look really nice. I started by digging up some holes, adding in some farmland for some texture, and it ended up looking absolutely horrendous. I ended up taking out those farmland patches and it looked 10 times better already. When all of this was happening, I made myself a lot of culture vats because they kept on exploding and I needed dinosaurs, so I just made a lot of them. On the wiki, it says the chances of them failing is really low, but to me, it seems to be happening all the time. While I wait for more dinosaurs to be made, it's time to turn this into a proper windmill. I ain't the best builder, but I think I can handle a windmill. I mean, it's a windmill. I try to keep it simple by just using wood blocks, and it ended up looking really nice. I mean, that looks like a windmill, but my fancy side said you could definitely do more. So I took out my chisel and just left-clicked everywhere and even added some stone. I'm actually really impressed with myself. That looks amazing. And with the windmill done, I also have a whole lot of dinosaurs made. Before spawning them in, I just selected an area where I actually want to put another windmill in a farm. If I'm gonna have a lot of dinosaurs, I'm gonna need a lot of food to go around. Now I feel more comfortable with spawning more dinosaurs. I'm gonna start with 5 more Triceratops, but these are from the fossils and archaeology, so they're different from the ones that are already here. Look, the eggs are dancing with me. I really wanted to spawn in more carnivores, so that meant I had to finish my fence. So I checked up on my quarries and grabbed all the redstone. I had quite a bit this time around, and I was hoping just to finish at least 1 row of fences. It was pretty sad to see all my redstone disappearing, but I'm glad at least I have infinite iron, so I don't have to worry about that. And voila, we actually had enough redstone to finish one whole side of the carnivore area of the park. I already wanted to put some dinosaurs in here, and iron bars are gonna be good enough to hold them for a bit. And I also don't know how I want to split up this side of the park, so the iron bars are just a good placeholder for now. This cage should work for a couple T-Rexes or a couple other things. First thing I did was bring my T-Rex over and even the cow spawner because I need to feed him right away. I realized this cage is actually too big for him, so I split it in half and put the cow spawner right in the middle, so hopefully it all works out. The only thing I can do now is just let him grow. Well, I guess I'm back to building the second windmill, and let me tell you, I love building windmills now. I failed to mention, I did have 3 more dinosaurs called the Spinosauruses next to the T-Rex cage, and they're actually half water, half land, which is pretty cool. And also carnivores, so that's why they're sharing the cow spawner. Don't worry, I didn't forget to give them water, and look how adorable they look when they're sleeping. I ended up building a 3rd windmill as well. All 3 of them are functioning, except these 2 don't have a structure yet. Also brought sheep to the dinosaur cages, because if I want to make those windmills really big, I need a lot of cotton, and I don't have that. Look how big my dinosaurs are, and look how adorable they are when they sleep. Oh my god. Yo, Mr. Longneck, I don't know what I've been putting in your food, but it seems to be working, man. Extra milk or something. Remember me saying the dinosaurs from fossils and archaeology have emotions? Well, this one does, and he is extremely happy. It's because I gave him the white ball to play with. I wanted all my dinosaurs to be happy, even these guys with the spiky back, and this guy came and whacked it with his tail. That's pretty funny. As I read more into the dinosaur mod, turns out when they grow, they get more health, but they don't regen that health back. So I made some Institute health potions, and I healed him up because I didn't want him dying on me. Oh yeah, and second windmill done, and it looks beautiful. When I came back to the carnivore cage, I thought I lost some dinosaurs again, but then I realized they were hiding in the water, those sneaky little dinos. They are half water, so I should probably build them like a giant pool. When I came back to the herbivore area, just trying to fix up the fence, I made a mistake by hitting one of the triceratops. I didn't mean to attack you. Oh. Oh, no, 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 no. The original Triceratops, they took revenge on the other Triceratops. This is so sad. Why can't we just live in peace and harmony? I take my mind off it by finishing the last and final windmill. The chisel's really starting to grow on me. I just spam left click and it instantly gives something texture. Back to the dinos. To add to the more bad news, my T-Rex is now aggressive towards me. He's trying to eat me. I thought this was because he was just hungry, but no, he had a personal grudge at me. Look, he's targeting me over the cows. And to make matters worse, if you attack a cow in this mod pack, all the surrounding cows will attack you. That also includes if a T-Rex attacks them. The cows are gonna kill the T-Rex. I can't allow this. No, 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 don't attack me. I'm trying to save— No! I should have picked up the T-Rex with the golden lasso, but I still can't process a cow just killed the T-Rex. I think I need a break from Jurassic Socks and work on something else. My goal now was to make a tier 3 rocket because I wanted to travel to the planet Venus. I've already landed on the moon and just recently Mars, but now we're gonna push even further, but that also means I have a lot of crafting to do. When attempting to make the tier 3 rocket, turns out I was missing a lot of ingredients, and those ingredients were located on Mars and the moon. So that means I have to fly back to Mars, but this time I'm going to make a mini base on it like I did back on the moon, so I have an infinite source of oxygen on the planet. I already had mostly everything. I just had to recharge and repair most of my stuff, like my batteries. That reminds me, I did turn on my farm again, so that means it's been collecting all this XP, and oh my, does that still look so cool. Anyway, I got all my equipment together, like an oxygen collector, an oxygen producer, and all that shenanigans. And we're off to Mars again. This launching sequence never gets old. It looks so cool. And we land as a bouncy ball. Also never gets old. I yeeted down my solar panels first for power, and then set up the whole oxygen collection system. After that was completed, I was basically safe to stay on Mars forever if I wanted to, but that was not my goal. My goal was to find this ore called Desh ore that was all around the planet, and I needed a lot of it, so I was trying to find this cave system, which I did find, an actual really big one. I took all the ores there. Surprisingly, there's also these green bricks which lead to the creeper boss, so I decided why not fight him since I'm here. He's quite menacing at first, but since I know how to beat him this time by flinging his own TNT back at him, it was no problem. Goodbye, Mr. Creeper. Have a good day. He dropped the dungeon key and I opened the treasure chest, but sadly there wasn't really good loot. Well, I guess it's time to go back home because we got the ores that we needed. Psych, we actually have to go to the moon for another type of ore. There's my moon base. I do want to finish that one day. The ore I need on the moon is no ore at all. It's these meteorites that spawn on the moon here and there. The problem is that they are quite rare, or I'm just extremely unlucky because I spent maybe the entire entire hour just searching the moon. But you gotta do what you gotta do to get that tier 3 rocket. I got the exact amount that I needed, and I headed back home. I love parachuting down. I get to see my base from above. Now that I had all the minerals that I needed, it was time to make some tier 3 stuff, which is quite difficult. Difficult is probably not the right word. I would just say more gruesome because it just takes a long time. I also had to restock on batteries and gasoline and all that stuff. Since this was a new planet to discover, I decided why not bring a cool weapon, so I decided to bring my favorite weapon, this bad boy. It was time. This was the tier 3 rocket, and it was way bigger than the other ones. On top of that, it was nearly twice as fast as the tier 2 rocket. We just zoomed into the sky. I was ready to land on planet Venus when for some reason it was all marked red that I couldn't go there. And after further investigation, it turns out it doesn't exist in the current version that I'm playing, which is kind of upsetting. But what does exist is supposedly asteroids, like actual asteroids. This is crazy. Giant spears of ice just floating in the sky in a starry night. This is kind of cool. I know I say this a lot, but this would definitely be a cool place to have a base. On the other note, after reading the wiki, turns out there's no boss here. It's just this. So I guess that wraps up 1,100 days, and I hope you guys enjoyed because you earned yourself 11 gold stars if you made it this far. Make sure to join my server sucks.gg, and I'll see you guys next time. You know the drill. Smash like and subscribe for another 100 days.